This page is the vibrant cover of a Sega Dreamcast Magazine issue from 2001, centered around a massive special feature on the Big Three fighting games. The cover artwork dramatically showcases characters from Tekken 4, Dead or Alive 3, and Virtua Fighter 4, symbolizing a clash between these titans of the genre. The magazine highlights a significant increase in page count to 232, dedicating substantial coverage to these titles, including first looks and detailed game guides. Beyond the fighting game focus, the issue also features a large introduction to Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcasts, coverage of the highly anticipated Shenmue 2, and updates on games like Capcom vs. SNK 2 and Sakura Wars 3, offering a broad look at the Dreamcast's exciting lineup. This page announces a special event centered around the release of Virtua Fighter 4, featuring the game's protagonist, Akira Yuki, prominently displayed. The event is a joint effort by 5 Sega amusement facilities, described as a VF4 release commemoration game tournament and talk show. The large text behind Akira translates to "fighting" and indicates an event is being held. Scheduled to run from August 1st to September 9th, 2001, this event invites players to "show me what you've got" as they face off in tournaments across the country. The announcement highlights that Virtua Fighter 4 developers will be present, challenging players and discussing the dawn of a new era for the series. The talk show promises to reveal behind-the-scenes development stories, hidden game details, and other essential information for fans. It's a chance for players to compete, meet the creators, and get insights into the latest evolution of this legendary fighting franchise. This page announces the official Sega National Tournament, strongly implied to be centered around the revolutionary fighting game, Virtua Fighter 4, following up on the event details from the previous page. The page declares the tournament is confirmed and advises fans to wait until autumn for more detailed information. It presents a schedule of what appears to be preliminary or demonstration events, running from August 1st through September 9th, at various Sega amusement centers across Japan. This nationwide tour gives players the chance to participate and test their skills, setting the stage for the main tournament later in the year. The event is hosted by Sega Corporation, reinforcing its significance for the franchise and the company. This page is the table of contents for the issue, presenting a lineup of exciting gaming content. Featured prominently are special features covering the top fighting games, including a look at Dead or Alive 3 on Xbox, plus in-depth guides for Virtua Fighter 4 and Tekken 4, tying into the competitive spirit discussed previously. There's also a feature revisiting Sakura Wars 3, with a reveal of the new Kubu Fron 2 unit. The new information section is packed with details on upcoming and recent Dreamcast titles like Shenmue 2, Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast, Sonic Adventure 2, Propeller Arena, Zero Gunner 2, and new titles such as Cosmic Smash and the Neon Genesis Evangelion typing game. The issue also previews other genres including fishing, baseball management, visual novels like Air, and even patch-a-slot games. Rounding out the content is the arcade frontline, highlighting Capcom vs. SNK 2 Millionaire Fighting 2001 with a move list for all characters. This page presents the comprehensive guide index for the issue, outlining the diverse content within. The Dreamcast Soft Complete Guide section features full strategies for games like the tactical board game RPG Cul-de-Sac Second, the visual novel Fragrance Style, the dating simulation Welcome to Pia Carrot 2.5, and the spy action title Confidential Mission. A special serialized project explores the upcoming significant renewal of the official Sega website. The Dorimaga Topics section discusses a variety of subjects, including the first anniversary of Sega's development divisions, the status of the Kaio show, industry trends, and coverage of the latest GameCube peripherals. The main game index provides an alphabetical listing of all games covered in the magazine, focusing heavily on Dreamcast releases. Crucially, there's a dedicated section for other platforms and arcade titles, prominently featuring key fighting games like Capcom vs. SNK 2 Millionaire Fighting 2001, Tekken 4, Dead or Alive 3, and Virtua Fighter 4, reinforcing the emphasis on fighting games seen elsewhere in the issue. Standard magazine sections covering news, software reviews, fan contributions, manga, and columns are also indexed, offering a complete picture of the Dreamcast ecosystem. The dynamic artwork on the page showcases characters from Tekken 4 and Virtua Fighter 4, reflecting the magazine's focus on the premier fighting titles of the era. This page features a colorful manga-style illustration centered around the theme of doujinshi, or fan-made comics and magazines. The vertical text on the left reads, "A story of doujinshi presented with a comic sensation." The characters are depicted in dynamic poses, with speech bubbles containing dialogue related to creating and appreciating doujinshi. One excited character declares, "Comrade! From now on you are a doujinshi author," while another emphatically states, "Doujinshi is love." A smiling character comments, "This manga is really wonderful, isn't it?" The bottom of the page contains a staff recruitment notice for Aqua Plus, a company known for developing visual novels and games often related to similar themes. This page is an advertisement for the Dreamcast visual novel Comic Party, a game developed by Aqua Plus, about creating and selling doujinshi at a convention. The layout mimics manga panels, showing various characters experiencing common situations related to the theme, such as worrying about sales, offering encouragement, preparing food during crunch time, and facing setbacks. A prominent visual features the game's main character, a lively red-haired girl, alongside other cast members, including one grappling with a sketchbook. The vertical text on the right captures the game's central conflict: tomorrow, a date, or the deadline. The bottom section provides release details, announcing the game is scheduled to launch on August 9th, Thursday. It also highlights a limited edition version offering several special bonuses, like a unique package, telephone card, pre-painted figure, and a full-color art book, listing prices for both the limited and standard editions. This page perfectly follows up on the previous page's discussion of doujinshi culture by showcasing a game dedicated to that world. This page is an advertisement for the highly anticipated Shenmue 2 on the Dreamcast, set for release on September 6, 2001. The stunning artwork dominates the page, featuring protagonist Ryo Hazuki alongside the enigmatic Ren of Heavens, with the serene figure of Shenhua Shinling prominent in the background. The scene depicts a picturesque Chinese landscape complete with mountains and a waterfall, hinting at the game's new setting. Shenmue 2 is categorized under the unique free genre, standing for full reactive eyes entertainment, and is priced at 7,800 yen, excluding tax. The text touches upon the game's premise, following Ryo's journey spurred by his father's sudden death and the mystery of the mirror. The adventure moves to China, where Ryo encounters various new characters and confronts unfolding events, raising the question of whether he can finally unravel the truth. As a special limited first press bonus, buyers receive a dedicated Dreamcast disc featuring a special premium disc of the upcoming Virtua Fighter 4, a fantastic cross-promotion highlighting Sega AM2's fighting game prowess alongside their ambitious adventure series. This page effectively builds excitement for the next chapter in Ryo's saga. This page covers the first anniversary of Sega's development divisions spinning off into independent companies, a significant period marked by the company's withdrawal from the Dreamcast hardware business and a pivot towards multi-platform development. It features an interview with Mr. Arai, president of Smilebit, who reflects on the past year, noting the intense busyness and highlighting the passing of Sega's former chairman, Mr. Okawa, as an event that caused more anxiety than the Dreamcast withdrawal itself. He discusses ongoing projects like Jet Set Radio Future and Gun Valkyrie on Xbox, expressing hope to show more at the upcoming Tokyo Game Show. The page also summarizes the number of titles released by each Sega studio over the past year, mentioning key games like Shenmue 2, Virtua Fighter 4, Virtua Striker 3, Sakura Wars 4, Phantasy Star Online, Rez, and Space Channel 5 Part 2 as examples of their work. A light-hearted comic strip features the Smilebit president, known for wearing aloha shirts, showing off his rarely seen cool suit. A side panel encourages readers to visit the Smilebit website, highlighting its updated content and a comic series featuring the president. This page features two articles focused on the popular Sakura Wars series. The first article asks if the long-running Sakura Wars live show is ending after its 5th year, confirming that production is steadily progressing for the upcoming 5th anniversary performance titled Kaishin Besu. The article highlights the scale of this production, featuring many characters including Sakura Shinguji, Maria Tachibana, Kuran-ri, Iris Chateaubriand, Lenny Milchstrasse, Orihime Soretta, Sumire Kanzaki, and Kana Kirishima, and includes interviews with the voice actors behind them, sharing their thoughts on reaching this 5-year milestone and the current show. The second article introduces a new PC desktop accessory based on Sakura Wars 3, allowing fans to bring the Paris Flower division to their computers. This accessory offers various features like character voice clips for system sounds, wallpapers, a scheduler, and even minigames, letting users interact with desktop versions of their favorite characters. The article includes a photo and interview with the producer from Digicube, the company developing this item, discussing its features and the excitement surrounding its release. The page includes photos of the voice actors discussing the stage show and the producer for the desktop accessory. This article covers the Sakura Wars universe, starting with the upcoming stage play. Producer Uji Hiroi announced a shocking announcement and described the intense rehearsals, featuring new songs like Hanagumi Review. The production is ambitious, with a large orchestra pit and unique lighting. Actress Yoshiko Sakakibara will appear, and the show balances the classic Taisho era with a quick pace. Tickets are available, with some seats still open. The article also touches upon the voice recording for the Sakura Wars 3 DTA desktop accessory. Voice actors for the Paris Flower division, including Noriko Hidaka, Junko Shimakata, and others, have completed recording system voices and character clips. Photos showcase the actors during recording sessions, with quotes revealing their characters' lines and personalities. Fans of the protagonist, Ichiro Ogami, will be pleased with his many lines in this accessory. This page focuses on the upcoming release of Capcom vs. SNK 2 and highlights it as a special gift for Dreamcast users. Capcom's general manager, Mr. Funamizu, expresses his belief that the Dreamcast was a great console and emphasizes that the DC version of Capcom vs. SNK 2 is a must-buy. The game is launching simultaneously on Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 on September 13th, and a key feature is the multi-matching system, allowing cross-platform online play, a first for the industry. Mr. Funamizu is extremely confident, calling it the peak of Capcom's 2D fighting games, and the character select screen shows a massive roster of 44 fighters. He feels the most important thing is the fun factor. The Dreamcast version comes with a special fan disc bonus containing content from 19 Capcom DC titles, including unlockable data for Power Stone 2, high-level replay data for Capcom vs. SNK 2, and character illustrations. This disc is presented as a significant bonus for DC fans. Mr. Funamizu also reflects on Capcom's history with Sega hardware, mentioning titles like Darkstalkers 3 on Sega Saturn, which used the expansion RAM, and Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on Dreamcast, which utilized matching services. He considers these memorable and still great games, reinforcing Capcom's strong connection with Sega platforms. The page also briefly mentions a PS2 bundle, including a modem at a good price. This page dives deep into the massive launch of Final Fantasy X on PlayStation 2, analyzing its impact on the summer gaming industry. Initial shipments for the game hit an impressive 2.14 million units for the PS2 alone, a significant number even if not quite matching the total sales of some earlier Final Fantasy titles across multiple platforms. The industry reaction is huge, with numerous game magazines dedicating extensive coverage and strategy guides to FFX. The article highlights the immense scale of the project, noting a 2-year development period and a team of 300 people, with production costs breaking records. Square is clearly betting big on this title and other ventures. Beyond the game itself, the page also looks at Square's other major projects, notably the full CG movie Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. This film carried a staggering production cost of 17 billion yen, but saw a disappointing box office performance in its opening days in North America, earning only about 1.44 billion yen in its first 4 days. Furthermore, the page discusses Square's move into online gaming with Final Fantasy Ship and its Play Online service. They are targeting 300,000 users paying a monthly fee for Play Online to achieve profitability, aiming for potentially 500,000 users when FFX Shy services begin, showing a confident approach to the challenging online market. Overall, the page portrays Square as a company making massive investments across games, movies, and online services, with a lot riding on the success of these ambitious projects. This page covers Sega's moves in the international gaming market. The first major topic focuses on Sega's full-scale entry into the Chinese PC gaming market. They've partnered with Beijing Tianjuan to develop and release PC titles, including ports of popular games like Virtua Fighter 2 and a collection titled Sonic 4-in-1. Screenshots show localized versions with Chinese text. The article highlights the enormous potential of the Chinese market, with its large population and growing PIC and internet user base, but also notes challenges like localization and navigating the local environment. Sega aims to capture a significant share of this market and sees online gaming as a key area for future development, according to Sega PC producer Shinya Ishihara. The second topic discusses a special limited edition Sonic pack for the Dreamcast, released overseas, coinciding with Sonic's 10th anniversary. This pack, specifically highlighted for the North American market, is described as being popular and potentially scarce. It bundles key Sonic titles like Sonic Adventure, Sonic Shuffle, and a demo of Sonic Adventure 2 along with a VMU. A Japanese retailer is quoted promoting the pack to Japanese fans who might seek it out, noting its appeal and potential as a final limited Dreamcast bundle. A reminder is included that overseas consoles cannot play Japanese software. The article analyzes the Japanese game market and new GameCube accessories. Based on the CESA game whitepaper, the market faces a downturn, with declining sales and closures. The user survey highlights that spending on game software lags behind mobile phone charges, ranking 6th in leisure spending. The report also reviews million-selling titles from 1983 to 2001. The second section details Nintendo's GameCube peripherals. It highlights the console's user-friendly design, including compatibility with older video cables. Featured accessories include various video cables for high-quality output, and the memory card 59, a Matsushita-produced DVD unit, slated for release around November, is also mentioned, suggesting a multimedia focus aimed at making the transition easier for users. The next page features news updates from GameSpot Japan and Dorimaga, covering events and releases from early to mid-July 2001. A major highlight is the Tokyo Character Show 2001, which saw record attendance of over 55,000 people, showcasing various character goods and related content. More significantly for gamers, Sega announced its return to the Tokyo Game Show for the autumn 2001 event, marked by a presentation detailing the show's theme, Let's Play Together, and a considerable increase in the number of exhibitors and booth space. The main visual poster for the show was created by Sonic Team, featuring Sonic himself. In other news, a new touchscreen game system called Plus E is being rolled out in Japanese family restaurants and bars, offering simple interactive games like Kadoro from Overworks, starting operations in August. The page also touches on recent game performance, noting that Konami's Castlevania, Circle of the Moon for the Game Boy Advance, is performing well in both Europe and America. There's also a follow-up on a secret technique in Virtua Striker 3 that allows access to the FC Sonic team. Finally, a brief note on the Japanese movie box office mentions the performance of the Final Fantasy, the Spirits Within film relative to hits like Jurassic Park 2 is, and Spirited Away. The page includes a list of companies scheduled to exhibit at the upcoming Tokyo Game Show. This page kicks off with a major announcement for Tekken 4, highlighting the King of Iron Fist Tournament 2001. This grand tournament is set to reach its peak at the Edo Tekken Summer Festival. Competitors are battling through regional qualifiers held across 16 areas in Japan to earn their spot in the finals. There's also a Tekken 4 Summer campaign, offering chances to win exclusive merchandise. Moving on, Hudson and Capcom are teaming up for a Summer Fun Festival 2001, taking place in 13 locations nationwide. This family-friendly event features popular titles from both companies, such as Momotaro Densetsu and Mega Man, aiming to bring gamers of all ages together for some free summer fun with the latest games. There's also a campaign tied to Sakura Wars and the internet provider, DTI. By subscribing to DTI, fans can get their hands on Sakura Wars-themed goods, like a special mousepad and clock, and even potentially win tickets to related events. Finally, the page lists several other events happening soon, including Pokemon Kids Paradise, the JAFCON Hobby event, a PS2 gaming showcase called Getting Hooked, Summer PS2, a DGI Chariot concert, the Wonder Festival Figure Convention, and a fan appreciation event for Nakoruru in Tokyo. It looks like there's plenty going on to keep gamers busy throughout the summer. This page dives into various gaming and fan events happening across Japan. Kicking off with mobile content, Namco, Square, and Enix, following their business alliance, are now collaborating on mobile phone content. They're offering special summer-only wait screen images featuring classic characters like Pac-Man, Chocobo from Final Fantasy, and Slime from Dragon Quest, a cool cross-franchise treat. Enix is also launching Final Fantasy ringtones, starting with themes from FFIV, FFV2i, FFIX, and promising FFX tunes soon. Next up, the page promotes the magazine's booth at the upcoming Comic Market event, where fans can pick up original goods. There's also a chance to win CG illustration software by artist Yukiko Kamimura. For model and figure enthusiasts, the Wonder Festival is announced for August 5th, nicknamed Restart 2001, promising limited edition goods like bottle caps featuring event mascots. Capcom's hit samurai action series, Onimusha, is getting the attraction treatment at Space World, featuring a super stunt illusion show based on Onimusha 2. This looks like a high-energy stage performance, bringing the game's action to life. Finally, the Web News Access ranking for the week highlights the most read stories, including details on GameCube peripheral prices, communication between PS2 and Dreamcast, price drops for Everybody's Golf 3 and Parappa 2, a Final Fantasy X release event, and the news about the three major companies' mobile collaboration. It shows a diverse range of hot topics in the gaming world at the moment. This page covers a variety of gaming-related events and industry news. An exhibition featuring original artwork by 10 popular fantasy illustrators is highlighted, including the artists known for character designs in games like Grandia. This is a great chance for fans to see the source material behind some iconic characters. Down in the amusement section, Tokyo Joyopolis is hosting a series of summer events, including a Race Queen Festa where you can meet beautiful race queens, a Yukata beauty contest, and a Kraken DJ Super Live. They also held a special day featuring artist Moeko Matsushita. In the news section, the Dreamcast is getting a budget re-release of the cyber polygon mahjong game Shangri-La for just 2,800 yen. It's known for its unique world and gameplay concepts like Overlight. If you missed it the first time, now's your chance. A notable event sponsorship is announced. The massive indoor rave Wire 01 is being sponsored by none other than PS2X Sega, which is seen as a symbol of the increasingly borderless nature of the gaming landscape. Finally, KDDI, Omron, and Tecmo are jointly developing a high-speed network service for versus matches on home consoles, utilizing standard phone lines and focusing on ISDN compatibility. The screenshot suggests this could pave the way for faster online fighting games. The bottom section also provides a brief overview of recent gaming news headlines from GameSpot Japan, covering various industry topics. Sega fans have a lot to look forward to. Unreleased tracks from games like Cosmic Smash are available on mobile platforms. A fan appreciation event for the PC game Nakoru, a gift from that person, featuring voice actors and giveaways, is scheduled. Memories Off fans can attend a public recording session promoted on a rapping bus. Overworks released Toto Para, a sports prediction software. The Dreamcast title Marionette Company is getting a limited PC release with digital goodies. A jigsaw puzzle giveaway celebrates Motoko Matsutaka's new album. Namco Namja Town updated its money quiz into a singing battle version. Finally, classic Sega titles like Fantasy Zone are coming to mobile via the Sonic Cafe app. This page presents the Dreamcast software sales top 10 ranking. Despite the Dreamcast hardware being discontinued, the commentary notes that good titles are surprisingly still selling well, and there are more anticipated releases on the horizon. Debuting at number 1 is the strategy game Culdicept Second, which is noted for its enhanced strategy and support for online battles, with plans for a national tournament in the fall. Phantasy Star Online Ver.2 remains popular at number 3, with ongoing download quests keeping players engaged. Other strong sellers include Sonic Adventure 2 at number 5, which has already surpassed 100,000 units sold cumulatively. The list features a variety of genres, from fighting with Capcom vs SNK Millennium Fight 2000 Pro, highlighting an upcoming online tournament, to racing with Crazy Taxi 2, where you can now use a baby carriage. Online action is represented by Mobile Suit Gundam Online at number 2, offering customizable mobile suits. Visual novels like Pia Carrot Iyukoso 2.5 and Inu Ryoko Roommate also make the list, the latter including collectible trading cards. The collectible card game Magic the Gathering is noted for its staff-focused AI. Even a budget re-release, Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story Special Edition, is performing well at number 9, showing continued demand for popular titles. Overall, the chart demonstrates that Dreamcast owners are still actively purchasing software across diverse genres. This page presents the reader-voted ranking of the most anticipated upcoming Dreamcast titles. The commentary at the top notes that while release dates are sometimes delayed, the anticipation for new Dreamcast software remains high, despite the hardware status. Topping the list at number 1 is Sakura Wars 4: Fall in Love, Maidens, scoring 705 points. This title is highly anticipated, as it brings back all characters from previous installments, allowing players to form their own custom battle troupe. At number 2 is the visual novel Air, with 325 points, noted as 90%, complete with a fixed release date. Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast takes the third spot with 315 points and is currently running a reservation campaign. The full top 30 ranking showcases a diverse range of anticipated games, including sequels like Shenmue 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 2, as well as titles like House of the Dead 3 and the unique shooter Res. Two titles are highlighted as pickups. Propeller Arena, ranked 68th, is featured with a screenshot showing intense aerial combat, described as a fun flight game with hot dog fights supporting online play. Ranked 5th but also highlighted is Flame Saint the Virgin on Megiddo, an Advent title whose story begins with inexplicable human combustion incidents. Further down, Random is shown at 34th place, and Comic Party is prominently featured, noted as being ranked first, though seemingly in a separate category. This article explores gamers' desires for game ports across various platforms, focusing on transplant wishes, where readers voted for desired titles. Dreamcast fans craved ports of games like Knights, Sister Princess, and To Heart. PlayStation 2 users hoped for the Sakura Wars series, while Xbox and handheld players wanted Phantasy Star Online. The article also includes an arcade game income ranking, with Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon topping the list, followed by Virtua Fighter 3 TB and Derby Owners Club 2000. Finally, the article previews upcoming fighting games like Capcom vs. SNK 2, Millionaire Fighting 2001, and The King of Fighters 2000. Side features cover visual novel ports, including Canon for PlayStation 2 and an Ikoru adventure game for Dreamcast. This page presents a detailed release schedule covering upcoming software and peripherals across multiple platforms, primarily focusing on the Dreamcast but also highlighting Sega-developed titles for PlayStation 2, Nintendo GameCube, Xbox, and Game Boy Advance. It acts as a comprehensive guide to what gamers can expect in the near future. The page is structured into sections for each console, providing tables with information like release dates, game titles, publishers, prices, genres, and compatibility details. While the Dreamcast list is extensive, including both titles with confirmed dates and those yet to be announced, it also features significant upcoming games from Sega heading to rival consoles, demonstrating their commitment to multi-platform development. The inclusion of GBA releases shows the breadth of Sega's publishing plans. This page is a crucial resource for tracking the release landscape across the major platforms of the time. This page features the popular Reader's Race ranking, where Dreamcast owners vote and review their favorite games. It presents a detailed list of the top-rated titles based on cumulative reader scores. The ranking shows established hits holding strong positions. Highlighted new entries include Culdiceps Second coming in at rank 15, and Us Shenmue entering the list at rank 140, both featuring screenshots and reader comments. Reviewers praise Culdiceps Second's refinements and enjoyable online battles, while the comments on Us Shenmue note the surprise of receiving the Us version and appreciating the English voice acting, although noting the lack of Japanese language options. The page also discusses the dynamic movement within the top ranks, mentioning games like Phantasy Star Online Verpoint 2, Sonic Adventure 2, and Jet Set Radio as examples of the shifting popularity. Overall, it serves as a guide to the most loved Dreamcast games, according to the players themselves. This page continues the Reader's Race ranking, listing more fan-voted Dreamcast games from rank 31 downwards, showing their positions and average reader scores. The page also features reviews of recent and notable releases. A new game, Super Runabout, San Francisco Edition, a car action title, receives an average score of 7.6666. Reader comments praise its over-the-top, fun car action and amusing replay cameras, although some note unrealistic elements. Another new release reviewed is Miss Moonlight, an adventure game with an average score of 7.5. Readers felt it was a good entry in the Dreamcast's strong lineup of dating sim/visual novel games, appreciating the music and voice acting, but found the CG art and overall presentation somewhat inconsistent. Highlighting a major release, Sonic Adventure 2 is featured with an impressive average score of 9.3478. Reader feedback is overwhelmingly positive, celebrating it as a fantastic sequel. Players love the high-speed action, the addition of new playable characters like Knuckles and Rouge, the varied level designs, and the challenging gameplay. The comments reflect a deep appreciation for the game's quality and replay value. The Reader's Race rankings continue, showcasing Dreamcast games. Recent releases are reviewed on the left. Crazy Taxi 2, ranked 55, received a 9.047 score for its fun gameplay, hopping ability, and replay value, though some noted longer load times. El Dorado Gate Volume 5, rank 111, scored 8.7142, praised for its continuing charm and graphics. Welcome to Pia Carrot, 2.5, rank 147, a visual novel, scored 8.4782. Players enjoyed the value, but some found the bundled content short. Confidential Mission, rank 152, a light gun shooter, scored 8.4285, with players enjoying the target hitting satisfaction but missing an auto-reload option. Capcom vs. SNK, Millennium Fight 2000 Pro, rank 221, scored 7.8095, with players welcoming new characters, but some preferring the original's gameplay balance. This page continues the Reader's Race rankings, showing games ranked from 145 down to 201. Featured prominently is a highlight of Phantasy Star Online Ver. 2, recommended as a must-buy. It's described as an updated version of the revolutionary first online RPG for consoles, building upon the original with new game modes and items. The game boasts strong scores, with an overall reader average of 9.3877 and a magazine average of 9.66. Screenshots show action sequences and character interactions within the game world. The description details the various ways to play, including online multiplayer modes like Ultimate Mode, Challenge Mode, requiring teamwork, and Battle Mode, player versus player. The focus is clearly on the expanded online experience and cooperative gameplay. Additional comments praise the item hunting aspect, the fun of playing together, and the overall online environment. Information is also provided about ongoing online quest deliveries and future updates for the game. This page continues the Reader's Race rankings from the previous page. Featured prominently is a look at Giant Graham 2000, All Japan Pro Wrestling 2 in Budokan, highlighted as a Dreamcast masterpiece. This wrestling title is praised for its realism, building on its Saturn predecessors. The feature includes an interview with director Shinichiro Okumoto, discussing the development process, the game's core 3 Tsugumi system, challenges faced, like real-life wrestler departures, and the use of motion capture for realistic movement. The game received strong reader and magazine scores, both averaging around 9.0. A screenshot shows the intense in-ring action. The main section of the page is the continuation of the Reader's Race list, detailing games ranked from 202 down to 258. This list includes a wide variety of genres, such as action, RPGs, puzzles, simulation, and more. Each entry provides information like genre, release details, and the reader average score. Notable titles appearing in this section include Rent-A-Hero No. 1, The Dolphin, Defender of the Future, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, New Age of Heroes, Capcom vs. SNK Millennium Fight 2000 Pro, and Street Fighter Alpha 3. The next page continues the Reader's Race rankings for Dreamcast software. The main sections detail games ranked from the mid-250s down through the low 300s across two categories, F and G, covering a diverse array of genres from major action and RPG titles like Soul Calibur, Skies of Arcadia, Phantasy Star Online, Jet Grind Radio, and Shenmue, to numerous niche, table, and character-based games. Scores generally range from the 7s down into the 4s. Commentary highlights dynamic movement within the rankings, noting shifts for games such as NBA 2K1 and the visual novel Pia Carrot e Yokoso. 2.5 is also a humorous observation about the lowest ranks being a Battle of the Week, populated by games that struggle to achieve high scores. A large section is dedicated to recently released and upcoming software, listing many new titles entering the market across various genres, including fighting games like Capcom vs. SNK 2 and simulation titles. This section notes that some highly anticipated games like Sorobo Alpha and Comic Party have seen release date delays. The visual novel Fragrance Style is mentioned for its interesting content. This page features highlights of upcoming and recently released Dreamcast software. It previews Inoue Ryoko Roommate, an adventure game noted for differing from its Saturn counterpart but having an unfriendly system interface that hinders smooth play. Super Puzzle Fighter 2X for matching service is praised for its fun online play and simple rules, though finding opponents can be tricky. Magic: The Gathering is highlighted for its variety and unique Dreamcast cards, but is criticized for lacking network support, a significant drawback for a card game. Lastly, Gaia Master Kessen. Seiki Ou Densetsu is mentioned for its flashy graphics but suffers from a slow game tempo. The page also continues the reader's race rankings, this time focusing on Dreamcast peripherals and accessories voted on by readers based on their usability and performance. There's a section for reader comments, offering brief opinions on various games and the Dreamcast scene. A preview of the approaching summer game releases notes some delays, but anticipates a hot season for titles, particularly mentioning the Dead or Alive series. Readers are invited to predict the debut ranking of the upcoming game Guru Guru on Fisen 2 in the reader's race, with predictions from the editorial staff provided. The page also announces winners from previous contests, including the US Shenmue Prediction Challenge, and a giveaway featuring Dreamcast software and a visual memory. This page dives into the Dreamcast soft review section, offering insights into games released just before and during the review period. It explains the magazine's scoring system, where points from 1 to 10 reflect quality, with 7 or higher indicating a recommended purchase. Various reviewers, including female users, staff writers, and guest critics, provide their perspectives. 2 adventure games are featured. Fragrance Style, which was released on July 26th and scores an average of 6.0, and Kain Seibo, The Virgin on Megiddo, released on August 2nd, scoring an average of 8.0. Screenshots and key art are shown for both titles. Reviewers found Fragrance Style to be an orthodox adventure game, with a good number of endings and high-quality voice acting, but criticized slow loading times, monotonous gameplay sections, and a somewhat unclear system explanation early on. It's noted as potentially appealing to female players who enjoyed similar past titles. Kain Seibo is highlighted as a high-volume adventure game with substantial playtime. Reviews praise its well-made graphics, system, and compelling story that blends SF and folklore settings effectively. It's described as a good mystery adventure with romance and some fan service elements, making it a satisfying experience for fans of the genre and the character designer's previous work, despite minor points like simple password puzzles or the lack of full 3D environments. It's strongly recommended, particularly for girls. This page continues the Dreamcast soft review section, offering insights into some unique Japanese titles. First up is Eldorado Gate Volume 6, the 6th installment in this multi-volume RPG series. Reviewers feel it's definitely building towards a climax, noting improvements in character development and battle systems, though some found the pacing towards the end a bit slow. It's seen as a decent entry, especially for those who have followed the saga, bringing the party closer together and building anticipation for the final volume. Next is Guru Guru Onsen 2, described less as a traditional game and more as online communication software centered around a hot spring theme. It's praised for its robust chat features, including customizable character actions and expressions, and the inclusion of various minigames like Uno and poker, making it accessible even if you don't know the card games. The core appeal is highlighted as interacting and having fun with other users online. Finally, we have Derbitsuku 2, a horse racing simulation game. Reviewers are impressed with the significant improvements over the previous game, particularly in controls, realism, and the depth of the horse breeding system. The ability to compete in international races and the online battle mode are seen as major draws, making it a highly recommended title for both beginners and hardcore horse racing fans. This page is all about a summer vacation campaign offering exclusive goods to everyone who applies. This initiative is linked to the release of the magazine Raspberry and is running in parallel with Dorimaga. It's proven very popular, offering illustrations and content featured in both publications. You could get your hands on cool items like an illustration from the visual novel Missing Blue, featuring the characters Marie and Alice, or a piece from the PC game Green Green showing Futaba Yanagi. There's also a fantastic illustration that was a poster for Natural 2 Duo, featuring the twin heroines Chizuru and Sora. For the PC users, there's a Missing Blue desktop accessory collection packed with character voice data and original wallpapers for Windows. And if you're just looking for some great art, there are vibrant summer illustrations by Yukusa Yumiko from Guru Guru Creature and another charming piece by Izumi Takemoto. To participate, you needed to use the special application form from the magazine, fill out your details and the item you wanted, and pay an 800 yen fee through postal transfer. This service was available only to applicants within Japan. It was a neat way for fans to get some exclusive merchandise related to popular games and artists of the time. This page continues the summer campaign, showcasing the second round of exclusive illustrations available to applicants. These pieces feature characters from various popular games and magazine sections, often depicted in summer settings like beaches or wearing swimsuits, perfectly capturing the season's mood. You can see vibrant illustrations from games such as Shenmue, showing the artwork used for its UNIS release package. There are also charming pieces from visual novels and series like Welcome to Pia Carrot, Mui, Comic Party, and Canvas, many of which were previously featured as covers for the magazine. The campaign also includes art from Dorimaga's own columns, like depictions of Dora-chan and characters from the DC game Tora no Anna section, all rendered in fun, summery styles. The bottom of the page provides details on when the applied-for goods will be shipped, noting production begins after the application deadline. It also highlights a change in that deadline to August 31, 2001. It's a great way for fans to get their hands on unique art from their favorite titles and magazine content. This page reports on Sega's upcoming homepage renewal, scheduled for September 1st. The article highlights the increasing importance of using the internet and official websites to get the latest information, noting that Sega's site is a frequent destination for fans. The feature, presented by the Dorimaga Expedition team, details the various sections of the current Sega website, emphasizing how the renewal aims to make everything more accessible. It previews sections like event information, company details, and pages dedicated to Sega's development studios. The popular Sega BBS is also mentioned, noting its high access numbers. Information about Dreamcast games, including release schedules, is a key highlight, showing a list of upcoming titles, which is summarized here as a list of Dreamcast games. The article also touches upon the Sega Direct online store, noting its popularity and sales figures. The overall tone suggests anticipation for the renewed site, which is expected to integrate information more effectively across Sega's diverse businesses, from arcades to home games. This page continues the discussion from the previous one, featuring an interview with Mr. Fuji and Mr. Hayakawa regarding the upcoming full-scale renewal of the Sega homepage scheduled for September 1st. They explain that while attempts at renewal have been made annually, this is the first comprehensive overhaul in 5 years, aiming to better communicate Sega's intentions and make information more accessible to users. The discussion covers the current state and future vision for the site. They note popular existing features like the BBS community and the What's New section. The goal for the renewed site is to transition from just a corporate information portal to a dynamic entertainment hub that is easy for users to navigate and find desired content. This includes integrating information across all of Sega's platforms, from Dreamcast to future titles on PlayStation 2, GameCube, Xbox, PC, and mobile. Recent content additions like discussions about games such as Cul-de-Sac 2 are highlighted as examples of the type of content they plan to continue. The page also includes a recruitment section, announcing an opportunity to work at Sega as a part-time assistant for public relations activities, detailing the job requirements and location. Finally, a preview for the next issue teases a feature on the latest developments in Dreamcast online gaming. This page showcases Sega's arcade racing game, Club Kart, running on the Naomi 2 hardware. The main focus is on the revolutionary card system introduced with the game. As the title suggests, the theme is about making the experience your color and growing with your kart. The game features a card that players can use to save their progress, giving them the feeling of owning their own kart. This card allows for customization, starting with choosing the kart's color, and as players progress, they can even add official sponsor stickers to personalize their ride further. Gameplay involves progressing through 4 different classes by honing driving skills, which also results in performance upgrades for the kart saved on the card. Screenshots show the customization interface, gameplay on a European-style track, and the distinctive twin arcade cabinet setup. Club Kart was a notable arcade release in 2001, utilizing a card system to provide a persistent and evolving player experience, encouraging repeat play at game centers nationwide. This page features a major editorial project titled 3 Big Authentic Fighting Great Feature, highlighting the latest entries in 3 legendary competitive fighting game series. The striking main image is a composite featuring characters from these iconic franchises, most prominently a split face representing the rivalry between Virtua Fighter and Tekken protagonists, likely Akira Yuki and Kazuya Mishima. Smaller portraits of other characters from Dead or Alive, Virtua Fighter, and Tekken are also visible, surrounded by flames. The feature celebrates the newest titles from series that have shaped the fighting game landscape. It specifically covers the highly anticipated releases of Virtua Fighter 4 and Tekken 4. Additionally, new information is presented for Dead or Alive 3, noted here as being under development for Xbox, hinting at the expanding reach of these titles beyond their traditional platforms. The lower section details the coverage dedicated to each game. Dead or Alive 3 is teased with the latest footage and previewed on page 38. Featuring 2 female characters in combat. Virtua Fighter 4 receives extensive coverage with an extra-large 30-page strongest commentary, starting on page 44, showing a character ready for action. Tekken 4 is positioned as accessible, with first guidance OK for beginners too, on page 75, showcasing one of its characters. This page serves as a comprehensive overview for fans of the genre, promising deep dives into these powerhouse fighting games. This page delves into Dead or Alive 3, confirming its development by Team Ninja for the Xbox console. The focus here is on the game's characters, showcasing stunning portraits of 2 fighters, Hitomi and Hayate. Hitomi is introduced as a brand new character, hinting at a fresh roster for Dua 3. The text notes her combination of feminine grace and karate power, stemming from an early concept of making the entire cast new characters. Hayate returns, shrouded in his ninja attire. His profile confirms his identity as Kasumi's brother, who has regained his memory. The description emphasizes the distinct style of his Mugen Tenshin ninjutsu, and suggests paying attention to the subtle differences from his previous appearances, and how he compares to Kasumi. The article mentions that since E3, information about Dead or Alive 3 has been released, including character names and profiles, accompanied by various screenshots. The game data section confirms the title is under development by Tecmo, with the release date and price yet to be determined. The overall tone suggests excitement for the game's progress and the reveal of its roster. This page continues to showcase the upcoming Dead or Alive 3 for the Xbox, highlighting the evolution of fighting games on the new hardware. The prominent title, Fighting Games Are Alive 3, sets the stage, emphasizing the leap forward. Producer Tomonobu Itagaki shares his thoughts on bringing Dead or Alive to the Xbox, explaining how the powerful hardware allows for rich expression, appealing to the senses, and offering interactivity. He delves into the core of this evolution. The page introduces 2 new characters joining the fray. First is Brad Wong, making his debut in the series. His profile confirms he uses the Drunken Fist style, and the text piques curiosity about his reasons for participating in the tournament. The second newcomer is Christy, an assassin from England who employs the unique Snake Fist style. The article notes that Snake Fist is rarely seen in fighting games, and that Team Ninja is committed to creating it creatively while honoring the original martial art. Christy's striking appearance with her white hair and sharp eyes is highlighted, leaving her true target a mystery. A caption at the bottom confirms that Brad and Hitomi are currently playable, hinting at the game's progress and the developer's eagerness to get it into players' hands. This page continues the deep dive into Dead or Alive 3, shifting focus to the game's stages and the pursuit of realism and quality. The title emphasizes stage and the goal of creating new, detailed, beautiful, and spacious battlefields. The article highlights the varied and expansive stages, including complex multi-layered structures, lush forests aiming for natural beauty, and the return of the Anjo Castle stage, teased with screenshots showing both its striking exterior at night and hinting at battles within. Other stages shown include a dignified old Western-style building illuminated at night, and an autumn forest path with fallen leaves, suggesting dynamic environments. An interview with Team Ninja producer Tomonobu Itagaki delves into the development process. He discusses the core themes for Dua 3, expanding the battle space and maximizing interactivity within those spaces. He explains the focus on increasing the level of realism and quality, particularly in character motion. Itagaki mentions using expert martial arts practitioners for motion capture and detailing subtle movements like hair, emphasizing the commitment to achieving a high level of visual fidelity and player interaction within the diverse and detailed environments. This page delves further into Dead or Alive 3, highlighting the evolution of its game system and the philosophy behind its stage design. The core controls remain centered around a 1-lever and 3-button setup, familiar to fans, but the system is being refined with improvements for controller play and potential changes to the danger system to make it more dynamic. The developers are focused on creating stages that are not only visually beautiful, but also full of power and interactivity, aiming for a realistic yet captivating battle experience. This includes designing expansive environments, from detailed natural landscapes like forests and waterfalls, to complex structures with multiple layers and dynamic elements. The pursuit of realism goes beyond simple physics, focusing on expressive character movements and the strategic possibilities offered by the interactive stages, ensuring battles are engaging and unpredictable. The article also notes that a dedicated arcade-style joystick is being considered for release. This page continues our look at Dead or Alive 3, focusing on key areas like the game's story and character costumes. The developers acknowledge past feedback that the story was difficult to follow, and state they've made improvements to make it more understandable and enjoyable this time around. On the costume front, expect a wealth of outfits for both returning fighters like Lei Fang and Hitomi, shown here in updated designs, and the new characters. The discussion also touches upon the potential for online play, a feature previously limited by infrastructure, which is now being actively explored with industry partners. Developer Itagaki-san hints at the possibility of expanding the game's narrative elements beyond the core gameplay itself. He also mentions heading to Microsoft's headquarters to finalize technical specifications, indicating that more concrete details, possibly including a release window, might be announced by summer. Finally, the page announces the revival of the Danger Zone fan corner in the magazine, now covering Dead or Alive 3 even though it's on Xbox, as the magazine expands its focus to appealing titles regardless of platform. Fans are encouraged to submit forecasts for the game, share personal Danger Zone experiences, send in illustrations, and ask questions directly to Team Ninja. This page announces the launch of a new membership service called Sega Mobile Friends, starting on August 1, 2001. It's designed for Sega fans to connect with Sega amusement facilities using their mobile phones. The service allows members to earn points by playing at Sega locations, which can then be used to participate in special campaigns for prizes or exchanged for various advantageous services. Members will also receive the latest information on new products and events via email, can easily search for Sega amusement facilities across the country, and get exclusive coupon emails. One exciting feature highlighted is the ability to download digital content directly to your phone, including elements related to games like Virtua Fighter 4 and original Sega standby screens. A limited-time campaign is also running from August 1st to November 30th, offering chances to win prizes such as Quo cards and Sega original mobile straps, like the Monkey Ball charm shown here attached to the phone. Membership to Sega Mobile Friends is completely free, with no entry or annual fees, making it an accessible way for fans to engage more deeply with Sega's arcade scene and potentially their home console titles as well. This page dives deep into the highly anticipated arcade launch of Virtua Fighter 4, touting it as a magnificent completion and urging players to jump in now. It highlights the game's nationwide operation start in early August on the powerful Naomi 2 board, playable for 100 yen per credit. A key feature is the Virtua Fighter 4 character access card, costing 500 yen per character, which is essential for experiencing the game's full depth. The page focuses on the introduction of mysterious items in VF4. These items are primarily cosmetic, allowing players to customize their character's appearance, such as Inoue with a mask, Jackie with a bandana, and Akira with headgear. The developers clarify that these items do not affect character performance or stats, maintaining the game's core balance. Item acquisition is linked to using the character access card and interacting with the VF.net online service. VF.net, accessible via mobile phones, allows players to check their card data and receive various notifications, including news about rare item owners appearing at specific arcades. This mobile integration, previously hinted at, ties the arcade experience directly to a personal online presence. The developers discuss the challenges and enjoyment of creating VF4 compared to previous entries, emphasizing the effort put into balance and character mechanics. They specifically mention characters learning throws and the unique ring-out properties of each stage, promising a deeply replayable fighting game experience. Virtua Fighter 4 introduces significant gameplay enhancements while retaining its core fighting mechanics. The all-range move ARM system simplifies movement. Key changes include the new evade action for quick dodges and counterattacks. The Yukemi or breakfall system allows instant recovery after being knocked down, enabling quick counterattacks and preventing ground attacks. A wall system is implemented in certain stages, allowing for combo extensions and ring-out possibilities. Walls can be destructible. Screenshots showcase these new features with characters like Akira and Pei. More in-depth explanations and character guides are planned for future issues. This page introduces Lei Fei, one of the new challengers in Virtua Fighter 4. Lei Fei is presented as a master of Shaolin Kung Fu, capable of utilizing multiple stances that flow into one another. His fighting style is described as fluid, seamlessly transitioning between different postures to launch attacks. The article highlights his unique approach to combat, focusing on stance transitions as a core mechanic. Lei Fei has several distinct stances in addition to his normal stance, totaling 4. These include the Teiryu Shiki, Tonko Shiki, and Dokuritsu Shiki. The Dokuritsu Shiki, or independent stance, is particularly notable as it involves lifting one leg and automatically evading most upper, middle, and even some lower punch attacks, allowing him to wait for an opponent's opening. The Teiryu Shiki is a low stance suitable for evading and counterattacking. His style incorporates various techniques seen in different kung fu styles, including powerful attacks and evasive forward-moving techniques. The article emphasizes that while his style might seem complex, the commands are relatively simple, making it fun even for beginners. Lei Fei is designed as an exciting new character who embodies the essence of Shaolin Kung Fu in the game. Screenshots illustrate the transitions between stances and examples of his signature moves like the Senshin 2 from the independent stance. This page introduces Vanessa Lewis, one of the exciting new characters joining the fight in Virtua Fighter 4. Described as having techniques as sharp and incisive as modern weapons, Vanessa is a powerful new female fighter who overwhelms opponents with strong strikes and fluid counters. What makes Vanessa unique is her ability to switch between two distinct fighting styles, a defensive style and a Muay Thai style. The page emphasizes that players must master switching between these modes, depending on the opponent and situation. Her defensive style incorporates techniques reminiscent of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, focusing on grappling, counters, throws, and takedowns, like the Lightning Lancer. This style is key for controlling the opponent and capitalizing on their mistakes. The Muay Thai style, on the other hand, is all about fast, powerful strikes using elbows and knees. This mode allows Vanessa to quickly pressure and overpower opponents with rapid attacks, making up for the slower pace of the defensive style. Screenshots illustrate examples of her moves, including wall interactions, holds, and counterattacks, demonstrating the versatility of her two fighting modes. The page challenges the reader, asking which martial art approach they would choose when playing as Vanessa, highlighting the strategic depth her dual styles bring to Virtua Fighter 4. This page introduces Lei Fei, a brand new character in Virtua Fighter 4, a master of Shaolin Quan martial arts. Described as being able to freely transform between stances, Lei Fei overwhelms opponents with flowing, unpredictable attacks derived from his mastery of various positions. The page highlights Lei Fei's unique fighting style, emphasizing the importance of utilizing his many stances effectively. Key techniques are demonstrated, such as a fast step-in punch for rushdown, a move from his Baisoku stance ideal for guard breaks and follow-ups, and a tricky low attack sequence from the Dantora stance used for mix-ups and transitioning between stances. A developer commentary suggests that Lei Fei is a character that players are still figuring out due to his complexity and focus on stance transitions, comparing him to the unpredictable nature of Dural from previous games. The fun of playing Lei, according to the developer, comes from constantly changing stances and seeing what new possibilities emerge. The page also includes a detailed command list for all of Lei Fei's moves, outlining the button inputs and conditions, though this is a long list of data. Finally, it shows screenshots of his entrance poses and lists some of his spoken lines before the match begins. The next page dives deeper into Lei Fei's unique fighting style in Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on his ability to freely transition between stances and chain attacks. It reiterates that mastering his various stances is key to overwhelming opponents through unpredictable high-low mix-ups and fluid transitions. The page provides examples of basic combos, showcasing how Lei Fei can flow from standard punches into different stances like Fukushintai or Dokuritsu Shiki for guard breaks or further attacks. It also notes that unlike many characters, Lei Fei's primary air combos focus on bound hits on downed opponents rather than traditional launchers. While there's a lengthy command list detailing his moves, the important takeaway is highlighted in the remarks. Many moves lead to specific stance transitions. The page emphasizes that understanding these transitions is fundamental to playing Lei Fei effectively, suggesting players map them out to build powerful, intricate combos. Beyond combat, the page shows off Lei Fei's lighter 2P costume, resembling a rakan, and introduces his home stage, the temple. This 12 by 12 meter stage on a mountain features breakable elements and ring-out potential. Finally, we see his victory poses and dialogue, revealing a subtly arrogant and perhaps mischievous personality beneath the monk exterior. Vanessa Lewis, a character in Virtua Fighter 4, is a complex fighter with two distinct styles, grappling and Muay Thai. Her gameplay revolves around mastering the transitions between these styles. Key techniques include the back charge kick for distance and guard breaks, the low spin slicer for low attacks, and the lightning elbow and elbow storm for powerful Muay Thai combos. Developers describe her as two characters in one, emphasizing her strength in ground combat and the importance of style mixing. Her in-game model highlights her muscular physique, indicative of her techniques. Her confident and assertive personality is reflected in her entrance and dialogue. Success with Vanessa depends on understanding her dual fighting styles and utilizing her core moves. This guide provides a detailed breakdown of Vanessa Lewis's gameplay in Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on her defensive and Muay Thai stances. It covers essential strategies, including core attack sequences and combo examples like back knuckle storm into lightning smash, highlighting their tactical applications. An extensive move list details commands for her diverse attacks, spanning normal attacks, throws, reversals, and moves from various states. Visual aids like screenshots demonstrate combos. The page also showcases Vanessa's alternate color and her signature stage, the Harbor, with its unbreakable walls. Finally, it includes her winning poses and translated victory quotes, emphasizing her confident and competitive personality, making this a comprehensive resource for mastering Vanessa's techniques. This page continues the character guides for Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on the protagonist, Akira Yuki. He's described as a powerful offensive character who uses strong attacks to pressure opponents and break their guard, returning with new breaking techniques. The page highlights several key moves essential for mastering Akira, including his Futsu stance, which can lead to combos, his new breaking technique combining Junho Shinpo or Zanshin with a follow-up attack, the challenging Sutenho throw, and the Jiao Hushao with changed effects allowing for interesting bounce combos. The development team also offers commentary on utilizing the wall effectively with Akira for combos and mix-ups. The page includes a comprehensive command list detailing all of Akira's techniques, throws, reversals, and jump/down attacks. Finally, it showcases Akira's entrance scene and provides translations of his victory lines, reflecting his determined spirit. This page continues the deep dive into Akira Yuki in Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on his aggressive playstyle that emphasizes pushing opponents, breaking their guard, and capitalizing on openings for big damage. The game's mechanics make fast mid-attacks like Tetsuzanku more effective at pressuring opponents. The guide highlights key strategies, including reacting to a blocked Tetsuzanku with a well-timed Sutenho throw to punish the opponent, followed by a crushing blow like Muko Gasanshu for guaranteed damage. It also emphasizes the importance of ground bounce combos in VF4, particularly noting Satetsu Hugeki as a crucial move for counter hits that can lead into powerful combos like Shurahou Gasanshu or Renzokushu. While air combos are trickier, mastering ground bounces is essential for Akira. A section details various moves, including get-up attacks, providing commands and conditions for each. The commentary points out Akira's reputation as having some of the most complex command inputs, specifically for stances like Tachihakushu and Tachimuko, which require precise neutral inputs. It also touches on a new technique involving timing a P+K input after Junho Shinpo to transition into Muko Gasanshu. Finally, the page showcases Akira's home stage, the Gymnasium, noting its 12 meters by 12 meters size and ring-out points. It also presents his winning poses and iconic victory quotes, including the classic, "You're 10 years too early," and his determined call to fight stronger opponents. This page moves on to cover Jackie Bryant in Virtua Fighter 4. He's described as a practitioner of Jeet Kune Do, known for his high basic performance and consistent strength, leveraging many renewed techniques and counterattack moves in VF4, making him a character with no blind spots. The guide highlights key techniques in VF4. One is a counterattack called back knuckle after blocking a mid-punch, which can be difficult to master but is a powerful weapon. Another is the transition into heavy body from a ducking stance during slide shuffle, allowing for mix-ups and throws. The spinning kick into short slide shuffle is noted as a feint technique. Finally, the step-in low/high combination from slide shuffle is shown, hitting low, then high for a potential two-hit combo. The developer commentary mentions Jackie was always seen as a feint character, and in VF4, this aspect has been refined. His renewed striking moves make him feel like a completely new character. Techniques like the feint, step into slide shuffle, back, plus P, plus K, plus G, allow for creating distance and then closing in with strikes or feints. The page also includes a comprehensive command list table, detailing Jackie's moves and their inputs. There's also a section showcasing his appearance, winning poses, and victory quotes, including his iconic, "Come on, let's rumble," and "Bring it on." This page continues the detailed guide for Jackie Bryant in Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on observing changes and mastering psychological battles. It notes Jackie's significant renewal in VF4, with many techniques altered, emphasizing the importance of understanding his new properties, especially moves that leave him with his back turned. The guide highlights core strategies, showing an example of using the slant back knuckle, followed by slide shuffle. While slant back knuckle is powerful, it leaves an opening, so the slide shuffle is crucial for evading immediate counterattacks and setting up subsequent strikes. Another interesting point is the aerial combo, starting with beat and knuckle spin, which can lead to substantial damage after a turn attack, being described as an impressive combo unique to VF4. The page includes screenshots of Jackie fighting on his stage, the City, which is a 12 meters by 12 meters helipad with an unbreakable fence, preventing ringouts. Jackie's 2P color, a cool Black Rider style with a silver eagle graphic, is also featured. There's a comprehensive list of Jackie's moves and commands, and finally, his winning poses and quotes are shown, including classic lines and a new one asking if the opponent wants to fight again, noting the level difference. This page shifts focus to the beautiful Sarah Bryant in Virtua Fighter 4, described as the Jet Black Huntress. She's a fighter known for her flexible movements, flashy kicks, and speedy attacks that overwhelm opponents. In VF4, Sarah gains a special stance, allowing for sharper combat strategies. The guide highlights some key moves in VF4. The switch kick transitions into a flamingo stance, with minimal recovery, making it useful for quickly adopting the stance. The setup combination is surprisingly fast and can stop opponent movement or be integrated into aerial combos. Falling Angel is a powerful throw that slams the opponent down, effective for changing the pace. Guard Crush Sword, performed from the flamingo stance, is slightly slow but breaks guards and forces opponents into a guarding state, useful against standing guarders. According to the analysis, Sarah was previously a character with many mid-level attacks that were relatively easy to use. However, in VF4, the addition of the new stance and techniques emerging from it significantly expands her offensive and defensive options. This makes her a more strategic character, capable of various approaches. The page also features a comprehensive command list for Sarah's moves, and showcases her entrance scenes and quotes. Her quotes include classic lines like, "Come on, let's begin," and "Here I come," along with a new one asking if the opponent will take it easy on her. The next page continues the detailed guide for Sarah Bryant in Virtua Fighter 4, shifting focus to combining combat styles for maximum effectiveness. It highlights the strength gained by integrating the traditional approach of using mid-level attacks and float techniques with the strategic options provided by her new flamingo stance from VF4. The guide touches on specific moves from the stance, like kicks that can break standing guard, and evasive techniques. It presents examples of basic combat sequences, such as using a quick kick to transition into the flamingo stance, and then using evasive counters. It also shows an aerial combo, starting with a rising elbow on a crouching opponent, following up with double joint butt to launch them, and finishing with a somersault kick, or combo somersault. While acknowledging Sarah is easy for beginners, a special note warns players about the input for the somersault kick, which can accidentally result in an evade if not timed correctly. The page also features supplementary information, showing Sarah's bright pink 2P costume alternative to her standard black suit. It describes her home stage, the Coliseum from Virtua Fighter 2, noting its 12 meters by 12 meters size, breakable fences, and ring-out potential due to its destructible walls. Finally, it lists Sarah's winning poses and her victory quotes, including the classic "Yahoo! Maybe I should pull back a little," and a new taunting line, "Even good guys blow it," laughs. This page dives into the legendary Lao Chan from Virtua Fighter 4, hailed as the invincible legend and master of the Roaring Tiger Swallow Fist, known for his overwhelming palm attacks and ability to shut down opponents' offense while setting up aerial combos. Lasso remains a formidable force in VF4. The guide highlights several key moves, including the slanted palm, now a high attack that is crucial for starting combos, the somersault elbow used for power building and close-range counters, the evasive swallow palm which allows for low stances, and the somersault piercing fist, a ducking elbow attack that dodges high attacks. Developer commentary notes that, while Lao is still fundamentally an aggressive character, his spinning kicks have become more significant in VF4, offering varied offense. Despite the slanted palm's change, his relentless pressure style is intact, meaning simply avoiding his attacks isn't enough. Players need to master mixing up techniques and timings. The page also showcases Latu's confident and condescending personality through his entrance poses and victory dialogue, especially towards younger fighters. It provides a comprehensive move list, though too extensive to detail here, covering his various strikes, throws, and ground attacks, confirming his deep technical repertoire in the game. This page continues the deep dive into Lao Chan in Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on how his fighting style remains effective despite changes. The guide emphasizes that while his core strategy involves evasive attacks, the significant change to his key move, the slanted palm, now being a high attack, initially seems like a weakening but proves otherwise in practice. The basic strategy revolves around using fast moves like the Phoenix Spear Palm for pressure, utilizing a ducking dash to close distance, and setting up the slanted palm as a counter hit to launch opponents into air combos. While air combos themselves are still effective after a slanted palm launch, Lao in VF4 also gains options to transition from ground hits like the Willow Hand Hanging Drop or Tiger Mountain Palm into wall-bound ground combos that can then lead to air combos. The page includes a detailed list of Lao's techniques and their commands, outlining his extensive moveset. It also describes Lao's stage, the Great Wall, noting its 14 meters by 14 meters size and the danger of ring-outs due to the lack of fences. Lao's confident and somewhat arrogant personality is further highlighted through his winning poses and victory dialogue, where he taunts opponents, reinforcing his status as a formidable force. A significant remark notes that among his new techniques, the standing slanted palm from a neutral input is a highly anticipated addition, confirming its importance in his VF4 arsenal. This page dives into the character Pai Chan in Virtua Fighter 4, introduced as a master of the pure Yan King Quan fighting style. Known for her incredibly fast movements, Pai's image of overwhelming opponents is reinforced in VF4, where she has gained many techniques to evade attacks while launching her own. The guide showcases Pai's default costume, noting it carries on her look from Virtua Fighter 2, with added embroidery details on her back and chest. A commentary from the development team highlights that Pai has changed significantly, becoming more talkative and gaining new combo options from stances like Meishinyo, evasive step. Key techniques are featured, including the Meishinyo Ryu Hyo Shoda, which allows for distance evasion and variable sequential attacks, transitioning into a ducking stance. The golden pheasant from her ducking stance is detailed as a useful counter to low attacks that can lead to air combos. The Joho Ryo Sho is noted for its high parry capability, ideal against unpredictable opponents, while the Cloud Hand is introduced as a new high punch reversal, a move previously absent for Pei, which always puts her in an advantageous position after a successful parry. The page includes a comprehensive command list, detailing all of Pai's techniques. Her personality is further highlighted through screenshots of her entry and victory scenes, featuring her fluid movements and dialogue, which includes both confident greetings and more humorous moments. This page continues the deep dive into Pai Chan in Virtua Fighter 4, emphasizing her newfound fluidity and strategic depth. Pai, who previously saw fewer changes than other characters, is highlighted as significantly evolved in this installment, gaining potent evasion and counterattack options like Hisoken, Secret Ancestor Fist, Meishinyo, Evasive Step, and Pu Tui, Crouching Leg. The guide outlines her basic strategy, focusing on the crucial balance between aggressive combos and strategic retreat, using Meishinyo to control distance. Evading with Meishinyo before countering with moves like P or K plus G is specifically recommended. The page also details her air combo potential, singling out moves like Rien 2, Inner Garden Strike, and Ensei Soha, Swallow Azure Twin Break, as key initiators, with the latter being a valuable counter hit leading into substantial damage. A comprehensive table provides a detailed command list for all of Pei's techniques, covering everything from basic attacks and throws to intricate reversals, jump attacks, and wake-up options. The page also showcases Payne's alternative 2P color costume, described as contrasting the one-piece cool blue with pink and red elements. Her home stage, the aquarium, is described as a unique 10 meters x 10 meters ring within a massive aquarium, notably featuring high, unbreakable fences and a steel net covering the ring, preventing ringouts. Finally, Pai's winning poses and victory lines are presented, featuring confident and slightly taunting remarks like, "You lack kung fu," and "You haven't changed at all, have you?" This page focuses on Wolf Hawkfield in Virtua Fighter 4, highlighting his evolution. The lone wolf now boasts significant changes, particularly in his ability to initiate grabs from a greater distance. Several key moves are showcased, including the improved rolling sobat, the powerful big bridge bomb, the enhanced body blow combo, and the strike-ignoring Rusui tackle. Developers emphasized the expansion of his throw game, creating a strong suction effect. Adjustments to throw ranges and previously underutilized moves have been made. Beyond gameplay, the page details Wolf's character model, entrance poses, and victory lines, hinting at a shift towards a more talkative, challenging persona, possibly inspired by professional wrestling. A full command list is also provided. This page continues the focus on Wolf Hawkfield in Virtua Fighter 4, detailing his significant evolution, particularly his newfound strength as a throw-focused character. The headline highlights the impact of his new low punch cut and enhanced grab options. Wolf is described as a throw-centric fighter, who can now initiate grabs from mid-range, thanks to additions like the low punch cut, which also helps counter low attacks. The page illustrates basic tactics and combos with screenshot sequences, showing examples like the low smash into low punch cut and elbow butt, and an air combo sequence, starting with knee blast into low hammer and road dropkick. A comprehensive move list table is summarized, covering his throws, counter moves, jump attacks, attacks against downed opponents, back attacks, and attacks used when standing up. A special throw combo, the tomahawk chop into flying mayor, is also mentioned as a key tactic. The page also features Wolf's alternative 2P costume, a striking Native American-inspired design. His stage is introduced as the arena, a compact 10 by 10 meter underground fighting pit with high fences and no ringouts, designed to keep the action close. Finally, Wolf's winning poses and victory dialogue are shown, including classic lines like, "Let's fight again," and the boastful, wrestling-esque, "Did you feel the real power? Go back to school." This page shifts the focus to the legendary pancratist, Jeffrey McWild, continuing the in-depth look at Virtua Fighter 4. Jeffrey is presented as a powerful heavyweight, known for his strong strikes, and the iconic Splash Mountain finisher, noted for his balanced offense incorporating both strikes and throws. The page includes a developer's commentary, highlighting Jeffrey's evolution in Virtua Fighter 4, particularly the increased variety in his throw situations, thanks to the new Tsukami, or grab system. They specifically recommend his new heel axe move for its utility. After connecting, several key techniques for Jeffrey are spotlighted, including his threat stance transitioning into a counter kick, a damaging head attack, a close-range knee smash that leads to a modified throw, and a heavy back-knuckle combo ending in the stomach destroyer. These moves showcase his versatile offensive options. A comprehensive command list, detailing all of Jeffrey's techniques and their inputs, is also included on the page. Finally, Jeffrey's dramatic entrance poses are shown alongside some of his classic in-game dialogue, such as, hey, come on," and "Woo!" This page continues the deep dive into Jeffrey McWild in Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on how to utilize his power for dynamic fights. The main point is that while his command list might not look drastically different, the effect of his hits and throws has significantly changed, making counter hits and strategic grappling key. It highlights moves like the middle hell stomp, which leaves opponents crumpled on counter hit, leading to new opportunities. The page demonstrates a basic combo sequence starting with dash elbow into middle hell stomp and ending with a crouch throw, showing how to use the opponent's crumpled state. An aerial combo example is also provided, starting with a knee attack, followed by a series of powerful punches. The page includes a comprehensive list detailing Jeffrey's numerous moves, their command inputs, conditions, and notes, covering everything from basic strikes and throws to ground attacks, jump attacks, back attacks, and wall techniques. Character details continue with a look at Jeffrey's vibrant 2P color outfit and information about his home stage, island, Lonely Island, noting its 14 by 14 meter size and the unique visual effect of footprints in the sand. Finally, Jeffrey's winning poses are displayed alongside his triumphant English dialogue lines, such as, "I'm the winner," and "Gahaha, I'm the winner." A note at the bottom discusses input nuances for some of his complex commands. This page shifts focus to Kagamaru in Virtua Fighter 4, presented as the modern reviving ninja and subject of the Ultimate Character Guide. It highlights how Cage has evolved significantly in VF4, offering more tricky movements than ever before, particularly utilizing his unique stances like the Juji Kamae. The developer commentary mentions Cage's new stances, and the tricky moves derived from them are fun to use, noting that while Cage is a bit reserved, he embodies the ninja spirit. He's become strong in various ways beyond just flashiness. Key pickup moves are demonstrated with screenshots. These include a KKK string that transitions into a back-facing stance and has a guard-breaking first hit, a Juji Kamae move that offers a quick jump to evade low attacks and counter, a P plus cake attack useful against guarding opponents despite its slow start, and a throw that can be executed right after recovering from being hit, which is described as almost guaranteed against a cautious opponent. The page also showcases Cage's characteristic blue 1P color outfit, his entry scene screenshots, and lists his short, impactful entry lines like, "Shoo, I'm unstoppable." A comprehensive table lists Cage's full command list, covering a wide range of strikes, throws, and special techniques available from his stances and various situations. This page continues the focus on Kagamaru in Virtua Fighter 4, describing him as the modern reviving ninja and detailing his advanced techniques. It highlights Cage's significant evolution in VF4, incorporating tricky ninja-style moves beyond basic strikes, especially through his new Juji Kamae stance. This stance allows for smooth transitions and enables derived techniques that effectively pressure opponents, making him versatile and fun to play. Example sequences illustrate Cage's combat style, including a basic combo that transitions into Juji Kamae for powerful follow-ups designed to shut down easy counterattacks. An air combo starting with his signature Juji Enraku is also presented, noting the adjusted timing needed for linking moves like the returning Ukibusu. The page includes a detailed command list covering Cage's full range of strikes, throws, and special moves from different stances and situations. It also showcases his alternative black 2P color outfit and details his beautiful garden stage, known for its atmospheric autumn leaves effect. Cage's winning poses are shown, accompanied by his impactful victory lines such as, "Training is complete," and "Ninja, unrivaled under heaven, I have no equal." This page shifts the focus in Virtua Fighter 4 to Lion Rafale, highlighting how his praying mantis fist style has become even sharper. He's presented as a student from France, known for his speedy, precise attacks that target openings and can grapple opponents. His quick movements and ability to chip away at the opponent make him a solid choice for those looking to dominate. The page picks up on key techniques in VF4, like the Rensan Ban Chu chain attack, which can be stopped mid-sequence to bait counters, and Ryusei Kujutsu, a slow but versatile attack useful in disadvantageous situations. Zensu Tenshin Kyaku is shown as a sliding kick useful from mid-range, and Kuju Teitei is described as a reliable mid-level attack to stop the opponent's actions. Looking at how Lion has evolved in VF4, the review notes he's a complex character, but is now effective at both long and close range. He has a new throw that pulls the opponent in for follow-ups, and can leverage various stances for advantageous positions. It's stated that Lion truly shines when used by a skilled player. The page also features his standard 1P color outfit and shows his victory poses alongside his lines, which include confidence statements like, "Come on! The show's gonna begin right now!" and "I don't make allowances for old men." There's also a command list detailing his full moveset, but it's extensive. This review focuses on Lion Rafale in Virtua Fighter 4, emphasizing his improved movement speed and offensive capabilities. His updated moveset allows for stance changes, keeping opponents off balance and creating more aggressive options. The basic strategy section details effective chain combos, including mid-attacks that hit crouching opponents, followed by stance changes, and varied follow-ups. Lion's lack of traditional pop-up moves is offset by powerful slams, leading to ground attacks or knockdowns. His 2P color outfit is described as stylish, and the accompanying castle stage features impressive real-time snow effects. Lion's winning poses and quotes reflect his confident personality. A key tip is offered for players struggling with specific commands. Holding the directional input after pressing P+K simplifies execution. This page dives into the details of Shundai in Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on his unique drunken fist style where his strength increases the more he drinks. He's described as an evasive character who excels at turning defensive maneuvers into offensive opportunities, knocking opponents down. The guide highlights key techniques like the twin moon palms, a staple move for starting combos, and the dragon tail kick, which now allows for air combos after hitting. A notable addition is the horizontal sleep drinking stance, where Shun can lie down and drink multiple times, getting drunk directly from this position. A developer comment mentions that Virtua Fighter 4 offers more situations for Shun to drink and get drunk, leading to more varied and perhaps strange moves, emphasizing the fun of flowing between stances. The page also includes screenshots of his entrance and winning poses, along with his dialogue. Finally, there's a comprehensive list detailing all of Shun's moves, their commands, and any specific conditions like the required level of drunkenness. This guide explores the strategic depth of Shundai in Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on his drunken master fighting style. The core strategy revolves around maintaining Shun's drunken state, as it significantly boosts his power. New to this game, being knocked down now slightly sober him up, requiring players to actively manage his inebriation. The guide details specific techniques, including how to utilize his unique drunken master stance to evade attacks and counter based on opponent's attack type. Air combos have evolved, allowing for mid-combo drinking and follow-up attacks. Additionally, the guide presents Shun's alternative costume, his serene cave stage, a 12 by 12 meter arena, and his winning poses and dialogue, all reflecting his mastery of the drunken style. A comprehensive move list is included, providing detailed commands and conditions for each technique. This page delves into the techniques of Akoi Umeno Koji in Virtua Fighter 4, highlighting her mastery of Aki Jujutsu. Presented as a character for intermediate players, her strength in this iteration lies in greatly enhanced receiving and parrying techniques, centered around the new Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang stance. The guide explains how this stance allows for powerful evasion and counters against various attacks. Several key techniques are showcased, such as transitioning into the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang stance for evasive movement, the Shin Crusher low attack, and block and counter moves like the high kick block to water moon thrust, or the simple high strike block. The developers emphasize that Aoi's ability to evade and parry, Inashi, is significantly improved in VF4, making her a formidable defensive fighter who can turn her opponent's offense against them. The page also includes a look at Ahioi's appearance sequence and her determined entrance dialogue, reflecting her readiness for battle. Finally, a comprehensive list of all her moves with their commands is presented, detailing the vast array of techniques available to her. This page continues the deep dive into Ayoi Umeno Koji in Virtua Fighter 4, focusing on her signature style of evading and countering attacks, likened to flowing water. Key to her strategy is the new Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang stance, which facilitates superior defensive maneuvers and transitions into offense. The page provides examples of her basic combos and counter sequences, illustrating how she nullifies opponent reactions and follows up on counter hits, such as with the Sode Shinken. Her 2P costume is featured, designed for ease of movement. We also see her stage, the Shrine, noting its 14 by 14 meter size and the unique fighting area on a narrow Noth stage, which, contrary to an initial graphic, does allow for ring-outs and requires careful play. Finally, her winning poses and confident dialogue are shown, reflecting her mastery. A comprehensive list of her moves is also included, detailing commands and effects. This page dives into the pachinko simulation game Hisatsu Shigatonin for the Dreamcast. Based on the popular Japanese historical drama series featuring the Deadly Assassins, the main visual showcases the game's pachinko machine interface, dominated by a large central display, and features the likenesses of 3 key actors from the show looming above. The game includes various modes to simulate the pachinko experience, such as strategy mode for deep gameplay analysis and simulation, ranking mode for competing against others online for high scores, and an appreciation mode to rewatch key game sequences and promotional videos. A notable feature is the online tournament participation mode, where players can compete for prizes, including travel vouchers. The game aims to recreate the authentic atmosphere of a pachinko hall right in your home. Developed by Hackberry, this title offers fans of the series and pachinko enthusiasts a digital rendition of the popular Hisatsu Shigatonen machine. This page provides a first guidance for new Tekken 4 players. Produced by Dorimaga, it highlights key features of the upcoming arcade title, which is noted to be starting operations soon, with a national tournament planned for September. The article focuses on two major points. The first is the construction of real space, moving away from the traditional infinite fighting field. Tekken 4 introduces stages with walls, obstacles, and even variations in ground height, creating a more realistic environment. Players can freely select stages, each with different layouts and height differences, influencing combat strategy. The second point discusses the resulting positioning tactics. Walls and terrain height are not just obstacles but actively influence the flow of battle. New movement options like horizontal sidestepping and techniques to forcefully change an opponent's position become crucial. The screenshots demonstrate mechanics like wall combos and movement around obstacles. The article also mentions changes to how attacks land based on terrain elevation. Finally, it touches upon new techniques introduced, highlighting Yoshimitsu's unique ability to copy his opponent's moves. Characters shown in screenshots include Marduk, King, Xiaoyu, Law, Yoshimitsu, and Kazuya. This Tekken 4 page focuses on Kazuya Mishima, the character seeking revenge. It details his background and distinct appearance. The developers introduced a new stun combo system, allowing Kazuya's devil uppercut to stun opponents for extended combos, unlike previous games. His Mishima-style fighting karate is described as a powerful close-range combat style. The page showcases his key moves with input commands, including a body blow combo and the Wind God Step, a unique movement to evade attacks. The guide also explains the basic battle rules, highlighting the focus on depleting the opponent's health for victory, with no ring-outs. It also mentions the addition of character entrance scenes, round-ending animations, voiced victory lines, and Kazuya's victory pose. This page features Paul Phoenix in Tekken 4, presented as a character aiming to be the martial arts universe champions. The developers note his design caters to both beginners and advanced players, highlighting a new hairstyle available for his 2P color. Paul's fighting style is described as aggressively simple and powerful, focused on single, strong hits to push opponents back, embodying a wild rush spirit. The guide checks his signature techniques, including the Rising Phoenix, a difficult command move that, if timed correctly after the first hit or guard, can lead to continuous hits. Another key move is the Demo Man, a judo and Chinese martial arts-based attack, effective for hitting while evading. The page emphasizes that mastering techniques requiring precise input timing offers significant benefits. A basic guide to controls is provided, explaining that the lever controls movement, and the 4 face buttons correspond to attacks, allowing for various move combinations. Standard movements like walking, stepping, crouching, and jumping are outlined, along with a list of some of Paul's special moves and their inputs. This page introduces Martial Law, the reviving legendary dragon, in Tekken 4. His fighting style, described as simple yet potent, hides sudden, devastating attacks among straightforward commands, utilizing numerous somersaults and transitions between stances. A notable move is his somersault, inherited from his father, which can now push opponents back even when they are guarding. Key techniques highlighted include the 1-2 knee, a stable combo starter from a 1-2 punch that prevents knockdown and allows for follow-up attacks. Also featured is the Charge Dragon stance, from which the powerful charge knuckle can be launched, capable of sending opponents flying. The guide provides inputs for these and other techniques, like Dragon Fist Combination and Dragon Cannon. Beyond strikes, Law is shown to have effective throws, such as the Dragon Knee, which slams the opponent, allowing for further attacks despite modest initial damage. The page also includes a basic guide to Tekken's command inputs, covering standard lever and button combinations, as well as unique methods like, while standing, releasing the lever from crouch, and slide input, tapping buttons quickly, emphasizing their importance across the character roster. It also explains how the game recognizes simultaneous button presses, by allowing one button to be held while the other is pressed. This page presents Xiling Xiaoyu, described as a high school girl who dances lightly, as she appears in Tekken 4. The developers comment on her more mature look and the addition of more combination attacks and back-turned moves, highlighting the anticipation for her grown-up character. Xiao Yu's fighting style is noted for compensating for a lack of raw power with agility and tricky evasive maneuvers, particularly utilizing her low stance and transitions to avoid high attacks. Featured techniques include the Sparrow continuous turning body wall palm, a multi-part attack beginning from a straight punch, and the soaring leg mid-air turning kick, a jump attack that allows for a retreat if the opponent blocks. The page emphasizes the versatility of her Phoenix stance, which she can transition into from various states, including crouching, enabling a wide array of attack continuations. There is also a fundamental guide explaining the relationship between strikes and guards in Tekken 4, detailing how different attack levels affect standing and crouching blocks, and noting similarities to the system used in Virtua Fighter. This page features Steve Fox from Tekken 4, introduced as the Flash of the Fist Prince. Developed by Namco, Steve is presented as a unique boxer who is adept at both infighting and outfighting, possessing varied punches and nimble footwork. His fighting style is purely boxing, relying almost entirely on punches for attacks, but he's skilled enough to handle both close-range and long-range combat. His movements are described as beautiful, and his overall character enjoyable to play. Highlighted techniques include the British Edge combo, a multi-hit sequence, and the weaving moves, left and right, which are evasive maneuvers used while in motion, effective for dodging high attacks. A unique move noted is a foot stomp, incorporated by Steve despite being forbidden in real boxing. The page also includes a basic guide on executing and escaping throws in Tekken 4, mentioning the standard command input and techniques like the crouch throw and down throw. This page features Christy Montero from Tekken 4, described as the capoeira girl who doesn't stop. She is introduced as the granddaughter of the legendary capoeira master, inheriting her style through Eddie Gordo from the previous game. Christy's fighting style is characterized by fluid, non-stop attacks that chain together seamlessly, often appearing like a dance. The developers at Namco highlight her unique seated and inverted stances as key features, with easy transitions and improved responsiveness. They also mention an interesting anecdote, that the initial concept for the capoeira character in Tekken 3 was actually a female like Christy. The guide showcases some of Christy's signature moves and techniques, emphasizing the dynamic and acrobatic nature of capoeira, primarily relying on powerful kicks. Examples include specific combos and transitional moves like combo Jirol and reversao, demonstrating how to chain attacks and stances. Additionally, the page provides a basic guide on recovery from knockdown, explaining that maintaining offense is possible even when grounded. It lists various options for getting back on your feet, such as sidestepping, rolling, quick recovery, and using wake-up attacks like kicks. The key is choosing the right option based on the opponent's actions to avoid further damage. This page dives deep into the brute force that is Craig Marduk from Tekken 4. Introduced as a new character, he's described by the developers at Namco as a powerful, violent mixed martial artist, embodying Veil Tudo, the anything goes style. His massive size grants him impressive reach and devastating power, ideal for grabbing, striking, and throwing opponents. A key aspect of Marduk's fighting style highlighted here is his proficiency in ground combat, particularly from the mount position, which is noted as being distinct from previous Tekken characters. The page showcases some of his brutal techniques, including the alligator, which combines an elbow and knee, and his crouching style, which allows for low tackles leading into ground offense. His attacks from the mount position are essential for applying pressure and finishing opponents. Additionally, the page includes a basic guide on ground recovery, explaining how to perform a tech roll just before hitting the ground to quickly recover and evade follow-up attacks. It also details simple ground rolls forward or backward by pressing punch or kick buttons upon knockdown, essential options for survival when grounded. A list of some of his key moves and their inputs is also presented. Marduk is depicted as a formidable fighter whose sheer power and ground game make him a unique and threatening presence in Tekken 4. In Tekken 4, King receives significant upgrades, showcasing him as a powerful pro wrestler. Namco emphasizes enhancements to his throws and strikes, particularly the increased damage of his giant swing near walls. King's fighting style combines strong strikes, lucha libre moves, and devastating throws. Key techniques include the Shadow Lariat, which becomes unguardable with repeated input, the Jaguar Straight for closing distance, and the Jail Kick, leading to a DDT on counterhit. The page also highlights the importance of the low parry, a universal technique to deflect low attacks, creating counterattack opportunities. King's evolution in Tekken 4 solidifies his status as a dominant, well-rounded fighter with a diverse arsenal. This page focuses on Huo Trang in Tekken 4, highlighting his evolution and signature fighting style centered around powerful leg techniques and his unique flamingo stance. The article emphasizes that Namco has refined his footwork and enhanced the freedom of movement from his raised leg stance, allowing for a more technical gameplay approach. Huo Rang's fighting is built around the flamingo stance, which serves as a key pivot for quickly transitioning into attacks. Whether in his left or right stance, maintaining awareness of the flamingo position is crucial for unleashing diverse attack chains and keeping opponents pressured. The guide details several of his core moves, including low attacks that lead into high kicks, quick combos that transition into the left flamingo stance, and specific techniques like the escape kick for creating distance and the pushing move for controlling opponents. The ability to smoothly chain techniques from the flamingo stance is presented as a key advantage. The article also provides a basic guide on special hit properties in Tekken 4, explaining counter hits, hitting an opponent during their attack, and clean hits, hitting an opponent at close range. Both types increase damage, and certain moves gain additional effects like stunning or launching on counter or clean hit, though the specific outcome depends on the move. An important tip highlighted is that activating Huo Rang's heat state guarantees the next move will be a counter hit, a fundamental piece of knowledge for players. This page is dedicated to the bizarre and unpredictable Yoshimitsu in Tekken 4. True to his nature, his appearance is odd, and his techniques are equally unconventional. The article notes that his fighting style incorporates strange moves like flying with his back wings, disappearing into the ground while in a cross-legged stance, and even standing on his sword. His moves aren't just for show. The page highlights techniques like unguardable attacks and guard-breaking moves, reflecting his unique world and unwavering will to fight. The guide breaks down some key Yoshimitsu techniques. The sword split is an unguardable attack disguised as a less damaging move, requiring precise timing and distance. The Thousand Crane Spin utilizes his cross-legged meditation stance, allowing him to recover a small amount of health before disappearing and striking. The cross-legged stance itself is a core part of his moveset, enabling various actions and transitions. Another section provides a general tip for Tekken 4 players: how to recover from specific crumple stuns. When hit by certain moves, characters enter a crumpled state holding their stomach, making them vulnerable. The guide explains that quickly inputting the forward direction on the lever during this state allows for recovery, transitioning back to a normal stance. This is a fundamental defensive technique to avoid follow-up attacks, although some crumples, like the one from Kazuya's demon uppercut on a clean hit, are exceptions and cannot be recovered from. This page features two game guide announcements. At the top is a guide for Sonic Adventure 2, titled The Hero/Dark Manual. It covers both the Hero and Dark storylines, provides detailed walkthroughs for all 30 stages, reveals the locations of hidden level-up items, outlines the conditions for achieving rank A, details the animals found in stages, explains how to obtain all 180 emblems, and offers tips on raising your KO. This guide is presented as an A5-sized book, 160 pages long, and priced at 1,400 yen, and is currently on sale now. Below that are two guides for Dabituku 2, a horse racing simulation game. The first is the Dabituku 2 Perfect Guide, a comprehensive strategy guide intended even for players new to the series. It includes complete horse data and covers system explanations, breeding, and racing strategies. This guide is a 5-size, 384 pages, with a preliminary price of 2,400 yen, and is scheduled for release in early August. The second is the Dabituku 2 Strategy X Fanbook, described as the ultimate book created by the Dorimaga staff. It includes developer comments and recommendations for network competitions. This fanbook is also a 5-size, but the page count and price are yet to be decided, with a planned release in early September. The bottom section provides contact information for SoftBank Publishing, the publisher of these guides, including their website, and details about a free shipping campaign. Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast is set for release on August 30th. This version boasts visual improvements and added content, including new movie events, attack animations, and the introduction of units like Gaybreaker. It previews scenarios from episodes 18 to 27, featuring 23 scenarios with route splits. Enemy abilities and Spirit Command effects have been refined. The game is priced at 7,800 yen. The article provides a synopsis of the game's story, focusing on the conflict between Spacenoids and the Earth Federation, the rise of the Titans, and the arrival of mysterious aliens. Bright Noah's London Bell unit is formed to fight for peace. Producer Terada apologizes for a release delay, explaining it was needed for debugging and quality assurance, and aims for the August 30th release. The page is highlighted by key artwork, including units like the God Gundam and V Gundam. This page continues the look at Super Robot Wars Alpha as it heads towards its August 30th release. The article highlights the Super Robot path of the game's branching story, focusing on key power-ups and new units. Episode 18 covers a critical moment for Mazinger Z, detailing how Koji Kabuto must obtain the Jet Scrander to overcome disadvantage against flying foes. Screenshots show Mazinger Z preparing for flight and in action with the new equipment. Episode 19 features the dramatic introduction of Getter Robo-Gi. The scenario description hints at a major event involving Musashi and the formation of the new Getter team, before showcasing the powerful Getter Robo-Gi and its signature Shine Spark attack. A special feature section draws attention to the game's original mechs, the Dragon Machine and Tiger Machine. These unique units appear as formidable enemies and are depicted with impressive movie cutscenes, emphasizing their importance as key elements within the game's narrative. The page features artwork and screenshots of these intriguing original designs. The next page continues the exploration of Super Robot Wars Alpha's mid-game highlights, this time focusing on the Real Robot and common story paths. The Real Robot route features Episode 18, titled Zeta's Pulse, marking the crucial appearance of the Z Gundam piloted by Camille Bidan. The scenario also introduces Rosamia Badam, an artificially enhanced human. Episode 19, Second Direct Confrontation, brings Hiro Yui and his Wing Gundam into the mix in Tokyo 3, clashing with Titan's forces who are demanding the Evangelions from Nerve. Shinji Ikari is caught in the battle, and the player's choices here can determine if Hiro becomes an ally. A general note highlights that enemies in the Dreamcast version have slightly increased HP and attack power compared to the PlayStation release. The common route covers Episode 20, Decisive Battle, Tokyo 3, where the team faces the powerful Fifth Angel, Ramiel. After EVA Unit 01's initial attempt fails, a long-range sniper plan is proposed, but the sudden arrival of Zine Sazabi's forces necessitates diverting attention to defeat them first. This episode also recreates the iconic scene where Rei Ayanami's EVA Unit 00 shields Shinji's Unit 01 from Ramiel's attack. Finally, the page shows that from this point forward, the story branches into three distinct paths: the Byston Well arc, the Ground arc, and the Space arc, directing players to subsequent pages for details on each. The Byston Well route in Super Robot Wars Alpha sees the Argama team pulled into the world of Aura Battler Dunbine. Initially aided by Lord Drake Luft, they soon realize his conquest goals and join forces with Shozama, Marvel Frozen, and Ciela Labana. The Argama team faces Drake's forces, with Episode 21 showcasing the initial conflict and the Argama's transport. Episode 22 focuses on breaking through enemy lines led by Todd Guinness and Galeria NY. Gameplay improvements include the Pep-Up command now boosting the will of all adjacent allies, enhancing its usefulness. Furthermore, from Episode 24, a powerful twin aura/combined attack becomes available, performed by Dunbine and Bilbine, featuring impressive visuals and effectiveness against bosses. The attack's availability depends on unit positioning and will levels. Super Robot Wars Alpha, on Dreamcast's Byston Well route, features intense mid-game action. Episode 23, Queen of the Na Country, involves Sho encountering Queen Ciela Labana and her Grangaran, battling Drake's forces. Sho receives the powerful Bilbine, showcasing its Hyper Aura /. Episode 24, Aura Road, depicts the Argama team defending against enemies while awaiting Sho. A battle with Galeria's Bastol opens in Aura Road, pulling Sho and Galeria away. The latter half of Episode 24, Above Tokyo, finds them on Earth, in Tokyo, battling mechanical beasts. Mazinger and Getter, already on Earth, join the fight, creating an alliance. The story progresses to Episode 26 after this dramatic shift. Quote, the Super Robot Wars Alpha Earth route on the Dreamcast is packed with highlights. Episode 21 features the awakening of Dankuga, the Super Beast Machine God. Players face a critical choice to determine if they confront only Arrogators or also Boazanian forces, impacting the story's direction. Episode 22 introduces Voltes V, who saves Combatler V with its Verslash attack. Episode 23 culminates in a battle at the Photon Power Laboratory, where Mazinger Z struggles until the arrival of Great Mazinger to fight the Great General of Darkness. The text notes subtle dialogue changes in the Dreamcast version, appealing to dedicated fans. This section showcases the intense battles and robot introductions of the Earthroot's mid to late game. This page continues the deep dive into the mid-game of Super Robot Wars Alpha on Dreamcast, highlighting crucial episodes and gameplay changes. Episode 24, titled Voltes vs Revival, focuses on Combattler V and Voltes versus facing a difficult situation where their powerful combination attacks are sealed, forcing them to fight separately against the Boazanians. Preparations for further upgrades are underway, but the sudden appearance of Boazanians disrupts the process, leaving one team vulnerable. There's a note drawing attention to potential changes in the levels at which characters learn spirit commands, suggesting subtle tweaks to character abilities in the Dreamcast version. Episode 25, Sharkin's Demonic Battle, details Sharkin's final confrontation, setting the stage for a decisive battle in Tokyo. Raideen and Great Mazinger rush to support the fight against the Mylaikine Empire and the forces allied with Sharkin. This section teases a dramatic climax for Sharkin's storyline. A major highlight discussed is Dankuga. The article posits that Dankuga might be the strongest unit in the Dreamcast version, specifically noting that its ultimate attack, the Dankuga Ken, is available immediately upon combining, unlike previous versions where it required full upgrades. This early access to such a powerful move makes Dankuga exceptionally potent in the mid-game and against bosses. The article also mentions the powerful combination attack available when all four machines enter aggressive mode. The page sets up the next section, hinting at Episode 26, Red Evangelion. This page continues our look at the mid-game of Super Robot Wars Alpha, shifting focus to the space route and some classic Super Robot powerhouses. Following the pursuit of Gato's GPO-2, new Gundam units like ZZ Gundam and Gundam F91 join the fray alongside new type pilots such as Judao and Seabook. Episode 21, Hong Kong City, details the Lean Horse Jr. team's stop in Hong Kong before heading to space. Here, Camille meets 4 Murasame, leading to a fateful confrontation with the giant Psycho Gundam piloted by 4. The team receives aid from the all-female Shuraku team during this chaotic battle. Episode 22, titled Gundam to the Sea of Stars, sees the team training in space when they're ambushed by Sima Garahouse fleet. Despite reinforcements arriving, Ku Uraki is forced to sortie in the Landus GP-01, which struggles in the Zerog environment and is easily outmaneuvered by Sima's Gelgoog M. The page also highlights the devastating combination attacks available to the Super Electromagnetic Combo, Combattler V and Voltes versus. One such technique is the Super Electromagnetic Smash, where they simultaneously launch their signature yo-yo and top attacks, promising incredible destructive power against enemies. These powerful techniques are invaluable additions to your arsenal as the game progresses. The space route mid-game of Super Robot Wars Alpha features pivotal episodes. Episode 23, Double Zeta Activation, sees Judao acquire the ZZ Gundam and demonstrate exceptional new type piloting skills. Episode 24, Nightmare of Solomon, revisits the battle with Annabelle Gato, culminating in the devastating nuclear destruction of Solomon, fueling Ku Uraki's rage. Episode 25, Crossbone Vanguard, introduces Seabook Arno and the Gundam F91. The page clarifies the Vesper weapon notation. Finally, the Super Electromagnetic Spin Verslash, a powerful combination attack from Combattler V and Voltes V, is highlighted as a key strategy against challenging bosses. Super Robot Wars Alpha's common route resumes with Episode 26, introducing Asuka and Evangelion Unit 02. London Bell, tasked by Nerve to recover Unit 02, faces the 6th Angel Gaghiel and Neo Zeon forces. Fresh from another dimension, they must battle on 2 fronts with allies like the Argama. Episode 27 will debut the original unit G-Breaker, piloted by Kanji. The article also highlights the power of combined attacks, particularly those of Mazinger Z and Great Mazinger. The double Mazinger punch and double burning fire attacks are showcased. Screenshots depict the tactical map, character interactions, including Asuka and Shinji, and dynamic battle animations, emphasizing Unit 02's combat. This page delves further into the mid-game of Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast, focusing on Episode 27, titled Machine Deployment. Following the events from the previous episode, London Bell is confronted with the Gear Galling and its forces. Things heat up significantly with the dramatic debut of the Gearbreaker units, piloted by the original characters Kanji and Shri, who were introduced in the previous page's context. The article provides strategic advice for tackling the formidable Gear Galling, noting its high HP and potential to retreat, suggesting powerful combined attacks are key to defeating it. It also features a unit analysis of the G-Breaker units, the Cloudsaber and Impulse, highlighting them as versatile real-type units, excelling in both long-range and melee combat, with a powerful Cloudstream attack. Finally, the page teases a major turning point, as London Bell successfully lands on South Italia Island. This event promises to uncover the mysteries of alien technology, introduce new allies, bring about surprising character reunions, like Captain Global and Misa Hayase from Macross shown in a screenshot, and generally push the story into its crucial middle phase. The action is clearly intensifying. This page presents a vibrant illustration dedicated to the visual novel Memories Off-Second on Dreamcast. The artwork features several of the game's prominent female characters depicted in various poses, showcasing the distinct character designs by Mutsumi Sasaki. The game's title is clearly displayed alongside the Dreamcast logo, indicating its platform. Vertical text on the left adds a thematic touch with a tagline suggesting the game explores the weight of irreplaceable feelings. This page serves as an eye-catching introduction to the game, likely preceding a feature or review within the magazine. Memories Off-Second is a fan-favorite entry in the series, known for its emotional storyline and multiple character routes, continuing the tradition of compelling narrative experiences that the Memories Off franchise is celebrated for. This page delves into the details of Memories Off-Second, the visual novel title featured in the previous artwork. It confirms the game's release on both PlayStation and Dreamcast platforms simultaneously on September 27, 2001. At a standard price of 6,800 JPY. The genre is confirmed as romance adventure. The page also highlights promotional activities surrounding the release. It mentions a related radio program, Kid Presents Mizutama Memories, airing on Radio Osaka and Radio Nippon, featuring content specific to the game and its voice actors, such as Nana Mizuki. The game's presence at Comic Market 60 is noted, where limited edition Memories Off-Second goods and phone cards were sold, with a specific request for attendees not to queue overnight. Perhaps the most striking promotion is the announcement of a dedicated Memories Off-Second wrapping bus, which would operate daily on a specific route and make appearances in key Tokyo locations like Akihabara, Shinjuku, Shibuya, and Ikebukuro around the game's release and during Comic-Hit. This page provides a solid overview of the game's launch details and the extensive marketing push behind it. This page features Sachiko Kamimura's game Tiger's Den, a comic strip column focusing on Phantasy Star Online Ver 2, specifically the offline mode. The comic follows the exploits of the author, Sachiko Kamimura, a self-proclaimed casual gamer animator, and her theory-obsessed cat character, Orasama, as they tackle the game. The strip covers playing as a hunter character, Cam, in the challenging Ultimate difficulty. They discuss finding powerful items like a red handgun plus 9-0, and facing difficult enemies in areas like the caves. A notable sequence shows them defeating a boss, possibly the Sill Dragon, by relying heavily on the force technique La Foi, highlighting a non-standard approach for a hunter. They also share experiences with the cute but sometimes frustrating Rappies, noting their drops like Diamates, and the forgiving nature of the creature. Character profiles introduce Sachiko, her cat alter ego Orasama, and her in-game hunter character, Cam, detailing their personalities and playstyles within the Sapso universe. The column promises a look into online play in a future installment. This page features the Reader's Corner, where fans submit comments and questions covering various topics. Readers ask about the editor's preference between Dreamcast and PlayStation 2, reference lines spoken by the character Lobelia from the Sakura Wars series, discuss creating only female characters in Phantasy Star Online, and share the observation that the magazine often sells out quickly, leading to Dorimaga poisoning. The quirky meme or inside joke involving the sound Gufu appears multiple times in the submissions. The page also includes reader illustrations. Additionally, there's a section dedicated to recommended movies, providing summaries for Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes, which depicts a space pilot landing on an ape-ruled planet, and Jurassic Park 2I, detailing Drive, Grant's return to Isla Sorna to face new genetically engineered dinosaurs like the Spinosaurus. A ranking of the top 10 films for the week is also presented, including titles like A.IA, Pokemon Forever, and The Mummy Returns. This page showcases the Dorimaga Illustrator/Artist Corner, featuring various fan-submitted illustrations from readers across Japan. The artwork includes depictions of characters and original creations, accompanied by brief comments from the artists. Notable submissions feature Mei from Guilty Gear X, with the artist praising her pose. Another reader references Resident Evil, stating that summer is the season for the game, but it's not scary with the character Claire. There are also illustrations from artists in Hiroshima, Kanagawa, Shizuoka, Hokkaido, Osaka, and Aichi, showing diverse styles and interests, including original characters, a monster possibly from Phantasy Star Online, and a drawing celebrating Made in Sega. Below the illustrations is a feature titled Noriyuki Iwasaki's World, focusing on the music of composer Noriyuki Iwasaki. The article highlights his work on games like Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2, Grandia, Grandia 2, Lunar, and Langrisser. It discusses listening to his music and mentions ordering his albums, including the Best of Grandia and the Grandia 2 albums, Deus and Povo. There is also information about a live performance featuring his music. The section also introduces the CD release Lens by artist Kaori Kawasumi and a giveaway for the album. Noriyuki Iwasaki's profile confirms his extensive background in game music composition. This page continues with the popular Dorimaga Illustrator/Artist feature, showcasing more fantastic artwork submitted by readers from across Japan. You'll see a variety of styles, from dynamic action scenes featuring characters reminiscent of Sonic in Hero of Dark Sonic Adventure, to charming original characters like a French doll-like girl or a humorous muscular canine creature. Artists' comments provide brief insights into their work, praising composition, personality, and sometimes referencing specific games or series like Air. Below the illustrations, the page recommends books and guides. Highlighted are the latest Moomin comic volume, Strange Pretend Play, a collection of stories by the late Tove Jansson and Lars Jansson, praised for its depiction of the Moomin's joyful, carefree life. Also featured is a rather unconventional strategy guide titled Electronic Game Brutal Path, which offers unique and perhaps humorous strategies for playing games, including methods for dating sims and classic RPGs, described as having a crazy concept and focusing on silly approaches. Finally, a ranking section lists the top-selling game-related books and guides based on data from a bookstore in early July 2001. This ranking includes guides for various platforms, featuring titles like The Official Guide for Phantasy Star Online Ever 2 on Dreamcast, a strategy guide for Sakura Wars 3, and guides for PlayStation and Game Boy titles, reflecting the popular releases and resources sought by gamers at the time. This page dives into various fan and staff perspectives within the magazine. Starting with Geeky Love Cafe, it features fan letters and illustrations directed at specific individuals, likely popular illustrators or editors from the previous page's feature, expressing appreciation and sharing their own work. Next, the Fukawa-style main dojo section offers commentary, touching on Dreamcast software and discussing the quality and nature of GAL games. Following that is a section titled, Boo! I hate things like this, where the author expresses dislike for certain things, including a term they call Botaku Kuriba. This section mentions fighting game characters like Zangief and Ryu, and features an illustration of Ryo Hazuki and another character from Shenmue, suggesting some commentary on that series, or fighting games in general. Finally, Koji Hayama presents the third installment of his column, Koji Hayama's Hungry and Galaxy Older Brother. As a celebrated game music composer, Hayama discusses backage, a term roughly translating to stupid games or joke games, and its relationship to game music composition, sharing his personal experiences and philosophy on the topic. An accompanying profile highlights his background and upcoming album release. A dynamic photo of someone pouring water over their head adds a visual element to this section. This page features a collection of humorous manga strips and illustrations, seemingly contributions from fans or staff, associated with different Japanese prefectures. The strips touch upon various themes, often referencing popular games. We see commentary relating to game creator Yu Suzuki, images resembling characters from Virtua Fighter, and a notable strip specifically titled Shenmue USA, which comically pairs Ryo Hazuki with characters styled after Beavis and Butthead. The commentary is often lighthearted or expresses personal opinions and reactions to game elements or characters. The lower part of the page serves as a CD release guide, showcasing several new music releases. These include albums and singles from artists like Chara, Tube, Whiteberry, performing a Pokemon theme song despite Pokemon not being on Dreamcast, Ajiko, a live album featuring Ua and Kenichi Asai, and Kanpei Hazama. The descriptions highlight genres, notable tracks, or collaborations, providing readers with a look at recent music relevant to the magazine's audience. This page features several reader submission and column sections, covering various aspects of Dreamcast gaming and fan interaction. In the Leave It to Hagi section, we find a queue and a column featuring a photo of the individual Hagi, likely discussing ongoing projects or answering reader questions related to Dorimaga content. The I Had Such a Dream column presents reader-submitted dreams, often with game-related themes. This installment mentions finding a Mega Drive and a limited edition Phantasy Star online. Ver 2, reflecting on the nostalgia and value of classic Sega hardware and popular online titles. Brief sections include requests for messages related to live-action Sega, and a general reader interaction corner titled Monthly Dorimaga Editor's Touch. Pepian's Net Game Go focuses on the experience of playing online games on Dreamcast, specifically mentioning using the broadband adapter for Phantasy Star Online. The column features reader submissions, including illustrations and text, describing their adventures and experiences in the online world. A notable production announcement is made for a Kasuko wind chime, a piece of merchandise based on a character, with details provided on how readers can obtain it following strong order numbers. Images of the prototype are included alongside mentions of Super Something Kun. Finally, the Retro Game Dojo column is announced to be taking a break for this issue. This page features several reader-submitted content sections. The Bullying Game Characters Indiscriminately section showcases humorous or unusual character drawings from readers participating in a themed battle, with results shown from previous rounds and commentary on the submissions. Another popular feature, Game Fusion, combines different game titles into creative, often funny concepts, such as merging Sakura Wars and Shenmue, with staff offering their take on the ideas. Smaller columns offer interaction points like a manga dojo, potentially tied to previous features like the Kasuko Wind Chime project mentioned on the last page, a discussion on language trends, a queue and a section, and tips for submitting content to the magazine. A large portion of the page is dedicated to Sega Kara, introducing new Sega game-related karaoke songs available for July and August. While a selection of these songs is listed, readers are directed to the official website for the complete list of new additions and their distribution dates, highlighting the ongoing support for Sega's karaoke platform. The section also includes reader feedback and requests regarding the song list. This page features various reader submission sections and a column by a well-known voice actress. In the Dorimaga suggestion box, readers offer ideas for new magazine features, including one titled, This is a Classic, which highlights common or unusual player habits in games, like intentionally running over pedestrians in Crazy Taxi. There's also a discussion about potential future sections, like a Lolly Corner. A point ranking lists contributors based on points earned from submissions, with rewards offered for reaching certain point thresholds, such as software titles for 20 points. The specific names and point totals are listed for July 27th. Detailed rules for submission outline how readers can send in both text and illustrations, specifying formats for physical mail and digital submissions via email, including required information and file size limits. The page also includes a column by voice actress Minami Omi, titled Open Sesame, where she shares personal anecdotes about her summer vacation experiences, reflecting on school homework challenges and deadlines. A short, charming piece, seemingly written from the perspective of her pet dog, Pudding, is also featured. The page includes several reader-submitted illustrations scattered throughout the different sections. This page serves as a grand unveiling for a brand new magazine titled Raspberry, an emotional Bishoujo character magazine, now available and receiving positive reviews. As an expert, this looks like a publication dedicated entirely to celebrating female characters across various gaming platforms and media. The cover prominently features artwork for the game Missing Blue, which appears to be a major focus, detailing coverage of 12 character concept works and a complete strategy guide for its game board sections. The magazine promises special deluxe bonuses with its debut issue, including a mousepad, coaster, and a poster, with some tied directly to Missing Blue. Content is segmented by platform and media type, showcasing the magazine's broad scope. The PS2 section highlights Yuna from Final Fantasy X, confirming her appearance within. PlayStation and Dreamcast sections mention coverage of memories off second, even questioning a simultaneous release. Dreamcast also features Candy Stripe and the Angels Within. PC gamers can look forward to Elf's new tentative title, Gakuen Mono. Beyond games, the magazine dives into anime with Angelic Layer, and includes original comics and Galecki pages. The core philosophy is clear. Theme is Bishoujo. Genre doesn't matter. The magazine aims to cover anything related to beautiful girl characters, prioritizing the presentation. They've packed this first volume with as many bonuses as possible. This debut issue invites readers to delve in and promises continued dedication to the theme. This page is a celebratory look at the upcoming release of Shenmue 2, focusing on the final countdown to launch. The striking image used for the game's jacket is prominently featured, alongside character art of Ryo Hazuki and Ren. The big news is the game's completion and the announcement of the AM2 Summer Festival, an event celebrating the game held nationwide across Japan from August 26th. Fans could reserve their spot by pre-ordering the game between August 1st and August 26th. The event is set to feature creator Yu Suzuki and members of the voice cast. The page also gives us glimpses into the game world, specifically highlighting activities in Hong Kong. Screenshots show off interactive elements, like visiting arcades, with a nod to classic Sega titles like Outrun, and engaging in gambling. The text emphasizes the variety of entertainment available within the game's detailed environment. Essential game data is provided, confirming the Japanese release date of September 6, 2001. And the price. It also notes compatibility with VGA and VMU, and, excitingly, mentions a special first print bonus, a premium disc for Virtua Fighter 4. The article expresses anticipation for the release, stating the software is complete and the countdown is on, promising continuous new information. Shenmue 2 in Hong Kong sees Ryo earning money through part-time jobs and gambling. Key part-time work includes carrying cargo with Tokurin-san, requiring quick directional inputs, and working a ball-dropping game, where Ryo challenges customers. Gambling opportunities feature arm wrestling, found via a bookie, involving button mashing and QTES. Winning arm wrestling not only earns money but also provides information. These income sources are vital, funding Ryo's journey and potentially unlocking clues for his quest. This page reveals exciting new information about Shenmue 2, specifically detailing the Shenmue Collection mode. Accessed from the Start menu, this mode lets players dive directly into minigames and battles experienced during the main story, without worrying about money or game progression. The collection is divided into several categories. Shenmue games focuses on minigames like QTE practice, slot machines, and Lucky Hit. Battle mode allows players to practice fighting against various opponents encountered in the main story, with a modified rule set where the first to score 3 points wins. This is great for honing your combat skills against specific characters like Jianmin or Yuan. Furthermore, the YS Games section brings classic Sega arcade titles created by Yu Suzuki into the game. While Hang-On and Space Harrier were present before, this collection adds Afterburner 2. Hang-On is described as a motorcycle racing game with 5 stages. Space Harrier is a thrilling sci-fi shooter, and Afterburner 2 is highlighted as an intense aerial combat game released in 1987, praised for its exhilarating feel and immersive cockpit arcade cabinet. The magazine notes that players should definitely seek out these cabinets within the game and give them a play. This collection mode offers a fantastic way to revisit favorite activities and challenge yourself outside the main narrative flow. This page provides further details on the special premium disc bundled with the first run of Shenmue 2. This exciting bonus is a 2-disc set for the Dreamcast, despite being an OMAKE or extra item. It includes the Virtua Fighter 4 Passport VF.net disc, designed to connect Dreamcast users to the online VF.net service used by arcade players of Virtua Fighter 4, and the Virtua Fighter History/VF4 disc. The History disc is a comprehensive archive covering the Virtua Fighter series from its origins, featuring materials and videos, including footage of a prototype build of the original Virtua Fighter. Screenshots show characters like Sarah Bryant, Akira Yuki, and Jackie Bryant. Additionally, there's major news for Shenmue fans. Shenmue the movie, which was previously shown in limited, invite-only screenings, is now scheduled for a general theatrical release starting September 8th, due to overwhelming demand from fans who couldn't attend. A large image features Ryo and Shenhua from the movie. Finally, there is information about a giveaway for Shenmue 2 players, offering a set including signed Shenmue software and a VF4 binder. Propeller Arena. Aviation Battle Championship, initially known as Project Propeller Online, is a Dreamcast title focusing on intense aerial dogfights using propeller-driven aircraft. Unlike traditional flight simulators, the game prioritizes real action shooting and versus combat, featuring a command input system for special moves. It heavily emphasizes communication battles, supporting up to 26 online and 16 offline players. The game introduces Gary Hamilton, an American pilot, as part of the Eagle Jam team. Director Makoto Osaki aims for a fun, entertaining experience over strict realism, drawing comparisons to games like Mario Kart. The gameplay features unrealistic plane movements for added enjoyment. The game is an action shooting title with online functionality, slated for a 2001 release. The next page delves further into Propeller Arena, Aviation Battle Championship, showcasing the aircraft, characters, and various gameplay modes. Highlighted is the P-51D Mustang, one of the classic propeller planes featured, reinforcing the game's unique focus on WW2-era aircraft action. We meet Emily Williams, linked to the Shameless Cat's team color, with a brief bio detailing her background as an actress and connection to a legendary aviator. The planes can be painted in character-specific team colors. The game offers diverse ways to play: solo against the CPU or rivals, a quick battle mode supporting up to 4 players in a battle royale format, and a single-player championship focusing on points accumulation. A major draw is the network mode, allowing up to 6 players to engage in online dogfights with a ranking system. Developer comments emphasize the deliberate choice of propeller planes for novelty and discuss features like command input special moves using energy points, items, 12 types like recovery and attack, and the inclusion of voice chat, which they consider a significant feature. Online play is planned from launch, with ongoing adjustments to the flight mechanics. This page showcases the highly anticipated Cul-de-Sac 2, billed as the ultimate card board game. The striking visual features the game's logo against a background of swirling energy and various game cards. It highlights the Dreamcast title's availability, stating it's now on sale for 6,800 JPY, excluding tax. Key features emphasized include support for online play, a massive increase in the card count to over 450 types, and a more refined game system promising a deeper strategic experience. Developed by Omiya Soft and supported by Marigold, with publishing handled by Media Factory and Sega, Cul-de-Sac 2 builds upon the unique blend of board game mechanics and collectible card game strategy that fans love. The page directs readers to the official website for more information. This page serves as a strong call to action for Dreamcast owners regarding Cul-de-Sac 2. Against a dark, atmospheric background featuring floating cards, the main text emphatically states that if you own a Dreamcast, it's a waste not to play this game. It highlights Cul-de-Sac 2 as a title you can play for a lifetime, suggesting it could become a true life's passion for the player. This reinforces the depth and replayability mentioned on the previous page. The bottom section quickly notes that related merchandise is available, including the original soundtrack CD, a strategy guide, and an official guidebook, with initial production runs offering bonus reel cards like Lilith and Gladiator. This page shifts focus to the upcoming adventure game, Kain Seibo, the Virgin, on Megiddo. The main artwork prominently features 2 young women in school uniforms, one with long blonde hair and braids and the other with shorter red hair. The article is presented as a pre-release feature, building anticipation for fans. It previews the first chapter of the game's 8-chapter story, hinting at a central mystery involving a fire that occurred at Saisei High School. The game's premise involves solving strange incidents that are sweeping through a high-tech city. Character profiles introduce Akimura Mizuki, a former classmate who mysteriously transferred away, and Karyuin Tuamoe, the daughter of a powerful family who is difficult to approach. This looks like a compelling visual novel experience, combining high school drama with supernatural or mysterious events. It was set to release on August 2nd for 6,800 yen. This page continues the preview of the adventure game The Virgin on Megiddo. The article details the initial events the protagonist, Kenjin, encounters upon arriving in Izanami City. Chapter 1, titled Strange City, describes Izanami City as having 2 distinct areas: a newly developed modern district and an older one retaining its Edo period character. The residents of these areas are in conflict, adding a strange tension to the seemingly orderly city. Screenshots show both types of cityscapes and introduce character interactions. A profile is included for Ritsuko Osanai, identified as an accomplished physicist at the High Energy Research Institute, and the mother of a character named Kyoko. Chapter 2. Human Spontaneous Combustion details a bizarre incident. The protagonist follows a researcher from the institute who appears unsteady. The researcher suddenly erupts into blue flames and is consumed, leaving only a burnt mark. Shortly after witnessing this shocking event, Kenjin is approached by two suspicious men in black suits, who demand he come with them. Feeling the danger, Kenjin flees, using his intuition to escape. He finds temporary safety in a nearby warehouse after hearing a voice call out to him from inside. The page features screenshots depicting the fiery event, the aftermath, and the mysterious men pursuing the protagonist. This page continues the deep dive into the Virgin on Megiddo, picking up the unsettling story of protagonist Kenjin. Chapter 3, titled Escape, describes the aftermath of being discovered in the warehouse. Kenjin, using quick thinking, sets a fire as a diversion to escape the pursuing men through a blind spot in the ceiling. He successfully reaches a busy train station but loses consciousness shortly after feeling a sharp pain in his neck. He's saved by an unknown middle-aged man. The game features a time limit system, highlighted in the System Check section. This mechanic requires players to solve puzzles within a displayed time limit. Failure results in an immediate game over, putting the player's concentration to the test. A character profile introduces Manase Kitagawa, a member of the System Management Committee at Seijuku High School. While she might appear cold initially, she's described as talkative and friendly. Chapter 4. Suspicious Man. Finally arriving at Seijuku High School after much effort, details Kenjin waking up in front of Seijuku High School, disoriented but recognizing his intended destination. He sees girls in school uniform, marking his arrival at the school he sought. The screenshot shows the school entrance with two students, including Manase Kitagawa. The text hints at Kenjin observing something suspicious nearby. The plot thickens as Kenjin reaches his goal only to encounter more strange circumstances. This page delves further into the Virgin on Megiddo, detailing protagonist Kenjin's turbulent new life at Seijuku High School. Chapter 5, The Beginning of a New Life, describes Kenjin's enrollment facilitated by Yumi Tsujimoto, his new homeroom teacher. The school utilizes a comprehensive card-based system for everything, even classroom attendance, and lessons are conducted via laptops, eschewing traditional blackboards. This thorough, data-driven management system, also overseen by Yumi, who is described as caring but perhaps a bit inexperienced, begins to make Kenjin feel uneasy. The page also introduces Sister Madeline, a young sister working at the school's church who is the same age as Kenjin and serves God cheerfully. The narrative then jumps to Chapter 6. Suddenly, shouts and screams from outside the window. Kenjin is back in his dorm room chatting with his roommate, Junpei Nomura. Junpei is introduced as a top-tier hacker capable of accessing various databases. Their conversation is interrupted by a commotion outside. Kenjin looks to find several armed men surrounding a car, attempting to drag out a girl. Without hesitation, Kenjin leaps from the window to confront the thugs. However, just as he intervenes, another mysterious man appears and quickly incapacitates the attackers. The page shows screenshots of these events, including the distressed girl and the imposing figure who comes to the rescue. The next page delves deeper into the mystery at Seijuku High in the Virgin on Megiddo. Chapter 7, titled The Request, details how protagonist Kenjin is called upon by Student Council President Taiki to investigate a fire that occurred 2 weeks prior in the third computer room. Although initially deemed an accident, Taiki believes it was arson and suspects a student from the Old Citizen faction, asking Kenjin to find the perpetrator. A system check highlights the 3D field exploration, explaining that players navigate special facilities like the school in a 3D view to find items and characters needed to solve the case. The page also introduces Kyoko Mikano, an energetic and outspoken girl who speaks her mind freely, sometimes revealing unexpected truths with her seemingly wild remarks. Chapter 8, Arson or Natural Fire, reveals findings from the school investigation, focusing on the intense conflict and mutual accusations between the New Citizen and Old Citizen student factions. Reimi appears before Kenjin, lending reference materials on similar fires and assisting the investigation. An experiment is planned in the damaged room to determine the fire's cause. Finally, a timing answer system is explained, a conversation mechanic where dialogue options decrease over time, requiring players to choose quickly. These choices influence relationships with female characters. This page of the magazine continues the story of the Virgin on Megiddo, detailing key developments in the investigation at Seijuku High School. Chapter 9, titled Incident Resolution, reveals the cause of the mysterious fire in the third computer room. Thanks to materials provided by Raimi, it's discovered that similar fires were caused by spontaneous combustion due to abnormally high-frequency waves creating resonant effects. Kenjin performs an experiment recreating the conditions, proving this theory and concluding the fire was an accident, although Taken remains unsatisfied. The images depict the dramatic experiment and the surprising effect on a fluorescent light. Chapter 10, Reunion, brings a poignant moment for Kenjin. After resolving the fire incident, he encounters Yunaki, someone he's been searching for over the past 3 years. However, their reunion is brief, as Yunki expresses her reluctance to meet him under the circumstances, and quickly runs away, leaving Kenjin unable to understand her feelings. A poignant image shows Yuki with a lost smile. The page also introduces Kyoko Mikano, Moriguchi Shino, a vibrant but somewhat clumsy member of the Old Citizen faction's Nakadai group. Despite being seen as a burden by some of her peers, her energy stands out, and she seems to have a fondness for the protagonist, Kenjin. This page features the bi-weekly column, Various Things Growing Up, by manga artist Izumi Takemoto. This installment, number 5, delves into the author's humorous observations and questions about everyday phenomena, titled The Why of a Certain Day. Takemoto muses on several puzzling aspects of life, starting with the elusive 2,000 yen bill. She wonders why she never seems to receive them in change, why bank ATMs only dispense pristine new ones, and where all the used 2,000 yen notes disappear to. Another point of curiosity involves home organization. Having made a Dicky DVD box, she is perplexed by how perfectly the NHK adaptation of the Sherlock Holmes DVD set fits into a specific gap on her shelf. The column also touches on the world of gacha machines. The author recounts spending money on gacha prizes, featuring characters from the World Masterpiece Theater series, like Patrash and Rascal, and questions the bizarrely uneven distribution of the prizes received. Finally, Take Pushimoto turns her inquisitive gaze inward, pondering the creative process itself. She notes the tendency for breaks to happen after drawing has started, and wonders why procrastination doesn't conveniently occur before the work begins. The column concludes with her reflection that a manga artist's foundation is built upon questioning the world around them. This page features Fumio Kurokawa's column, titled Still Black, or Continuing a Discussion on the Near Future of Entertainment. This installment focuses on the impact of digital technology on cinema. It highlights a trial by NTT West and Toho to distribute the film Spirited Away to theaters via fiber optic cable, noting this is a first in Japan and reminiscent of services like the Dreamcast's NetAt. The column muses on the changing landscape for actors, suggesting that only those with strong individuality will survive, possibly implying the rise of CG actors. It also discusses the increasing demand for skilled CG creators and their importance in film production. The author touches on the movie Pearl Harbor, questioning its depiction of Japanese characters and the audience's reaction. Overall, the column expresses uncertainty about the future direction of the entertainment industry. Below the column is a section on this week's game industry news headlines. Key points include Bandai's entry into the online game market and Konami's move into its casinos. There's also news about accelerating price cuts for the PlayStation 2, and a report indicating that while hardware sales are up, software sales are down, raising questions about the market's health. Other headlines mention a supposed Dracula land in Romania, and a call to hold up on game development, possibly reflecting market conditions or delays. This page jumps into the world of anime, highlighting some new releases and broadcasts. The main focus is on The Soul Taker, a new humanic SF horror series from Tatsunoko Pro and WoWow. It's presented as a unique dark hero anime, praised for its high-quality visuals and intense action. The show follows Kyosuke Date, who after a mysterious attack, gains the ability to transform into the powerful being known as Soul Taker. The story involves his search for his twin sister, and encounters with characters like the mysterious Shiro Eiji and the mutant nurse Komugi Nakahara, hinting at secrets and strange events. The first volume is out on VC and DVD, featuring re-edited early episodes and bonus content. There's also an original soundtrack available. Further down, we get into some classic anime goodness being broadcast on CS/CA TV channels. Animax is hosting a big Thanks Sunrise Marathon, a 33-hour event centered around Mobile Suit Gundam. This isn't just Gundam. The event also includes broadcasts of the legendary Cowboy Bebop and a history of Sunrise Works. That's a seriously cool lineup for anime fans, running over a weekend in late August. Rounding things out, the Family Geekijo channel is broadcasting the complete 52-episode run of the classic world masterpiece theater series, 3,000 Leagues in Search of Mother. This heartfelt story about young Marco's journey across continents to find his mother is airing from early August. It's great to see these beloved classics getting full rebroadcasts. This page shifts the focus squarely onto home video and audio releases, specifically highlighting new VC, video cassette, and DVD releases alongside some music pickups and an upcoming event. The main VC and DVD video pickup section showcases recent anime releases. We see the first volumes for popular TV series like Angelic Layer, Galaxy Angel, Noir, You're Under Arrest, second season, and the Arjuna Director's Edition. There are also OVA releases featured, such as Happy Lesson and Shamanic Princess. For classic fans, the page highlights the release of Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam volumes. Each entry provides details on release dates, formats, included episodes, and bonus features, catering directly to collectors and fans looking to add these titles to their library. Below the video section, the CD pickup area features new music. This includes the debut single for the Sister Princess anime, and the standard edition of the original soundtrack for Vampire Hunter D. Finally, the information event section announces participant recruitment for an event commemorating the release of the Rune Soldier anime. It seems fans have a chance to attend something special related to the series. Overall, the page serves as a handy guide for anime enthusiasts, keeping them informed about the latest home video and music drops and upcoming events. This page features Samishing Yoshimatsu Theater, Episode 21, titled Game Old Story. This looks like a personal comic strip by the author, reflecting on gaming experiences. One panel mentions Gran Turismo 3 and an anecdote about helping a crane. Another highlights Sakura 4, likely referring to Sakura Wars 4, and the author's surprise at its direction or platform. The comic then shifts focus, discussing the current console landscape, which includes the PlayStation 2, Dreamcast, Xbox, GameCube, and Game Boy Advance. The central theme revolves around a humorous frustration over the non-existent Virtual Boy 4, a clear joke lamenting a discontinued, niche Nintendo console. The comic expresses bewilderment and dismay that this hypothetical console isn't part of the modern lineup. Below the comic, the author is identified as Samushin Yoshimatsu, born in Osaka in 1965, and primarily an animator. The text also mentions other works. This page features two distinct manga strips. The left strip is part 22 of DC Fan Retsuden by Yasuyuki Tokumitsu. It humorously depicts Dreamcast fan reactions, touching upon Sakura Wars 4 and the idea of utilizing the console's full power in events. The strip then shifts bizarrely to a cooking scenario where strange ingredients are added to borscht, causing shock and panic among the characters. The right strip, titled Scary Book by Aya Kadoi, is a short comic about the common experience of buying used books. It humorously explores the fear of finding disturbing notes or markings left by previous owners, recounting an anecdote about finding pencil marks in a deep psychology book that the author found particularly unsettling as the will of the other person. It concludes with a slightly unrelated, deadpan observation about borrowing a nude photo collection and finding it creepy despite just wanting to look at the pictures. Both creators have brief profiles listed below their respective comics. This page features the 8th volume of When the Gamer Was a Child, focusing on Toshio Tabata, the chief producer for planning and production at NEC Interchannel. His profile mentions his work on visual novel series like Welcome to Pia Carrot, 2.5, and Sentimental Graffiti, both of which had entries on Dreamcast. The article recounts Mr. Tabata's early fascination with technology. He details his experiences in elementary school tinkering with the 80 Taka's computer and frequenting Akihabara. The real turning point was encountering machines like the Apple II and Sharp MZ, where he discovered the immense joy of programming. He was captivated by the ability to create his own code and make things happen on the screen, even simple movements. This passion led him to acquire an MZ80K2 through a loan, funded by selling the games he created as an amateur. He estimates he made around 120 games during this period. For him, The core enjoyment was finding personal fulfillment in creating and seeing his ideas come to life through programming, a driving force that ultimately led him into the game industry. This page features promotional material for 2 essential guides from SoftBank Publishing for Dreamcast players. The top section highlights the Phantasy Star Online Ver 2 Perfect Guide, boasting significant additions and corrections to thoroughly conquer the updated version with 6 major features. These include detailed area maps, comprehensive enemy data, effective boss strategies, listings of rare items, secrets behind mag evolution, and sectionized information. The guide itself is a substantial 384 pages and is already available. Below that is the Crazy Taxi 2 Driver's Manual, scheduled for release in late July. This guide promises to help players master the wild driving action, with illustrated techniques, map strategies broken down by area, tips for tackling the challenging Crazy Pyramid mode, and revelations about hidden elements and online features. It's a 128-page guide that looks like it would be invaluable for anyone aiming for high scores and discovering everything in the game. Both guides feature cover art from their respective games. This magazine page presents a reader survey designed as a postcard to gather data on its readership, with a focus on Dreamcast gaming. The survey collects demographic information like age and occupation, and explores readers' gaming habits. It asks about Dreamcast game ownership, desired merchandise, and opinions on articles from the current issue. Readers are also questioned on owned and planned hardware purchases, encompassing various consoles and peripherals. A key element is a request for readers to list Dreamcast games they want to buy, using a provided list of diverse titles, spanning genres from visual novels to sports games. This survey helps the magazine understand its audience and tailor its content, particularly regarding Dreamcast coverage. This issue of Weekly The PlayStation 2, from August 10, 2001, focuses on the play power to combat the summer heat. The cover features Yuna from Final Fantasy X, and the magazine provides extensive strategy information, including Blitzball player data. It also covers upcoming arcade fighting games, like Tekken 4 and Virtua Fighter 4, with a 24-page guide. Additional features include news on Devil May Cry, Everblue, and Capcom vs. SNK 2 Millionaire Fighting 2001, as well as previews for Xenosaga, Ace Combat 04, Growlancer 2, and others. An advertisement promotes a strategy guide for Sakura Wars 3, offering online purchase bonuses. Finally, the page lists SoftBank's strategy guide lineup for various platforms, including PS2, Dreamcast, and PC, covering games like Tomb Raider, Chronicles, Phantasy Star Online, and several others. This page is a feature on the Dreamcast game Comic Party. The main illustration shows the protagonist wondering about the meaning of a term. The page delves into specific otaku terminology used within the game's context, particularly explaining concepts like mo and punimo. Screenshots from the game illustrate these points, featuring characters and dialogue where these terms are used, like the scene discussing what puni means in relation to small, soft-looking characters. The article describes how these terms are like specialized jargon that fans of specific characters or voice actors might use. It highlights that the game teaches players about these living doujin terms. The game is listed as a simulation adventure, ADV plus SLG, for the Dreamcast. This page continues the feature on Comic Party, focusing on the transformation of Mizuki, the protagonist's classmate, who initially dislikes otaku culture. The main heading asks why she, of all people, is now a salesperson at the doujin convention. The article describes how she reluctantly helps out, acting as a shock trooper at the front lines of the booth, despite her initial aversion to everything otaku. Screenshots show her interactions, including selling books and encountering other characters like Nene's. A check section highlights a game feature, the ability to change the text font, with 6 options available. This allows players to customize the game's look. Another section discusses character development, asking a question from Daishi that influences the protagonist's initial parameters and creative tendencies, acting like a character creation system. It presents a parameter chart showing different creative styles like popular, maniac, pop, and serious, which are calculated based on the player's past creations. The article also mentions researching trends on television as a way to influence the player's creative direction, although this can make changing the opposite tendency difficult. Overall, the page details gameplay mechanics related to character interaction, player customization, and the creative process within the game's doujin circle simulation. This page continues the feature on Comic Party, focusing on the Summer Company event. It highlights various characters and activities within the convention setting. You see Makimura Minami assisting with the large-scale venue setup the day before the event. Haga Reiko is featured alongside her lively group of cosplaying friends, including Yuka, Miho, and Mayu, who are dedicated to their passion. Hasebe Ayaya is shown waiting at her booth, reflecting on her book sales. The central theme emphasizes the excitement of the summer event. On the gameplay mechanics, a section explains that, as the protagonist's skill improves, the commands required to create your work become simpler, making the process more streamlined. Another section discusses the strategic decision of setting the appropriate price for your doujinshi, considering factors like production cost and quality. The page also introduces a shy girl character and her initial hesitant interactions. This page continues the Comic Party feature, spotlighting various characters and events related to the game's world. Tsukamoto Chisa is shown enjoying a relaxed date at an amusement park, surprisingly playing with children and blocks, despite her usual diligent nature. Uba Aihime is featured, causing some confusion as she is seen in her school uniform during summer vacation, a recurring oddity that raises questions. Mikage Subaru is presented with a scene suggesting her desire to uphold justice, contrasted with a more personal, slightly embarrassing moment regarding her attire. Inagawa Yu is highlighted for her intense dedication to doujin activities, which can make her seem strict, but also shows a softer side when interacting with others, like helping a child at the amusement park. Finally, the page teases a shocking incident at the summer comic party venue itself, where a sudden loud sound caused a stir. While no one was hurt, a mysterious message was left behind, suggesting a challenge against comic party and promising future events. This incident raises concerns about the safety and future of the large-scale convention. This page features the Dreamcast adventure game, Canaria. Set in a rural town, the game follows a young protagonist and his interactions with friends, depicted with a light touch. Its main appeal lies in its natural, relatable characters and their enjoyable conversations. This feature delves into the heroines' personalities through examples of their dialogue. The page also notes the completion of the game's original opening movie and includes exclusive manga content drawn by the staff. Screenshots showcase conversational scenes with characters like Sayeki Ayana, highlighting pivotal moments where player choices influence the narrative direction, such as deciding which character to focus on during initial encounters. The game is published by NEC Interchannel and was released on August 23. This page dives deeper into the world of the Dreamcast visual novel, Canaria. It highlights the game's premise, where the protagonist moves to a new town and gets to know the local girls primarily through conversations. The article emphasizes that understanding the heroine's personalities and quirks comes directly from these in-game communications. The feature specifically focuses on two characters, Ayana and Mika. We see snippets of their dialogue and get insights into their personalities. Ayana is introduced through a rather eccentric moment involving a cat costume that got stuck, portraying her as somewhat airheaded but endearing. Mika is presented as a character with layers. One dialogue example brings up her self-perception of being boyish, suggesting she might be more sensitive about it than she lets on. Another key dialogue line reveals her talent for singing and hints at a deeper reason why she might be hesitant to perform, despite the light music club needing a vocalist. The page features illustrations and screenshots, showcasing these moments and characters, reinforcing the game's focus on character interaction and development within the light music club setting. This page continues the feature on the Dreamcast visual novel, Canaria. It introduces two more central characters, Maho Hoshino and Megumi Ikejaki, detailing their personalities and key moments from the game. Maho Hoshino is presented as a character who doesn't necessarily have a conventionally graceful encounter with the protagonist. Described as doji or clumsy, her interactions are dynamic and often lead to comedic mishaps, such as her running into people. However, she is also shown to be deeply affected by the protagonist's song lyrics. Megumi Ikejaki, despite not being a student at the school, is highlighted for her unique presence. A street musician, her backstory is notably eccentric. She recounts arriving in the game's town after fleeing somewhere and attempting to reach Tokyo by rowing north from Shikoku. She plays a vital role in the light music club's activities, including street performances, demonstrating a pure passion for music, even though she considers herself self-taught. A curious point is also made about her wearing the school uniform in certain events, adding to her distinctiveness. The page features illustrations and screenshots capturing Maho's clumsy moments and Megumi's spirited performances and unusual arrival. The next page delves further into the heroines of the Dreamcast visual novel, Canaria. focusing on characters outside the main light music club. This page introduces Chiaki Shinju, the protagonist's older cousin, depicted in a striking black dress. A notable moment featured is her reaction to being called Chiaki-san after a long separation, asking if the protagonist will revert to calling her Chini, as in their childhood, highlighting the dynamics of their relationship. The page also features comic panels where Chiaki appears, including one where another character, Asan, mentions her concerns about having small breasts. The page also features Eri Hachisaki, characterized by her unique personality and phrases. When she comes to cook for the protagonist, she frequently repeats, "It's fun, isn't it?" regardless of the topic. She also has distinctive vocabulary, such as exclaiming, "Big Brother's ecchi! Sketch! My pet!" when the protagonist peeks into her room, leaving the text to wonder how someone her age knows such expressions. A recurring segment highlights the protagonist's mornings, where Eri wakes him up in various unique and entertaining ways, including themed versions like the bride version, visit version, and maid version, which are enjoyable for the player but apparently tiresome for the protagonist. Finally, the page announces the start of an irregular manga series drawn by the development staff, offering exclusive content related to Canaria. This page delves into the supporting cast of the visual novel Air, highlighting 3 women described as having strongest personalities, who you don't know what they'll do. The page features a large illustration of Kuko Kirishima, the doctor at the local clinic, holding what appear to be surgical tools. The text describes her role, her clinic's quiet nature in a small town, and an anecdote involving a misunderstanding with the protagonist, where she threw a scalpel. It also mentions her observing the street performances of Kana, a girl she encounters. Another section presents Kuko from Kana's perspective, noting her stern appearance but kindness to Kana, who expresses deep trust in her sister's abilities, perhaps exaggeratedly claiming she can fix anything. There's also an interview segment titled, "If You Don't Know Something, Ask Dr. Kirishima," presented in a queue and a format, offering insights into the town and possibly Kuko herself. In other news, the page announces that Key staff have launched their own music label, Key Sounds label. The first releases include an album by the band Works titled Humanity, and a single by the unit Key plus Leah, featuring the theme song Natsukaje, Nostalgia, from Air. Finally, a game data box confirms Air is coming to the Dreamcast, listing its publisher as NEC Interchannel, a scheduled release date in September, a price of 6,800 yen, and the genre as adventure. It also notes VGA compatibility. This page continues coverage of the visual novel Air, introducing more characters and diving deeper into their personalities. It highlights Michiru, depicted as aggressive, particularly towards those who approach her at the train station, often attacking with kicks, though other characters like Managi and Misuzu see her as a close friend or a good person despite this. The page also focuses on Haruko, Misuzu's mother. The text describes her late-night returns home, often intoxicated and sometimes crashing her motorbike, even raising the question of drunk driving and its legal consequences. Misuzu's perspective on her mother is also shared, acknowledging her sloppiness but also her caring side, and understanding her complexities. Further insights come from the voice actresses. Ryoka Yuzuki, who voices Managi, describes her character as mysterious and emotionally deep, noting pervert as a memorable line. Yukari Tamura, the voice of Michiru, reflects on the game's summer feel and portrays Michiru as a bright, energetic girl who hides sadness with forced smiles, highlighting Nichio as her key phrase. Finally, the page announces that Key's previous hit visual novel, Canon, is being ported to the PlayStation 2. It mentions that this is a chance for fans and newcomers alike to experience the story, with some expected changes to voice and sound. This page shifts gears entirely to cover the online communication game Guru Guru Onsen 2. It highlights the game's robust community features, describing it as a powerful tool for making online friends, easy enough for newcomers, yet rich in communication options. Players can exchange virtual name cards, which are essential for identifying and interacting with others in the game world, allowing for direct messages and communication even when friends are offline. A significant point for existing players is the game's data transfer feature. Fans of the original Guru Guru Onsen can carry over their save data. This means personal information like name, birth date, and gender will transfer to create their Guru Guru Onsen 2 character. Importantly, all name cards collected from friends in the first game are fully transferred, allowing immediate contact with previous connections in the new title without needing to re-exchange cards. The number of name card exchanges from the first game also transfers, implying it might affect in-game status or features. The article also emphasizes the open dice feature, which is tied into character registration. The name registration system is first come, first served, meaning popular names can be taken quickly. Users are urged to register their desired character name promptly upon the game's release to secure it, especially if they want a name that might be popular or used in other Open Dice compatible games. The page features screenshots showing character creation options, the in-game chat interface, and the name card exchange screen, alongside the character registration process. This page delves further into the expanded communication and community features of Guru Guru Onsen 2, building upon the introduction of name cards from the previous page. It highlights how players can personalize their name cards with over 30 different frames, and add a short, 12-character message, allowing for greater individual expression. The page also details the robust system for managing received name cards. Players can store up to 100 cards per file, and multiple files can be created, solving the potential issue of accumulating many friends. Practical features include the ability to add 12 character memos to remember who people are, and using various stamps to classify and group friends, making organization much easier. Communication is enhanced with a mail or message function, referred to as Denpu, allowing players to send messages to friends even if they are currently offline. This feature also supports sending messages to multiple people simultaneously, which is particularly useful for organizing events or just keeping in touch. Finally, the page includes a message from the director, Daihara, expressing excitement for the game's release and emphasizing the evolution of communication, new content, and the hope that players will enjoy connecting with others. Screenshots showcase the customizable name cards, the message interface, and the name card organization screens, illustrating the depth of these social tools available in the game. The familiar character from the first game is also shown, confirming their return. Guru Guru Onsen 2 features a user-friendly chat system vital to its gameplay. Compared to other DCnet games, it's exceptionally easy to use, featuring a quick word conversion and a well-designed soft keyboard optimized for controller use. The soft keyboard allows players to easily change text colors, speech bubble styles, and character actions. Robust physical keyboard support is also available, with customizable shortcuts for quick actions. A key element is the event chat system, where chat room environments and specific messages trigger interactive events. Over 10 themed chat rooms, like My Rooms and a TV debate show, provide visual interest. Certain switch words spoken in chat can trigger character actions or room events, enhancing the dynamic integration of communication and gameplay. Guru Guru Onsen 2 features extensive online gameplay beyond its chat functions. 4 distinct multiplayer games cater to various playstyles. These include card and board games, each offering unique twists and special local rules set by the room leader, enhancing replayability. Onsen Netland houses 3 attractions: Waiwei Park for casual play, Bari Bari Tower for competitive ranked matches, and Guru Guru Stadium for structured tournaments. The games feature unique rule variations: Mahjong with transparent tiles, poker including Texas Hold'em, Uno with a special all-draw 1 card, and Onsen Susaka, an original mystery-solving board game. The game offers a diverse online experience with varied competitive and casual options. This page features the tactical simulation game Run equals Dim as Black Soul, where warriors pilot powerful steel giants onto the battlefield. The game introduces key characters like Claire King, a brilliant 16-year-old engineer who supports the mechs, and Chandler Naylor, the chief of the Special Training Division. The mission system is a highlight, offering dynamically generated tasks from a character named Joseph, which vary in objectives, enemy count, and difficulty. An example mission is shown: escorting a transport ship to a destination while defending it from attack. Success hinges on reaching the goal, though vigilance is required as unidentified enemy mechs are likely to appear, especially given the advantageous terrain for ambushes. The transport ship itself is described as not having offensive power, but possessing durability, though susceptible to a single critical hit. Chandler Naylor emphasizes safely escorting the ship while quickly eliminating any threats, avoiding unnecessary engagement but ensuring no damage is taken. The page also provides brief game data,
confirming it's a simulation game developed by Idea Factory.
This page continues. The look at the tactical simulation game Run equals dim as Black Soul, detailing a mission scenario across 3 scenes. Scene 01 sets the stage for the escort mission, with the Special Training Division's RB units encircling the transport ship to begin movement. They traverse forests and mountains to avoid enemy detection, acknowledging that low-mobility units may struggle to keep pace. The character James confirms his readiness for the slower pace. Scene 02 introduces a complication, as Unit Chris detects an enemy RB blocking their path. It's noted as unusual to see only a single Skirusha unit, suspected to be a delaying tactic for reinforcements. Hiroko, quickly sortieing, followed by Yutaka, move to engage the enemy immediately to clear the route. Scene 03 sees the first Skirusha destroyed, but another emerges from the mountain, revealing a coordinated ambush. Yutaka takes a defensive stance to hold off the second enemy, telling others to proceed. While Yutaka withstands the attack, Hiroko prioritizes the transport ship's escort over engaging the remaining threat. Thanks to Yutaka drawing the enemy's attention, the transport ship successfully reaches its target destination. The page also features a profile for Lan equals Paolon, describing him as a quiet but exceptionally skilled RB pilot. He is called a master by his peers in the Special Training Division due to his genius manipulation techniques. However, his primary motivation for fighting is not passion for combat itself, but rather the opportunity for good business or profit. This page features the Dorimaga Artist Color Annex Dorimaga Exhibition, which is a showcase of fan-submitted illustrations. The page highlights various works related to Sega Dreamcast games. Included are character and item illustrations for Phantasy Star Online, and characters resembling those from the Shining Force series, labeled Spirited. Larger illustrations feature characters from the visual novel Air, Shining the Holy Ark, and a dynamic character piece referencing Samurai Showdown characters like Nakoru and Rimuru in the accompanying text. Contributors from various prefectures comment on the artwork, praising details like character poses, atmosphere, and the overall execution, with one highlighting a piece for Shining the Holy Ark as a masterpiece. The page also announces the feature is resuming normal operations, and notes from the editors discuss the submission process and minor layout changes. Finally, a character image taken from a Sega website URL is included with a date stamp of September 6, 2001. This page continues, the Dorimaga Exhibition, showcasing fan-submitted illustrations related to Dreamcast games. The page features a variety of character art, including Lobelia Carlini from Sakura Wars, characters from the Pops and Music series, a character resembling those from Princess Maker, and illustrations seemingly inspired by Sengoku Turb and the Phantasy Star series, referred to by fans as the Nicey series. Contributors from across Japan share their artwork, with accompanying comments praising the details, atmosphere, and creativity. One piece for Pop and Music is humorously described as causing midriff addiction, while another for Princess Maker is called the best series. An illustration possibly referencing a character from the Sonic series, like Rouge, is highlighted for its cute color scheme. The submissions reflect a passion for diverse titles available on the Dreamcast. The page concludes by outlining the detailed submission requirements for fans wishing to participate in future exhibitions, including format, file size limits, and necessary contact and artwork information. This page highlights the significant expansion of the popular Good Taste series, originally from Young Magazine Uppers. Following its adaptation into a TV drama, the series is now collaborating with top idols to dominate the trading card scene. Described as a short comic that directly appeals to men's sensibilities and receives immense support, G-Taste by Haruka Yasumi features attractive characters in fetish and cosplay scenarios. The collaboration brings these characters to life through live-action cosplay trading cards featuring renowned idols. The page showcases examples, pairing manga illustrations with photos of idols. Yumiko Shaku is featured in a maid outfit, having played a key role in the TV drama and now appearing in various costumes for the trading cards, including maid, bus guide, and china dress. Otoha is shown in a cute pink nurse uniform, reprising her role from the TV drama's final episode, also appearing in bridal wear and a mini china dress in the card series. Aiko Koike is presented as a sophisticated female doctor, offering a more mature atmosphere compared to her usual gravure appearances, also featured in the trading cards. The trading card project is extensive, with multiple trading card books featuring a total of 13 idols. This project is a must-see for fans of geek taste, idols, cosplay, and trading cards. This page continues the in-depth look at the expanding world of G-Taste and its venture into trading cards featuring popular idols and character cosplay. The main article poses the idea that simply seeing idols in swimsuits is no longer enough for the current era, suggesting the rise of cosplay fills this gap, tapping into underlying fan fetishes. The page highlights several more examples from the Ing-Taste trading card series, pairing illustrations of the beloved characters with photos of idols portraying them. We see Aki Kawamura embodying Yumiko Shito in a striking china dress, a character she also played in the TV drama. Kasumi Nakane is featured in two roles, as Aoi Nishina, in a bus guide uniform, and as Moe Yagisawa, in an office worker outfit. Further examples showcase a variety of other idols and costumes, including Hikaru Kawamura as a female doctor, Motoko Takanashi as a secretary, Erika Ito as a police officer, Remi Kawashima as a teacher, Asumi Kato as a cheerleader, and Fumina Hara in a school uniform, covering a wide range of the series' popular cosplay themes. The page concludes by detailing the expansive scope of the U-Taste trading card collection itself. This page dives into the exciting launch of Dream Passport Premier, the updated internet browser, and online service software for the Dreamcast. It highlights how this new version makes online gaming and internet phone calls more accessible directly from the console's homepage. A key feature promoted is the return of the Dream Library, a service offering classic Mega Drive and PC Engine games for rent at a very affordable price, like 150 yen for a couple of days. It also supports the broadband adapter for faster connections. They are even offering some games, including the classic puzzle game columns, for free to try out the service. The page also features an idol named Aaron, trying out the software in a special project. The article provides information on how existing isao.net users can expect to receive the software, and notes that even those who haven't used isao.net or didn't get the software initially can apply for it starting August 1st via the isao.net homepage. Dream Passport Premier is shown to be multi-platform, also supporting CIS and Macs, and includes communication features like chat, Chib Talk, and internet calls, Dream Call. The application page is prominently displayed at the bottom right. Dream Passport Premier enhances the online Dreamcast experience. A key feature is CH@B call, enabling free voice chat with other users. Premier also introduces Dream Call, allowing low-cost internet phone calls to regular and mobile phones worldwide. The updated My Room feature simplifies personal homepage customization, now supporting photos from the Dreamcast camera. To encourage adoption, a sale on the microphone peripheral is underway. Finally, isao.net provides various service plans catering to different online needs, including options for gamers, email users, and even a kids course, making online access easy and affordable for all. This page presents a guide on how to embrace constant internet connection on your Dreamcast using isao.net's service bundled with ETS Flets ISDN/ADZL, which became available nationwide in July. It aims to demystify the process for gamers who might find constant connection daunting. The step-by-step guide walks users through checking service availability in their area via the isao.net website, applying for the service, mentioning isao.net handles the paperwork, and finally, installing the necessary equipment like the broadband adapter, BBA, and router. Screenshots illustrate checking service areas and configuring the Dreamcast's network settings using Dream Passport Premier once everything is connected. The core message is that once setup is complete, you can enjoy online gaming and browsing all day without worrying about phone charges. The page also offers tips for achieving a smooth connection, suggesting users check access point congestion on the isao.net site if they aren't using Flets ISDN. Importantly for gamers, it highlights special isao.net game courses, such as the Phantasy Star Online course, which bundles the ISP fee with the game's usage fee, making it a cost-effective option. It also mentions support for games like Phantasy Star Online, Dreamcast, and the upcoming Culdicep 2. Images show the equipment, website steps, and a woman going through the process of setting up and playing online. This page continues the discussion on achieving constant internet connection for your Dreamcast via isao.net, focusing on how it enhances summer gaming. The main theme is enjoying a summer full of online fun without worrying about connect time charges, thanks to the fixed fee of constant connection. The page highlights the benefits for specific games like Phantasy Star Online, Verpoint 2, showing how the broadband adapter, BBA, ensures a smooth experience with minimal lag, making exploration and item collection much easier. It also mentions how fast broadband connection is perfect for quick online minigames like those found in Guru Guru on Mansen 2, allowing players to jump in and out without delay. Screenshots show gameplay from Sepsover.2 and various Guru Onsen activities like a minigame and a card game. A segment introduces Aaron, an idol associated with isao.net, who interacts with users through weekly online chats on her homepage and made appearances at events like JAFCON, promoting the community aspect of the service. Finally, the page promotes the Broadband Go campaign, aimed at making the transition to constant connection more accessible by offering discounted broadband start kits, including ISDN and ADSL options, and a 10,000 yen cashback bonus. This campaign encourages users to get set up before the offer ends on July 31st, emphasizing that broadband connection means less lag and a much more comfortable online experience. If you're playing games online, isao.net claims to be the best place to do it. This page is the third part of Dorimaga's special feature, diving deep into the world of Sakura Wars 3. Is Paris Burning? This installment focuses on the energetic character Kokli Kot and her voice actress, Etsuko Sakura. The page includes an interview with Etsuko Sakura, who fans will recognize not just as Kokli Kot, but also from other Dreamcast titles like Voicing Tales and Sonic Shuffle, and the protagonist in D2, showcasing her significant connection to the platform. She shares insights into bringing Kokli Kot to life, discussing her experiences with the character and upcoming activities like mini-lives and potentially an album. Alongside the interview, the page offers a strategy guide specifically for Kokli Kot, providing tips on how to build trust with her during the game's adventure mode, including screenshots showing interaction points. There's also a promotion where readers could win signed goods from Etsuko Sakura. It's a great look at one of the key members of the Paris Flower division from both a gameplay and voice acting perspective. This page continues the special feature on the voice cast of Sakura Wars 3. Is Paris Burning? This time highlighting the character Kokeliko and her voice actress, Etsuko Sakura. The page features an interview with Etsuko Sakura, where she discusses her experience voicing Kokeliko. She shares that she was familiar with the Sakura Wars series before being cast, having seen commercials and spoken with other cast members. Her initial impression of Kokeliko was that she was cute, but also had a hidden depth and complexity, which differed from the brighter character she typically played. Sakura talks about the challenges and rewards of portraying Kokeliko, noting that the role began at a dramatic climax in the story. She also mentions how playing the game after recording deepened her understanding and made Kokeliko a truly important character in her mind. Sakura also touches upon her enjoyment of the game's mini-games, specifically mentioning the feather darts. The page also includes tips on how to build trust with Kokeliko during the adventure mode of the game, illustrated with screenshots showing interaction points. Additionally, there's a reader present campaign offering a chance to win signed goods from Etsuko Sakura and other cast members, including signed telephone cards and a signed poster. The page features artwork of Kokeliko and a photo of Etsuko Sakura. This page dives deep into building trust with Kokeliko in Sakura Wars 3. Is Paris Burning? Serving as a comprehensive strategy guide. It covers crucial moments from Episode 2, titled The Cute Magician, detailing specific events and key lips. Live interactive picture system. Interaction points. The guide breaks down trust-building opportunities in various locations like the marketplace and circus, highlighting how choosing the correct responses during conversations and specific click mode segments can significantly increase Kokeliko's trust towards the player character, Ojigami. It also covers important free movement periods and specific in-battle events, including minor enemy battles and boss fights, where timely interactions or correct lips choices near Kokeliko are vital for boosting her affection and performance. Screenshots illustrate these pivotal moments and the types of choices presented. For instance, one shows Kokeliko at the marketplace during a chaotic moment, while others depict interactions during circus events and battles. The page emphasizes that mastering these lips interactions is key to fully experiencing Kokeliko's story arc and maximizing her effectiveness in combat. Adding a personal touch, a small section features Kokeliko's voice actress, Etsuko Sakura, continuing her anecdotes from the previous page, discussing the challenges and unique aspects of recording lines without having other actors present. This section provides interesting insight into the voice acting process for the game. This guide focuses on building trust with Kokeliko in Sakura Wars 3's Episode 3, The Beautiful Pirate Girl. It details critical lips, interactions, and events across various locations like Bluemere Manor, the arena, and the stage, during free movement periods. Key moments include supporting Kokeliko during her debut, and responding correctly in the dressing room. The guide emphasizes selecting LIPS options that complement and support her, along with optimal choices during in-battle LIPS events related to mech conditions. Furthermore, events in the strategy room, like finding and rescuing nobles, impact trust based on player choices. An included interview with Coquelicot's voice actress, Etsuko Sakura, highlights her natural connection to the character and details about the recording process and improvisational lines used in the game. This guide is crucial for players aiming to strengthen their bond with Coquelicot. This page continues the strategy guide for Sakura Wars 3, now focusing on Episode 4, The Thief Smells of Roses. It details how player choices influence Coquelicot's trust during this episode, picking up directly from the previous discussion. The guide covers various events and locations, starting with free movement periods. It highlights specific moments, like interacting with Coquelicot in Telltale Square and the market, emphasizing that choosing supportive dialogue options is key to increasing her trust. The guide also details interactions at the circus and Grand Soleil apartment,
linking communication with Coquelicot to trust gains or losses. Crucially, the page covers events within Sainte-Chapelle prison, including a bomb disposal sequence where LIPS choices affect trust based on success or failure, and who the bomb is given to. Later sections detail moments in the dining mode, and key locations like the Louvre Museum, where decisions during events, such as choosing which location to investigate or how to handle police, directly impact Coquelicot's trust. The guide concludes by discussing LIPS events during the final battle sequences, including moments during the normal combat and specific boss battles involving Ogami, Coquelicot, and Lobelia. Again, selecting the right responses during these intense moments is crucial for maintaining or improving Coquelicot's confidence in Ogami. The overall theme is consistent. Careful selection of LIPS options is vital for building a strong bond with Coquelicot throughout this episode. This page provides a detailed strategy guide for Episode 5, titled The Black-Clad Bride of Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning?, specifically focusing on how to increase Coquelicot's trust. Picking up from previous episodes, this guide continues to map out the crucial LIPS choices within various events and locations. The page covers key moments during 2 free movement periods, detailing interactions in places like the circus, Telltale Square, and Ogami's room. Showing screenshots of scenes with Coquelicot,
it explains which dialogue options to select during these timed events to positively influence her trust level. The guide also addresses specific events in the dining mode and the strategy room, including choices made during the battle planning phase to rescue Hanabi. Further sections detail events that occur during standard enemy encounters and boss battles, highlighting critical timing LIPS sequences where Otagami's responses impact Coquelicot's confidence during combat situations. The visual layout includes screenshots of the characters involved in these events and simple arrow indicators showing whether a choice increases or decreases trust, serving as a comprehensive flowchart for navigating Episode 5 effectively. Finally, the page includes an advertisement for the official strategy guidebook covering the later episodes, 7 onwards, promising a complete walkthrough including all event conditions and LIPS outcomes. This page offers a detailed look at a specific unit from Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning?, showcasing Erica Fontaine's customized Kubu, the Kubu F2. It highlights this powerful mech with a large, dynamic illustration featuring its distinct red color scheme, golden accents, large white wings, and most notably, a massive Gatling arm weapon. The page provides technical specifications for the unit, including its overall length of 2,592 millimeters and a dry weight of 1127 kilogram. It confirms Erica Fontaine as the sole pilot and lists the primary weapon as a Gatling arm. The unit is powered by a Spirit Power engine, specifically the Orage F11.bis, rated at 956 horsepower. The text emphasizes the weapon's significant upgrade, declaring that the Kubu F2's combat power has been boosted to its limits. It serves as a technical spotlight on one of the key combat units featured in the game, giving players insight into its capabilities. This page provides a detailed breakdown of Erica Fontaine's customized Kubu F2 from Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning? It explains the unit's concept as a necessary upgrade to counter stronger enemies in Paris, evolving from the original Kubu Fao and designed to bring out the best in each of the 6 Paris Combat Review members based on their feedback. A unique feature highlighted is Erica's F2's prominent back wings, which serve not for flight but as a spirit power converter, a key component developed by the Imperial Combat Review. The technical spotlight is on the powerful 20mm Gatling arm, integrated as the entire right arm. It's described as a rapid-fire weapon with a rate of 2,000 rounds per minute, fed by a 1,000-round drum magazine via a flexible belt system. It's noted to be steam-powered and includes secondary 7.92mm machine guns for aiming. The page also briefly touches upon the F2's enhanced structure and use of a new lightweight alloy. A humorous comic strip features a cat mascot intrigued by the Kubu F2's wings, attempting to add them to itself for a comical power-up sequence. This page is dedicated to the fans of Sakura Wars, featuring the latest volume of the Ohana-maga fan magazine section. The main focus is a special feature celebrating the birthday of Maria Tachibana. The page is filled with fan-submitted illustrations and messages for Maria, showcasing the character in various poses and outfits, reflecting the diverse interpretations by fans from different regions across Japan. The contributions range from detailed portraits to more comedic takes. Highlighting fan talent, the Platinum Award for this week goes to an impressive illustration of a white Kubu, a powerful mech from Sakura Wars 3. Is Paris Burning? A nice nod to the game's mecha designs. There's also an association battle corner where fans submit illustrations based on a given prompt, which this time is Grandma equals Ungahaya, a reference Sakura Wars players will recognize. The examples shown demonstrate creative and humorous interpretations of the theme. The page concludes by teasing the next issue's feature, which will celebrate the birthday of another beloved character, Iris Chateaubriand, promising more fan fun. The next page acts as a comprehensive guide for Dreamcast players, split into sections for upcoming game information and detailed strategy guides. The upper portion, titled New Arrival Information, provides previews and details on a diverse range of titles. This includes the latest volume of the fantasy RPG series Eldorado Gate Volume 6, the fishing simulator Get Bass 2, and sports games like Derby Tsukutu and Pro Yaku Team O Tsukuru. Let's Make a Professional Baseball Team. Also featured are the acclaimed arcade shooter Zero Gunner 2 and the unique action sports hybrid Cosmic Smash, alongside other titles like a Neon Genesis Evangelion game and the flight simulator Aero Dancing Eye. The lower section, Great Strategy, offers in-depth guides for various games. Highlights here include a strategy guide for the tactical card/board game Culdicept, released as Culdicept 2nd in Japan, and detailed walkthroughs for several visual novels and simulation games. These include Fragrance Style, Secret the Summer Yui Held, Ryoko Inui Roommate, Welcome to Pia Carrot 2.5, and Wings of Dreams Fate of Heart, suggesting a strong focus on story-driven and character-focused genres, likely from the credited publisher Takuyo. The action game Confidential Mission also receives a strategy guide. The page is illustrated with several anime-style characters in fantasy or historical costumes, who appear to be from one of the visual novel or RPG titles listed, providing a visual representation of the genres covered in the strategy section. This page dives deep into Eldorado Gate Volume 6, focusing on the approaching conclusion of the series' long story. It highlights key events from Chapters 15 and previews Chapter 16. Chapter 15, titled Gaburi Tribe Extermination Plan, details the protagonists, led by Gigi, investigating the malevolent Gaburi tribe under divine instruction. The heroes are ambushed by the Gaburi, leading to a dramatic turn, with questions arising about the motivations of the divine children and the true nature of the Gaburi. The Gaburi are described as small imps, dwelling within the Great Demon Region, known for performing evil deeds in the Rabol region. The page also reveals early story and digest scenes from Chapter 16, hinting at further developments as the story progresses towards its climax. Screenshots showcase the game's isometric perspective and turn-based combat visuals, depicting character sprites in various environments, like a village and rocky landscapes. One notable piece of artwork shows a large, eerie creature associated with the Gaburi. The illustrations, credited to Yoshitaka Amano, add a distinct, atmospheric style to the presentation. Eldorado Gate Volume 6, published by Capcom, is confirmed as an RPG released on August 8th. The game also features a collectible card system where specific sets can be exchanged with a Gaburi character. Eldorado Gate Volume 6, Chapter 16, The 12 Demon Gods, sees the wheel of human fate turning. Following divine orders, Lias initially targets Gigi, a possessor of a demon god's soul, but helps her escape. Bantros and allies must now gather forces to rescue Gigi. Key events include attacking Gigi's stronghold, bypassing a sealed door crucial to awakening Gomez and others.
All party member emblems are likely required later.
Digest scenes reveal Asen and others in Madeira town, a red sphere appearing before Sophie and Pamela, and a reunion in a snowy landscape, with a dragon sighting. A mysterious man in black, possibly linked to Raijin or the Divine, appears. Gigi's profile is provided, confirming her origin as a descendant of Raijin and member of the Phantom Holy Knight Order, now in a desperate situation. The chapter hints at the story's nearing conclusion, with a secret lying beyond the sealed door. This page from Gabu Spirits is a fan page dedicated to El Dorado Gate. It features a staff voice section discussing the latest volume and the narrative progression. The main highlight is the release of data to help players master Volume 5, focusing on monster details. Hirohisa Soda, a director at Flagship and scenario writer known for titles like Biohazard Code, Veronica, and Onimusha, shares his thoughts in the "Finally, Everyone is Gathered" section.
He reflects on the long journey to bring the 12 characters together, and the challenges of writing the story, noting that they are now preparing for the final assault, hinting at the story's climax. The page also includes a screenshot showcasing powerful equipment, and an art library, featuring an illustration of the character Leto, along with a reader's comment. A large table lists monster data for Volume 5, providing details like element, HP, and dropped or stealable items. The magazine also requests reader submissions, like illustrations and questions about the game. This page features Sega Bass Fishing 2, known as Get Bass 2 in Japan. The magazine highlights its push towards a more realistic fishing simulation, aiming to build upon the arcade original for the Dreamcast release. The game introduces a selection of 7 different playable anglers, each possessing distinct parameters that affect their performance. Players will find increased depth in the fishing mechanics, with various casting methods available, and a greater emphasis on the landing process. A key mode is the Intense Tournament, where anglers compete across multiple ranks, vying for points, and the prestigious Big Fish Award for catching the largest bass. The page also notes the importance of utilizing the fish finder and relying on intuition to locate trophy fish. Screenshots showcase the character selection screen, different perspectives during casting, the tournament results display, and the essential fish finder interface, illustrating the game's enhanced graphics and features. It's presented as a detailed and challenging fishing experience for home console players. This page features the highly anticipated horse racing simulation, Derby Tsuku 2.
This isn't just a simple sequel, but a significant upgrade, aiming for a more realistic and immersive experience. The game boasts extremely detailed genetic and horse data, including real jockey names, and incorporates a wealth of diverse events to keep the gameplay fresh and engaging, preventing it from feeling like a chore. According to the reviewer, the game's speed is dramatically improved compared to the previous entry, with lightning-fast load times and the ability to skip months of in-game time without penalty. A welcome addition for breeders is the greatly simplified process for exchanging horse data between ranches. The game expands gameplay with regional exchange races and overseas races, including improved management for overseas ranches. Screenshots display various aspects of the game, from the race view and character portraits to detailed menus and information screens, showcasing the depth and renewed focus on realism.
This page continues the deep dive into Derby Tsuku 2, highlighting significant gameplay enhancements. The race system sees a major overhaul by incorporating dynamic track conditions. This means the inner rail can become rough as the race meeting progresses, making the outer track more favorable for closers later on, a crucial factor for strategy that wasn't as prominent before. Crucially, the game separates the weight, heavy track aptitude from dirt aptitude, a key change from the previous title where they were linked. This demands a more nuanced approach to developing horses specifically for dirt races. A welcome quality of life improvement is the ability to skip race scenes entirely while still receiving the outcome and valuable post-race analysis from jockeys and trainers, though commentary during the race itself is missed. The breeding system is enhanced with updated data and deeper theories, making pedigree checking and data management much easier. There are new trainers introduced, adding personality and new training options like gait training and consideration of rain during workouts. Finally, the horse park system evolves, allowing players to strategically place facilities on a map. Finding cats yields unexpected benefits, and new facilities like an overseas airport and the ability to exchange breeding stock are added, expanding the scope of managing your stable. These changes aim to make the game more realistic, strategic, and less repetitive. This page continues the detailed look at Derby Suku 2, focusing on new features related to trainers, jockeys, and various gameplay modes. It highlights the introduction of new, more usable automatic training options tailored specifically for the new trainer. The game also emphasizes the development of new twin jockeys whose skill improves with victories, leading to a sense of realism where famous horses help create famous jockeys. The game provides detailed post-race comments from the jockey when riding is requested. Interesting facts about horse racing are presented, such as how gray hair inheritance works, the existence of a statue dedicated to the undefeated Tokinomino at Tokyo Racecourse, and how race margins are displayed. Hana for nose, Atama for head, Kubi for neck. Overseas races are discussed, including the ability to challenge races like the Dubai World Cup dirt events. A significant enhancement is the Tsukuru C mode, which is greatly strengthened for battles, allowing default access to overseas tracks, previously requiring special commands. The game includes data for rival horses from the main game, and 73 default user-created horses for players to compete against. The series race mode allows multiple races to be run consecutively, with points determining the winner, providing a fun way to simulate race meetings. The reviewer notes that there's plenty of depth and strategic options to explore. This page provides further details about Derby Stallion 2, focusing on basic game knowledge, online events, and notable horses. It shares fundamental tips, like how to handle horses that don't run straight using blinkers, and explains that while the paddock entry order usually follows post positions, it can be changed by the trainer. The game features real-life famous Japanese racehorses, including Saintlight, the first Japanese Triple Crown winner, and Rice Shower, known for his upset victories against champions. The page announces that participation details for upcoming events will be available on 2 dedicated websites, Dorima Major League and Land Ho, the latter being the developer's site, which promises in-depth information. A major highlight is the announcement of the Dorimaga and Land Ho Cups, a strongest horse competition held on the game's launch day, following a successful event for the previous game. Players can aim to breed the top horse in Japan. 3 magazine staff members, including the game's producer and director, will also participate, sharing their breeding strategies and expectations. The page also previews a thorough strategy guide coming in the next issue, and points out the importance of the legendary mare Agnes Flora, known for producing champion sons like Agnes Flight and Agnes Tachyon, suggesting she's a must-get horse if she appears in the game. Finally, a large section lists various notable horses, potentially user entries from past events or staff recommendations, detailing their breeding information. This page features the upcoming Dreamcast baseball game, Pro Yaku Team wo Tsukuru and Asobu 2001, which is a combination of the popular simulation game Tsukuru and the action game Asobu, bringing both experiences together on a single Gadram. The article highlights that the game uses the latest data and is offered at a fan-friendly price. The flow of the game starts with naming your team, selecting the team and secretary, deciding your hometown, new cities are available, and then a significant, promising new player event occurs, where a young player appears who can become a future star depending on how you develop them. The most challenging part is the team edit, where you are given 800 million yen by the owner to rebuild the team. The article notes that for powerhouse teams, this amount isn't enough to acquire top stars, suggesting a focus on balancing the roster, perhaps investing in promising young players. A specific example points out that getting a player like Matsui might be too expensive early on at his 500 million yen salary. The preview includes screenshots showing team lists, player abilities displayed as a pentagon chart, and the team editing interface. It emphasizes that the game is designed to satisfy both simulation fans focused on team building and action players who want to play the games. This page continues the preview of Pro Yaku Team wo Tsukuru and Asobu 2001, focusing on the gameplay loop after the initial team setup. Once the team is edited, the season begins, marking the start of your first year managing the new Giants. Success hinges on various factors, including player development, personnel management, club operations, and tactical decisions made during games. The crucial February and March training camps are highlighted as vital periods for player growth. Beyond baseball, stable income is generated through side businesses and goods development.
with options like building theme parks and airport construction providing necessary funds. Managing the fan club is also key to ensuring consistent support and attracting new fans. During important game situations, players can step in and give instructions directly, taking control from the manager. The game incorporates different player growth patterns, such as early or late bloomers, which influence how players develop over several seasons. Screenshots show player stats, management menus, and gameplay. The preview shows the difficult first year the Giants faced, finishing in 5th place due to lacking key players. The game's balance is described as challenging, leaning towards needing to develop side businesses extensively early on to secure income, making management a complex task. This page dives into the highly anticipated Dreamcast port of the acclaimed arcade shooter, Zero Gunner 2. Praised for its unique 360-degree rotating attack mechanic, the game is known for offering frantic, strategic gameplay, where players can navigate bullets and position themselves for optimal attacks. The Dreamcast version is highlighted for including original elements not found in the arcade, further enhancing the experience for shooter fans. Screenshots showcase the intense vertical gameplay with various enemy mechs and aircraft, as well as menus for game modes and settings. The game features a replay mode, allowing players to save and watch their best runs, even distributing them online for others to see. A great feature for studying high-level play and discovering new strategies. The preview touches on various modes like Game Start, which includes difficulty selection, with 7 levels available, option for customizing controls and system settings like vibration and sound, and ranking to display high scores, showing the top 10. The reviewer notes that the game offers ample features tailored for both newcomers and experts, providing options to suit different skill levels. The inclusion of the replay mode is particularly lauded as a valuable tool for players looking to refine their skills and climb the rankings. Overall, the page conveys excitement for the Dreamcast release, emphasizing its faithful adaptation of the arcade classic, while adding compelling new content and user-friendly features. Zero Gunner 2 boasts a dynamic stage design by Sayaki City Connection. The game features 7 stages, with the first 4 randomly selected from Water City, Sea Base, Mountain Train, and Sea of Clouds, creating unique playthroughs due to their varying difficulty and flow. Water City offers a submerged environment, Sea Base, a fortified oil rig, Mountain Train, a hazardous rail journey, and Sea of Clouds, intense aerial combat. Following the initial 4, players advance to the Asian Slum, Orbital Elevator, and a final stage, intensifying the challenge on the path to the enemy base. The page also includes a designer interview discussing the creative process, challenges of blending sci-fi and realism in weapons and stages, and the implementation of game mechanics like the turn marker. The interview, including credits for specific designers, offers insight into texture, modeling, boss, and stage layout creation, concluding with a humorous illustration. This page introduces Cosmic Smash, a new sensation sports game that was popular in arcades and is finally coming to the Dreamcast. It's slated for release this winter at a surprising price of 2,800 yen for a perfect arcade port. The game system is a fusion of the indoor sport squash and the game Breakout. The goal is simple: hit the ball to clear all the blocks on the stage. While basic blocks are static, later stages introduce moving or harder blocks, adding significant variation. The game promises both accessibility and depth. Timed matches challenge you to destroy all blocks before the timer hits 0. A key move highlighted is the Trick Smash, performed by charging energy with the clicky button and releasing it for a powerful, penetrating shot. Screenshots demonstrate the gameplay perspective and actions like shot and jump. The stage introductions showcase different block layouts and mechanics, such as vertical and horizontal block arrangements, blocks that shift positions, blocks that appear as others are cleared, and stages with moving obstacles, emphasizing the need for precise timing. The visuals have a stylish, Tron-like cyber atmosphere. The page also lists basic release details. Sega, September 13th release date, 2,800 yen, 1 player, SPT, new sensation sports, genre. The reviewer notes the cool look and simple yet addictive nature of the game, calling it a hot game that's easy to pick up. This page is all about the Neon Genesis Evangelion typing completion project for the Dreamcast, produced by Gainax. This isn't just a simple typing tutor, it's packed with characters and scenarios from the iconic anime series, offering a fun and engaging way to improve your typing skills. Compared to the previous installment, this version steps up the game. A major highlight is the inclusion of Kana input training from the start, which the reviewer notes can significantly boost typing speed. The difficulty has also been increased for players who mastered the beginner version, adding more game-like elements and power-ups. Misato takes over as the navigator, guiding you through the lessons. The lessons themselves are integrated with the world of Evangelion. One lesson focuses on increasing the EVA's sync rate by typing correctly, aiming to surpass Rei and Asuka. Another pits you against the mass-production EVAs in a battle sequence pulled straight from the movie. There's even a peaceful lesson where you type to make a delicious bento for a beloved person. The game also supports online ranking, letting you compare your typing speed with others. It's slated for release on August 30th at 6,800 yen, and even comes with a limited edition cooling set bonus for the first 5,000 copies, featuring a fan and a hand towel. This looks like a great way for EVA fans to brush up on their typing while reliving key moments from the series. This page dives into Aero Dancing Id, which is known internationally as Aero Dancing F, focusing on new features and modes. The big highlight is the inclusion of the AVE 8B Challenge mode, previously popular in the PC version. This mode is all about mastering the tricky vertical takeoff and landing (VTOL) operations of the Harrier aircraft. It's presented as a step-by-step training program designed to take players from basic hovering to complex maneuvers like landing on elevated platforms or between buildings, aiming to turn them into hovering masters. The reviewer notes that while challenging, completing these steps is incredibly rewarding. Alongside the Harrier challenges, the game includes other modes, like the Cat Survival mode, a new addition, a flexible free flight mode where you can set up any scenario you like for pure flying enjoyment, and a comprehensive training mode that teaches the basics from HUD reading to advanced combat techniques, making the typically intimidating flight sim genre accessible to newcomers. The game also features an emblem editor, allowing players to customize their aircraft's tail with unique designs, which can be seen by others in online matches. The core modes from the previous title are also included, ensuring plenty of content. The game is set for release on August 23rd. This page is all about Pachislot King, Dreamslot Hiwa SP for the Dreamcast, bringing the excitement of the Pachislot parlor right to your home console. This version includes 3 popular Hiwa machines: Edo Sakura Fubuki 2, Lupin 2i, and Exhaust. The game isn't just about random luck. It heavily focuses on skill development with 4 dedicated modes. There's a free play mode for simple practice, a lecture mode to teach you the rules and strategies, a challenge mode to test various aspects of your play, and a real stop skill mode specifically for honing your ability to hit the right symbols at the right time. The article emphasizes that mastering these skills is key to succeeding. Perhaps the most exciting feature is the online component, allowing players to participate in net competitions. The big appeal here is the chance to win actual prizes by competing and achieving good results, especially securing those big bonuses. It suggests that putting in the time with the training modes will give you the edge you need to win. Overall, it looks like a comprehensive package for Pachislot enthusiasts looking to train and compete. This page delves into the strategy for Culdicept II on the Dreamcast, focusing on building a powerful card book. The article emphasizes that the main appeal of Culdicept is the deck construction process, selecting and combining hundreds of cards. To efficiently gather the necessary cards for book building, it strongly recommends utilizing the game's battle mode. It also offers tips on saving time during matches, suggesting the use of the sudden death rule, which ends the game when an opponent's total magic runs out, making one-on-one matches much quicker. For tackling the story mode, the guide advises studying the specific books and tendencies of the CPU opponents you encounter. It suggests using battle mode against these same CPUs to understand their strategies better. Finally, it provides examples of universally useful cards for both story and battle modes, highlighting creatures like Chameleon for its terrain adaptability, items like Sling for attack per horsepower boosts, and spells like Triumph for its round bonus multiplier. These are just examples, but the focus is on cards with good cost performance and usability. This page delves into the core strategies for building powerful books in Culdicept II. It outlines several fundamental deck archetypes: the attribute focus type, which concentrates on 1 or 2 land attributes; the defense focus type, which prioritizes protecting territories using spells; the balance type, offering a versatile mix of cards across all attributes; and the combo type, built specifically to execute powerful card combinations. The article emphasizes that discovering and utilizing card combos is a key thrill of Culdicept. encouraging players to explore card synergies within the book editor and collect the necessary components. It also discusses the practical challenge of building a reliable combo book, highlighting the need for cards that ensure the combo pieces are drawn. Finally, the page introduces the new AI customization feature, explaining how players can create personalized AI opponents. Battling against these custom AIs is presented as an effective way to refine your books and identify flaws in your strategy.
This page continues the Culdicept Story Mode Strategy Guide, focusing on the challenging Stage 9, Kratos. This stage consists of 3 consecutive battles against different opponents and on different map layouts, emphasizing the need for players to prepare multiple varied books beforehand. General advice includes using scepter spells effectively and incorporating cards like Mana Boost or Dice Boost to adapt. The first battle takes place on a large map, uniquely featuring 2 castles, one in the north and one in the south. The strategy involves developing territories slowly, while potentially using tactics to drain the opponent's mana. The opponents are Picket and Princess Selena, known for utilizing attack spells and special abilities with lower HP creatures. The second battle shifts to a much smaller map, characterized by numerous branching paths. Unlike the first battle, guard post income becomes more important here due to the map structure, making land development less reliable. The opponents are Mad Morok and Leo. The final battle is fought across 3 distinct areas. Managing mana becomes crucial due to the time it takes to traverse the entire map. Players are advised to utilize both neutral and attribute lands effectively to increase their mana pool. The final opponent is Gemery. The page features screenshots of each map layout and information panels detailing the number of opponents, dice range, areas, first place reward, and available facilities like shrines and fortune tellers. This page continues the in-depth strategy guide for Culdicept 2, moving on to Stage 10 and Stage 11 of the story mode. Stage 10, titled Alchemist's Mansion, presents a unique challenge. The map is split into 2 completely separate areas, linked only by warp points, and all the land is neutral. As an expert player knows, mastering neutral lands is key here. The guide suggests controlling one area completely and using terrain change spells to make your territories more formidable. The opponent is Morok. The page includes screenshots of this unusual map layout and basic stage data. Stage 11, Kazatega, shifts to a map with 2 distinct zones, a small square and a long linear cliff path. This stage is heavily influenced by the wind attribute. The strategy highlighted is to aggressively develop the linear cliff section, leveling up your lands to make passage costly. Since the cliff path is essentially one long line, trapping opponents or using creatures with abilities like Paralyze, like Kelpie, or spells that restrict movement becomes highly effective. Your opponents are Liburn and the debuting character, Woolwyn, both favoring wind. Screenshots show the map and character portraits. Finally, the page features a section looking for fan contributions for a Culdicept 2 corner. They're asking fans to submit illustrations, show off their favorite book, deck, recipes, and share effective card combos. An illustration of popular characters is included here. This page dives deep into the mechanics of Fragrance Tale, an intriguing adventure and raising simulation game where you play as Liam, tasked with creating special fragrances. Your goal isn't just pleasant scents, but using these mixtures, crafted from ingredients provided by angels and demons, to raise love and reconciliation levels. The daily cycle revolves around strategic time management. You'll spend your days combining ingredients, visiting the various angel and demon characters to interact and gather more materials, sleeping to recover, or opting to stay up late using accrued points for extended conversations or special events. Holidays offer a break from the routine, allowing visits to school for ingredient rewards or the Sea Forest, where more ingredients and story events await, especially if angel and demon reconciliation is high. The core gameplay lies in the combining system. You mix angel, demon, and Rudana system ingredients, paying close attention to compatibility and the time of day, which significantly impacts the fragrance's effectiveness. Be cautious not to mix 2 ingredients of the same system, as this results in water, drastically lowering quality. Special ingredients obtained through romance events provide massive boosts to relationship levels. The love level, representing Liam's bond with the characters, and the reconciliation level between angels and demons are crucial stats that directly influence the game's ending and trigger specific events. Mastering the art of combining and managing relationships is key to achieving the desired outcome. This page delves further into the world of Fragrance Tale, focusing on the characters, the numerous events you'll encounter,
and how to reach the game's various endings. It introduces the key angel and demon characters you'll interact with, showing their portraits and indicating their favorite ingredients. Building relationships with these characters is essential, as the page explains that seeing the story unfold and unlocking events is tied directly to increasing both love and reconciliation levels, which were discussed on the previous page. The game features 9 different types of events, ranging from standard interactions based on your love level to special confession events, night visit events, and even quarreling events between the angels and demons. There are also different types of couple events that occur under specific relationship conditions. These events are the heart of the narrative experience and require careful management of your relationships to trigger.
Finally, the page explains the game's ending systems. Endings are triggered either by successfully navigating a confession event or simply by reaching the end of the 71-day game period. The specific outcome is determined by how well you've managed both angel/demon reconciliation and your personal relationships, love levels, with the characters. Pro tips for players are included, stressing the importance of saving frequently and taking notes on your fragrance combinations to achieve desired results. There's also a brief mention of a bonus mode that unlocks extra content, like special CGS, based on various completion criteria within the game. This guide details how to achieve all endings in the adventure game. Secret Nane ga Itenatsu. Achieving 100% completion requires multiple playthroughs, as critical choices can lead to another endings instead of the primary real end for each character. Saving before important decisions is crucial. The game features awakening events triggered by morning actions, providing unique character graphics but not impacting the main story. Shared events before the 3rd day are common across all routes, with choices here determining which character's route you encounter. Route branching mainly occurs on day 4.
Some characters, like Sakura, Mizuki, and Chizuru, are more challenging to access.
Nishino Natsuki's route is described as low difficulty, involving healing a forgotten past. Key choices on days 3 and 5 determine her real and another endings. The guide also hints at special scenarios unlockable in subsequent playthroughs and provides specific choices to reach Natsuki's real end, while offering hints at other characters' endings. The next page is a comprehensive guide for Secret Nane ga Itenatsu, detailing the game's significant replay value. It emphasizes that second playthroughs are crucial, as they introduce changes to the scenario branching and even some graphics, revealing events only accessible after an initial clear. The guide breaks down the routes for 4 specific characters: Mizuki Shirakawa, Mika Osanai, Chizuru Seo, and Sakurako Majima. For each character, it provides a brief profile and, more importantly, highlights critical choices players must make to navigate their stories. It points out how the second playthrough alters these routes, unlocking unique events and differing outcomes compared to the first run. Screenshots showcase memorable scenes from each character's path. Including the page is a section teasing the game's ultimate secret, which is unveiled only after players have successfully cleared the scenarios for all 5 main characters. This setup confirms that completing all individual routes is necessary to reach the true conclusion of the story. This guide details how to achieve the happy ending in the adventure game Ryoko Inui Roommate. The story begins with normalcy, disrupted by the disappearance of their dog, Kora-chan. This triggers a search, including a trip to America for Ryoko, and increased interaction with Midori-sensei. The investigation involves Midori-sensei and Masahiro, ultimately leading to Kora-chan's safe return to Kimisan's house. Key to the ending is understanding choices.
One crucial decision involves Ryoko falling ill. The guide advises prioritizing Kora-chan, option A, over Ryoko, option B, explaining that this aligns with Ryoko's own concerns. Screenshots illustrate the plot's key moments, including the search, interactions with characters, and Ryoko's confession. An event list tracks the game's progression, including discussing scenery and Ryoko wanting to talk more. This guide covers the Ryoko Inui Roommate adventure game after Ryoko leaves for a tennis tournament. The player will primarily communicate with Ryoko via email and calls. The focus shifts to Midori-sensei, with the player encouraged to offer support. Important plot developments include a sculpture exhibition and interactions with Kimi-san, whose move to America is revealed, and Masahiro, planning to confess to Ryoko. Key choices affect the outcome, like asking Masahiro about a past confession and revealing diary contents to Rai. The guide emphasizes the importance of choosing to study alone with Midori-sensei.
The guide includes event lists and screenshots of various characters.
A limited edition Ryoko Inui Last Scene fan disc released in November 2001, was highly anticipated by fans. This page is the third part of the strategy guide for Welcome to Pia Carrot 2.5 on the Dreamcast. It focuses on how to win over the final two conquerable heroines who weren't covered in previous installments. The main focus is on Jun Kagurazaka, a character who works at the restaurant dressed as a boy. The guide details how to approach him, highlighting key points where his behavior changes, and suggesting that kindness is the key to increasing affection, especially towards the end of the game's timeline during the training trip. It notes the deliberate ambiguity surrounding his gender initially, and how the protagonist interacts with this confusion. A small table indicates the necessary protagonist stats: appearance, kindness, perseverance, academics, stamina, needed to get close to Jun, primarily emphasizing kindness. Several screenshots illustrate crucial scenes, including moments at work, bathing, eating, on a date, and during the training trip, reinforcing that Jun is actually a girl in disguise. The page also briefly mentions Yuran, a fortune-teller character, available from August at the station. Visiting her and asking for a reading provides hints for conquering the other heroines. There's also a screenshot of the in-game album screen, which tracks the heroines you've successfully completed routes for. This guide provides the essential steps to uncover the secrets of these two intriguing characters. This guide details how to win Rumi Kinoshita in Welcome to Pia Carrot 2.5. Achieving a romance with Rumi requires high stats in appearance, kindness, perseverance, academics, and stamina. Key events include interactions with Rumi and her brother, the manager, and specific dates such as 8/11, 8/18, 8/19, and 8/23, shown in screenshots. The guide emphasizes completing the in-game album for 100% completion, which involves unlocking CGS tied to events and interactions with all characters. Additionally, it explains how to unlock other CGS by clearing 5 minigames: Maid, 8/3, Card, 8/4, Casino, 8/16, Tarot, 8/17, and Puzzle, 8/17. Completing these minigames, particularly the puzzle game, unlocks additional visuals featuring various characters. This page features the first part of a grand strategy guide for the Dreamcast romance-adventure game, Fate of Heart. The game spans roughly a month, and features different endings, including good and bad ones, determined by various choices and conditions. This guide focuses on navigating the early and middle parts of the game, specifically from July 2nd to July 15th, to successfully raise affection levels for the heroines, Shizuku and Yuki. The guide includes a detailed chart of daily events and dialogue options, indicating how each choice affects affection levels. Crucially, it highlights that key decisions made very early, particularly on July 2nd, determine whether you are on Shizuku's or Yuki's priority route. Failing to make the correct choices early on can lock you out of desired routes. There are also specific warnings about potential pitfalls leading to bad endings. For instance, on July 5th, relying on others during a test instead of doing it yourself is a bad choice. Another critical point is on July 15th, where you must prioritize Shizuku over an event involving Sakura to stay on Shizuku's route and avoid a bad end. The guide emphasizes that securing a good ending often requires aiming for specific affection levels early and consistently. Screenshots illustrate some of these pivotal moments in character interactions, showing Shizuku prominently. This page continues the grand strategy for the Dreamcast romance adventure, Fate of Heart. It shifts focus to Sakura and Chiyono, two heroines whose good endings are locked until you've completed the game at least once. The guide offers crucial hints for setting up their routes, noting that more detailed strategies will follow in the next issue. For Sakura, a key move on 7/5 is declining another character's invitation to go to the arcade, and indulging Jiru's whims afterwards is essential. Chiyono requires a persistent approach, with 8/5 being a vital date where a specific choice appears only if her clear flag is active. The page provides a condensed timeline of important dialogue choices from July 8th through July 30th, highlighting critical decisions needed to advance the plot and raise affection, particularly for Shizuku. Specific events like pursuing Shizuku on 7/19 for a true end flag, skipping the 7/23 fireworks despite invitations to focus on Shizuku, and helping at the ranch together on 7/26 are detailed steps toward Shizuku's good ending. There's also a checkbox indicating specific dialogue options become available between 7/24 and 7/29, only if certain affection levels are met for Shizuku or Yuki. Finally, the guide covers the 7/30 pool invitation, explaining how reaching a specific affection level with Shizuku leads to a date, despite her concerns about Yuki. Screenshots throughout illustrate these pivotal scenes, showing Sakura, Chiyono, Shizuku, and Yuki at various locations like the cafe, ranch, and pool. This page provides a comprehensive guide for navigating the route of Yuki Fukuyama in Fate of Heart, specifically focusing on achieving her good ending. It highlights critical events and dialogue choices required on various dates in July. Key actions include avoiding showing interest in Shizuku on 7/3, which is a prerequisite for Yuki's path. The guide details handling the earring event on 7/4, emphasizing the importance of being honest with Yuki afterward on 7/5. A pivotal moment on 7/6 involves requesting a tutor, leading to Yuki joining you for study sessions, and unlocking special dialogue when walking her home. Further crucial events covered are correctly handling the bento from Yuki's mother on 7/13 to get Yuki's homemade bento the next day, participating in the air hockey match on 7/15, and the essential event on 7/19, where you must go to help the stubborn Yuki after school to secure the good ending flag. Attending the fireworks festival with Yuki on 7/23 is also mentioned. A crucial note emphasizes that studying with Yuki, initiated on 7/6, is necessary to access specific dialogue options and CGS between 7/9 and 7/15. Failing to do so significantly hinders progress and affection. The page concludes with a summary of important dialogue options and their effects on affection throughout Yuki's route in July. This page is the final strategy guide for the light gun shooter Confidential mission on Dreamcast. It delves into uncovering hidden modes and maximizing your score. The guide reveals secret modes like Another World, Select, All Mode Open, and a Fantasy mode, offering details on how to unlock and access them, suggesting players try them after completing the game normally. It then breaks down the scoring system, explaining how points are awarded for defeating different enemy types, like handgun, rifle, and machine gun wielders, or those with bombs, shields, or even snowmobiles, noting base points for each. Item points are also covered, indicating scores for collecting CMF patches, discs, and other objects within missions. Points gained from succeeding in various minigame events are highlighted, as are the penalties for shooting civilians or the allied character Nina, or for using continues. The page features several screenshots showing targeting reticles on enemies and interactive items, along with a notable piece of artwork depicting the game's protagonists, Howard and Kay, sporting rather comical oversized helmets, which the text amusingly comments on. This page serves as the comprehensive strategy guide for the final mission, Mission 3, in Confidential Mission. While the map layout isn't complex, the enemy intensity is significantly higher here compared to previous missions, demanding precise targeting and quick reflexes. The guide advises players to focus primarily on eliminating the fierce enemy onslaught, suggesting that neglecting optional items might be necessary for survival if you're struggling. The target score for this mission is set at 550,000 points, with the guide noting that the boss battle is crucial for maximizing your score. It provides a detailed map of Mission 3, marking key areas and item locations, like the essential CMF patches for life recovery, disc-granting boxes, a powerful machine gun, and crucial armor found just before the boss. The walkthrough breaks down each section of the mission, from the turret-filled pipeway and the multi-hatch open area requiring quick target switching, to the challenging crossing corridor with enemies attacking from multiple directions, and the relatively easier downstairs area where civilians are present. It covers the intense waves on the submarine deck, and the difficult multi-enemy encounters on the stairs, emphasizing the need for accurate shots and combos where possible. The guide culminates with a mention of the challenging boss fight, the mission's biggest hurdle. A brief, humorous comment from a programmer mentioning Phantasy Star Online adds a touch of personality. This guide details the final level, Mission 3, of Confidential Mission. It advises players to utilize item drops from unmarked enemies in the dock area and prioritize eliminating ranged threats, especially bazooka enemies. The container area features scientists and single-shot enemies, but the intensity increases near the control room, where essential body armor and CMF patches are found. The boss fight against Gales requires focusing on his main body and rapidly destroying objects he uses for attacks to maximize points. The final test is the final event, a crucial single shot where lining up multiple crosshairs correctly is essential. Success completes the mission and leads to a good ending. Failure results in a bad one, underscoring the importance of precision. This page focuses on the exciting world of Sonic Adventure 2, highlighting new features and content. It kicks off a short-term intensive project for Sonic fans, delving into the game's mechanics beyond a standard walkthrough. A major feature discussed is the concept of level-up items, and how they allow you to dress up characters. These items not only boost abilities, but also change the character's appearance, making them look much cooler. You can find various items hidden throughout the stages, some of which are essential for progression, while others are acquired through repeat plays, or are more difficult to find. The page lists specific level-up items for Sonic and Knuckles, detailing which stage each can be found in. For Sonic, items like the Light Shoes, Metal Harbor, and Magic Glove, City Escape, provide new abilities or enhance existing ones. Knuckles also gets his share of gear, like the Shovel Claw, Pumpkin Hill, and Sunglasses, Meteor Herd, which aid in his treasure hunting. The visual changes from equipping these items are emphasized as a fun element. Finally, there's a message from the sound team, introducing the upcoming vocal album, Sonic Adventure Vocal Collection Cuts Unleashed. The team members responsible for the game's distinct sound share insights into their creative process, discussing how they crafted the music and character themes. This section features comments from key sound staff, including Jun Senoue, Kenichi Tokoi, Fumie Kumatani, and Tomoya Otani.
This page continues the focus on Sonic Adventure 2, detailing the level-up items for Tails, Shadow, Rouge, and Dr. Eggman. It highlights how these items enhance abilities and gameplay for each character. For Tails, the page lists items like the Booster, Mission Street, Bazooka, Eternal Engine, Diffusion Missile, Prison Lane, and Mystic Melody, Hidden Base, explaining how they are essential for his stages and improve his mech's performance. Shadow's level-up items include the Air Shoes, White Jungle, Flame Ring, Radical Highway, Light Speed Dash, Skyrail, and Mystic Melody, Final Chase. It's noted that Shadow doesn't have many items compared to others, fitting his already powerful nature. Rouge's gear includes the Picknails, Egg Quarters, Iron Boots, Mad Space, Treasure Scope, Security Hall, and Mystic Melody, Dry Lagoon. The Treasure Scope is noted as particularly useful for her treasure hunting levels. Dr. Eggman's items are the Jet Engine, Lost Colony, Large Cannon, Weapons Bed, Armor Parts, Cosmic Wall, Diffusion Missile, Iron Gate, and Mystic Melody, Sand Ocean. These enhance his mech's speed and combat capabilities. Beyond the items, the page introduces the last story, which becomes available after completing both the Hero and Dark campaigns, combining the two narratives into a surprising finale. There's also information about a contest for players to submit designs for kart race cars and courses, with selected entries potentially being distributed worldwide. The guide details the KO Garden in Sonic Adventure 2, focusing on KO raising. Hatching eggs involves shaking, throwing, leading to mischief, or leaving them. KO alignment, Hero, Dark, or Neutral, depends on the character raising them. They develop 5 abilities: Power, Run, Fly, Swim, and Normal. Raising stats involves giving animals, which boosts specific stats and changes appearance. Chaos drives boost stats without changing appearance. The VMU minigame KO Adventure 2 increases intelligence and stamina, and offers exclusive items. Interacting with your KO through touch can trigger special events. Fruits boost overall stats, and seeds can grow fruit trees. This page features reader-submitted cheats and tips for Dreamcast games. First up is a tip for Mr. Thriller, detailing a technique called digging forward with double air acquisition. It describes how to time your digging to potentially collect 2 air capsules from a single falling block, allowing players to extend their digging depth. Screenshots from the game illustrate the process. Next, there's a submission for El Dorado Gate Volume 5. This tip explains how to obtain the police badge accessory. It involves reducing your money to 0 in a specific town, Ladna, and talking to the police officer there, which initiates a battle. Winning this fight yields the accessory. Screenshots show the character Sophie, menu options, the police officer dialogue, and the battle itself. While not a powerful item, it's key for item completion. Finally, a technique for Guilty Gear X is presented, focusing on an offline time attack method. The tip suggests choosing Zato as your character, and using his Eddie Summon special move to trap the opponent, Eddie in this case, which is Zato's shadow, just as the timer hits 0. If timed correctly, hitting Eddie with Zato's drill special can lead to a quick win pose. A screenshot shows the fighting action. The page also includes information on how readers can submit their own tips, and the prizes awarded for those selected, ranging from Dreamcast software to original goods. This page dives into the community aspect and challenges of Phantasy Star Online.
specifically focusing on the challenge mode and rare item hunting in version 2. It highlights the rigorous but rewarding nature of challenge mode, noting that even tough sections featuring enemies like Peons and Dane are conquerable with teamwork. The Dorimaga exploration team's challenge is still going. Section follows a narrative quest for a unique greatsword, wielded by a hunter shown in screenshots. This rare weapon is described as a powerful item exclusive to version 2, and possibly tied to challenge mode completion, prompting the players to continue their endeavors. The rare item exploration department showcases some of the distinctive gear available in version 2. Featured items include the twin chakram, a fast photon weapon, the evil carver rod with its life-draining eye and Megid casting ability, and Akiko's frying pan, part of a quirky weapon series. Screenshots display characters wielding these unique items. There's also a warning section highlighting the risks of online play, particularly the danger of disconnections due to lightning strikes during challenge mode, which can lead to item loss. It advises players to disperse their items if bad weather hits. Finally, the art department gallery presents fan-submitted illustrations related to Phantasy Star Online, showcasing various characters and artistic styles from players across different prefectures in Japan. This section emphasizes the vibrant and creative community surrounding the game.
The next page details the ongoing efforts of the Dorimaga exploration team in Phantasy Star Online's challenge mode, having successfully cleared stages up to 8 and setting their sights on the final stage against Dark Falsids. It highlights the team's composition, featuring a balanced party of different classes, navigating obstacles like in-game disconnections and player fatigue. The page also offers valuable insights into the treacherous traps found throughout the mode, from straightforward ones in earlier stages like the Stage 1 Dragon Boss, or the hidden paths and tricky switches in the cave stages, stages 24, to the sudden appearance of disruptive pillars in stages 5 and 6. Stages 7 and 8 introduce especially devious traps, even if they aren't entirely new types. Strategies for each class in the late-game ruins area are broken down. Hunters are key damage dealers, focusing on quickly eliminating dangerous enemies. Rangers provide crucial support with crowd control and trap disarming, recommending strategic use of their shot weapons. And forces become essential for healing and buffs, needing to be wary of enemies that can instantly defeat them. Looking ahead, the team acknowledges the potential for future challenges, like time attack runs after achieving a full clear, and is even seeking new teammates to join their challenge mode expeditions. This page dives deep into the strategic gameplay of Advanced Strategic Confrontation 2001 on the Dreamcast, focusing on the massive Barbarossa operation on the Eastern Front. It sets the stage by quoting Churchill on the German invasion of the Soviet Union, highlighting the scale of the conflict. The page emphasizes the sheer size of the game's maps, and the challenge posed by vast Soviet forces and capable units like the T-34, suggesting that a cautious, slow advance won't work. Aggressive offense is key.
It touches upon various strategic elements within the game, including amphibious operations for river crossings using specialized vehicles, naval battles in the Baltic Sea involving fleets like the Baltic Fleet, armored clashes with distinct Soviet tank types, and logistical challenges like differing rail gauges hindering German supply lines. The cooperation with Finland is also noted, showing external support. The ability to use German naval power for ground support through bombardment is also highlighted as a powerful tactic against enemy fleets. The page includes a brief combat news section and standard game data like publisher and genre. Overall, it portrays the game as a detailed and challenging World War II simulation, particularly focused on the Eastern Front.
This page introduces the combat vehicles of the Imperial Japanese Army, with a rather pointed title suggesting they were not always the most dependable. It details several key tanks: the Type 97 light armored car primarily used for reconnaissance, the Type 95 light tank, a widely deployed but lightly armored vehicle, the iconic Type 97 medium tank, Chiha, known for its dependable engine but weak main gun against enemy armor. Its upgraded version, the Type 97 medium tank Kai, which attempted to improve anti-tank capability with a new turret and 47mm gun, but still struggled against later Allied tanks, and the Type 1 medium tank, a later design aimed at improving armor and firepower, though production was slow. The page also includes a section called Comrade Plaza, a space for readers and contributors to discuss their passion for military models and aviation, mentioning specific model kits and magazines. It features personal notes, inside jokes, and showcases models of Soviet Lag-3 and British Tempest aircraft, giving a glimpse into the community's interests beyond just gameplay.
This page focuses on the second round of a special project titled Capcom vs. Dorimaga Summer Special 2001. Following a previous match featuring Street Fighter Alpha 3 on GBA, this challenge moves to the Dreamcast, with the game Gaia Master.
Kessen Seikyu Densetsu.
The page describes Gaia Master as a board game originating from the PlayStation, where players compete by increasing their assets, such as purchasing land, to vie for the highest total asset value within a set number of turns. The Dreamcast version features enhanced 3D polygon graphics, a new story, additional characters, and new cards to increase the fun. Gameplay combines classic board game elements with strategic card battles for territory control. The feature details the match between Capcom and Dorimaga representatives. Photos show the participants engaged in gameplay, with commentary highlighting key moments. It touches upon the early stages of the match, mentioning a player named Son Goku, who experienced a streak of luck, and another player, Hayate, securing a vital area. There's a section discussing the potential power of the planner behind the game's design, and a small panel offering Capcom's thoughts on the match dynamics and the outcome,
suggesting a degree of amusement at the random nature of one player's selection and resulting lack of strategy. The match results in a victory for the Dorimaga team.
This page continues the intense Capcom vs Dorimaga showdown using Gaia Master. We pick up in the mid-game, turns 11-20, where space on the board is tight and thinking time is crucial for both teams. Dorimaga manages to construct some unique softbank areas, but the tide starts to turn with Hayate's incredible luck. His Utusemi no Jutsu, illusion technique, activates, nullifying attacks and allowing the Dorimaga team to steadily acquire land, frustrating the Capcom side. Moving into the endgame, turns 21-30, the match devolves into a chaotic battle. Capcom focuses its attacks on Megumegu, who had been collecting weapon cards. The fight over a key territory in the upper right intensifies.
Voices of encouragement echo as the match heads into the final turn, with Dorimaga still holding a lead. However, in a truly shocking turn of events on the very last dice roll, Son Goku's lucky ability triggers a miracle reversal, allowing Capcom to purchase the crucial land and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The page ends with the stunned reactions of the participants, acknowledging the power of luck in Gaia Master, and hints at a gift from Hayate related to upcoming GBA titles on the next page.
The next page shifts focus to an upcoming Game Boy Advance title from Capcom, introducing the courtroom battle game known internationally as Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. The page describes the game's unique premise. Players take on the role of a defense attorney whose mission is to prove the innocence of their client, often against overwhelming odds. The gameplay is split into investigation parts, where you gather evidence, and trial parts, where you present that evidence in court. Featured prominently are the main characters: Phoenix Wright, a rookie defense attorney; Mia Fey, his mentor and boss; Maya Fey, Mia's younger sister and a spirit medium; Larry Butts, Phoenix's childhood friend who often finds himself in trouble; Miles Edgeworth, a genius prosecutor and rival; and the witness, Hoshio Yamano. The article highlights the challenge and excitement of fighting seemingly impossible cases in the courtroom. It's presented as a fresh and engaging take on the adventure genre, focusing on logic and deduction rather than action. The game was scheduled for an October 2001 release. The next page dives deeper into the gameplay of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, focusing on the core loop of courtroom battles, titled Prove the Innocence of the Falsely Accused, and highlighting a defense attorney's basics, know the case outline well. It emphasizes the crucial first step of understanding the case summary, which is presented during the prosecution and defense opening statements. However, it warns against blindly trusting the prosecution,
stating that the hidden truth lies in the witness's potentially contradictory testimony. The article then details the heart of the trial: cross-examination. Players must find contradictions in witness testimonies to expose lies and reveal the truth. If a contradiction isn't immediately obvious, you can press the witness for more details, often revealing new information or inconsistencies. The key is to identify a decisive contradiction and present the correct evidence, objection, to support your arguments. Successfully highlighting contradictions brings you closer to proving your client's innocence. Failure to present the right evidence results in penalties. The ultimate goal is to guide the trial towards a just verdict. Screenshots illustrate these mechanics, showing Phoenix Wright challenging testimony, presenting evidence like a passport or autopsy report, cross-examining witnesses, and the iconic objection bubble appearing when a contradiction is found. A small note from the manufacturer confirms the game features a total of 4 episodes, including the first case where Phoenix's friend is the defendant, and promises exciting, fast-paced courtroom battles. This page features a special interview with the development staff behind Capcom's 3D action game, Heavy Metal Geomatrix. The article, titled Facing the Confrontation with Users, Asking the Development Staff About Their Confidence in Heavy Metal, highlights the team responsible for the game, which is based in Nagoya. The interview features Yuichi Ueda, the lead programmer who worked on the game's camera work, and Kuki Kita, the lead designer responsible for character modeling. They discuss the game's origins, inspired by the popular Heavy Metal magazine and the AMAS, and how it builds upon their previous work, potentially a game referred to here as Spoon. They explain the differences between Geomatrix and traditional fighting games, emphasizing its focus on 3D action, evasion, and strategy in battles against multiple opponents, contrasting it with simpler one-on-one combat. A major development challenge they mention is the camera work in a 3D space viewed on a 2D screen. The page also includes a section introducing the game, listing its publisher, Capcom, release details, released July 12th, priced at 5,800 yen, genre, 3D versus action, player count, 12 offline, 14 online, and supported features, VGA, online play, keyboard, arcade stick. A check one box describes the intense battle system, mentioning weapons, evasion, traps, and strategic depth across various stages and situations, noting that offline play uses split screen but doesn't feel cramped. Screenshots show the game's 3D fighting action and a stage select screen, confirming the game's setting and visual style. This page focuses on Capcom's aggressive online initiatives for the summer of 2001, dubbed the second round of the summer's hottest fighting plans. It features interviews with Capcom producers Takashi Shono and Shinichiro Obata, who discuss their roles in anticipation for users engaging with their games online. A major announcement is the 3 Great Communication Tournaments event. Online tournaments are scheduled for 3 titles: Taisen Net Gimmick, Capcom vs. SNK Millennium Fight 2000 Pro, and the recently released Heavy Metal Geomatrix. Details for each tournament, including dates, are provided. The page includes checkboxes offering insights into the games. One box compares Spoon and Heavy Metal, highlighting that while similar visually, Heavy Metal is an original Capcom IP focused on strategic 3D team combat, unlike the potentially IPBASED Spoon. Another check confirms Heavy Metal's killer soundtrack, featuring renowned artists like Megadeth and Halford. The final box praises the unique character designs in Heavy Metal, handled by famous American comic artists Simon Bisley and Kevin Eastman, giving the game a distinct visual flair. The developers express excitement for players to experience the online action and the depth of the 3D combat system, particularly in Heavy Metal. This page dives into the impending arcade launch of Capcom vs. SNK 2, Millionaire Fighting 2001. It builds excitement by revealing the move lists for the game's impressive roster of 44 characters. The content emphasizes the sheer volume the game offers, stating that with 6 grooves, 44 characters, and a free ratio system, the replayability is immense and can't be fully explored in just one summer. A new feature highlighted is the Groove Point system, GPS, which rates player actions in real time across 3 levels, SPGDPR, and rewards skilled play, particularly for achieving a finest KO. The game also includes special intro and outro scenes, as well as unique victory comments depending on the character matchups, adding to the game's personality. The article specifically profiles Haomaru from the Samurai Showdown series, noting his powerful standing heavy punch and devastating special moves like the Cyclone Slash, highlighting his potential as a formidable character. The game was scheduled for an early August release on the Naomi arcade board and supports 1 to 2 players. This page continues the coverage of Capcom vs. SNK 2. Profiling more of the diverse cast, it showcases Kyo Kusanagi as a formidable fighter with powerful combos and the ability to launch opponents for follow-up attacks. His super combos are highlighted, emphasizing their accessibility as enhanced versions of his special moves. Next, Athena Asamiya is presented as a versatile character, with a mix of projectile, teleport, and diving attacks. Her Super Psychic's Through is noted as excellent for pursuing opponents in the air. Chun-Li is featured with significant changes from previous iterations, integrating techniques from Street Fighter II Third Strike. Her new moveset requires players to adapt their strategies, and her ability to follow up launched opponents is mentioned. Rugal Bernstein is shown as a character with strong defensive and offensive options, including his Dark Barrier to repel attacks and the anti-air Genocide Cutter. His signature Kaiser Wave projectile can be charged for increased power. Finally, Cammy White's profile emphasizes her high mobility. Her Furigan combination offers various follow-ups, and moves like Spiral Arrow are effective at close to mid-range. The Axel Spin Knuckle is highlighted for its invincibility and utility against aerial attacks. The page reinforces the depth and varied playstyles available in the game's large roster. This page continues the coverage of Capcom vs SNK 2, showcasing more characters and their fighting styles. First up is Ryuhaku Todo, known for his Kasane-8 technique, which is highlighted as a core part of his strategy, capable of hitting multiple times. He also possesses counter moves and super combos, making him a formidable defensive and offensive fighter. Next, the page introduces Maki, a master of Bushin Ryu martial arts. Her moves are noted to be similar to Guy's from Final Fight, featuring chain combos and unique techniques like the Hasukyaku, which can change into 6 different movements depending on the button input. Her special moves include a dive kick and a forward-moving attack, while her super combos offer powerful options. Kim Kafwan is presented as a character whose fundamental kicking style remains unchanged. He has the necessary tools for anti-air attacks, including a crescent kick and a flying kick. His Ryuseiraku is described as a super combo that involves a series of flying kicks. Finally, King is featured, described as a fundamental, normal character. She inherits many techniques from the X characters of the previous game. Her tornado kick is noted for hitting twice, and her move list includes various projectile and strike-based attacks, including her Illusion Dance super combo. The page emphasizes the depth and variety of the game's roster. This page continues the showcase of characters from Capcom vs SNK 2. Featured prominently is Rolento, known for his tricky, long-reaching staff techniques. The article highlights his signature moves like the Patriot Circle and Stinger, emphasizing his evasive maneuvers and ability to pressure opponents, with screenshots demonstrating these attacks. Next up is Rock Howard, son of Geese Howard and protege of Terry Bogard. The text notes his unique blend of moves inherited from both his father and mentor, as well as original techniques. It mentions the inclusion of the braking system from Garou, Mark of the Wolves, allowing for mid-move cancels, and shows screenshots of his attacks like the Reppuken and Shinku Naj. Honda is presented as a powerful sumo wrestler, excelling at throws and close combat. His high-value anti-air attacks, like the Super Headbutt and Super Sumo Splash, are mentioned alongside his command throws, making him effective in various situations. Screenshots display his 100-hand slap and other powerful techniques. The article also features Raiden, described as a force of nature with both poison mist and fire breath attacks. His powerful command throws, like the Giant Bomb and Thunder Crash Bomb, are highlighted as impactful techniques. Finally, Vega, known as M. Bison in international versions, is shown with his portrait and move list, recognized for his classic Psycho Power and signature moves like the Psycho Crusher and Double Knee Press, retaining his potent offensive capabilities from previous games. This page continues the character profiles for Capcom vs SNK 2. First up is Yun, described as a powerful striker whose main strategy involves rushdown and utilizing techniques reminiscent of Street Fighter II's target combos. His move list includes moves like his Tetsuzanku and Zeshu Houhou. Next is Iori Yagami, known for his unique fighting style and versatile special moves like the Yami Barai and Oniaki, noted for having slightly unconventional inputs but high potential when mastered. Zangief, the Red Cyclone, is highlighted for his devastating command grabs, like the Screw Pile Driver and Final Atomic Buster, emphasizing the importance of landing these for massive damage. Benimaru Nikaido is featured for his strong anti-air options, including the Benimaru Lancer and Electric Trigger, with his Reijinken and Kuchu Shinku Katatsumami also listed. Akuma, Guki, is presented as a master of diverse special moves, retaining his classic techniques like the Hadoken, Shoryuken, and Tatsumaki Senpu Kyaku, with his Shungoku Satsu returning. Vice is discussed as a character heavily reliant on throws, with her signature techniques like the Nail Bomb and Gore Fest aiming to constantly pressure opponents with command grabs. Finally, Barlog, is showcased for his unparalleled speed, particularly in the air, utilizing wall jumps and dive attacks like the Rolling Crystal Flash and Sky High Claw to keep opponents guessing. Screenshots accompany each character, demonstrating their signature techniques in action. This page continues the character breakdowns for Capcom vs SNK 2. First up is Hibiki Takane, described as a character focused on maintaining distance with her sword and utilizing IAI, draw sword,
techniques for timing and punishing opponents, with her playstyle changing significantly with her supers. Next is Morrigan, whose movement capabilities are highlighted, particularly how choosing different grooves allows her to replicate the unique aerial movement from the Darkstalkers series. Ryo Sakazaki, mistakenly labeled as Ryu, the Invincible Dragon, focuses on heavy strikes, inheriting techniques from previous X characters, and emphasizing the power of his hits, including his classic Ko-O Ken. M. Bison, Balrog in the English version, the Raging Bison, is all about rushdown and charging, known for his powerful dash attacks like the Dash Straight and Buffalo Headbutt, making him relentless up close. Yamazaki is featured as a character with distinct moves for high, mid, and low attacks, capable of canceling his Snake Charmer move and reflecting projectiles, with his drill super gaining power by mashing buttons. Guile is back with his staple moves, the Sonic Boom and Somersault Kick, noted as reliable tools for zoning and anti-air respectively, with his new level 3 super being a giant sonic hurricane. Finally, Yuri Sakazaki is introduced as having a different offensive style compared to her brother Ryo, possessing unique special moves like the Ryoken and Hyakuretsu Binta, and utilizing hit grabs like her Kuchu Yurichou upper. Capcom vs. SNK 2 features a diverse roster of fighters. Eagle uses his staff with color-themed moves, focusing on defensive play and tricky inputs. Harry Bogard maintains his powerful rushdown style with familiar attacks. Sagat excels at zoning with tiger shots and uppercuts. Geese Howard uses his signature counter throws and solid zoning abilities. Ken Masters, with his aggressive shoryuken and kick-based attacks, provides a dynamic, close-range style. Kyo Kusanagi, incorporating elements from King of Fighters 96, offers a versatile offensive toolkit. Sakura Kasugano, similar to Ryu, utilizes Hadoken and Shoryuken with strong rushdown capabilities, and the unique Sakura Otoshi. This page highlights several characters in Capcom vs. SNK 2, detailing their movesets. Chang and Choi combine Change's power with Choi's speed. Ryu, the iconic fighter, returns with classic moves and a new dash attack. Nakoru utilizes her Hawk, Mamaha, for various attacks. Dan Hibiki, the intentionally weak character, maintains his signature moves. Mai Shiranui, the graceful ninja, uses fans for attacks. Blanca employs rolling attacks and electricity. Finally, Joe Higashi brings back his explosive punches. These characters, representing both Capcom and SNK, provide a diverse roster for the game. This page showcases Sega's Prize Paradise promotion, hosted by Take-A-Tan and Kony. It features tips and strategies for winning prizes from UFO catcher machines, specifically focusing on keychain figures and how string length impacts your chances. The page highlights a variety of prizes available, perfect for summer. Featured items include Love Hina collection figures in a summer version, and a Panman some men noodle sets, snowman-themed glasses and plates, New Century Evangelion keychain figures in a summer festival style, Imadoki no Kodomo Ransel plushies, and Sibun Dream family plushies. There's also a list of prizes available during July and August, primarily consisting of character merchandise, plush toys, and keychains from various popular series. The page also runs a prize giveaway promotion, where readers can send in postcards to win items, with an August 10th deadline. It's all about getting your hands on some cool Sega prizes during the summer heat. This page dives into the world of Disney prizes, available from Sega's Prize Paradise. Perfectly timed for summer adventures in the mountains or by the sea. Featured items you could win include charming Mickey Mouse drink coolers, stylish Japanese-style t-shirts featuring Mickey and Friends, and practical 101 Dalmatians scene bags. There are also adorable Winnie the Pooh summer-style plushies, and large Mickey and Minnie plushies dressed in yukata, both highlighted as special prizes. For accessories, you might find the Little Mermaid wristwatches, or the Nightmare Before Christmas mobile straps. The page includes a list of Disney prizes available through July and August, primarily featuring various character plushies and keychains from popular Disney franchises like Pooh, Mickey, and Minnie. The comic strip continues the conversation between Kony and Take-A-Tan about winning prizes. Take-A-Tan shares a memorable story about an expensive quest to win a large rabbit plushie back when they were a student, using up a whole day's part-time pay. Despite their own struggles, Take-A-Tan encourages readers to use the strategy tips provided in the magazine to win prizes more easily. The comic ends with a call for readers to send in their letters, and teases a continuation of the story. This page features the 13th installment of Dorimaga Dora-chan's game review comic strip. The host, Dora-chan, is celebrating the one-year anniversary of the column. Despite the magazine's focus, she dives into a review of Virtua Fighter 4, noting it's a hot topic, even though it's not coming out on the Dreamcast. The comic highlights some intense gameplay, including a move called Dash Hammer. Dora-chan gets nostalgic, recalling her dedication to the Virtua Fighter series. So much so that she bought a Sega Saturn on release day just to play it. She humorously admits to having gone through multiple Saturn consoles and buying controllers in bulk over the years, calling it her useless braggings. The side text introduces Dora-chan as a sensible game fan and the personality of the corner, albeit one with a penchant for fads and cosplay. This page features the 14th installment of Dorimaga Dora-chan's game review comic strip. Following up on the previous page's discussion of Virtua Fighter 4, Dora-chan travels to Akihabara because, as she states, she couldn't possibly review a game without actually playing it. She points out the location, is perhaps corrected, and then highlights the Virtua Fighter 4 arcade machine, noting the features of the new VF.net system, which allows players to get ranks based on win rates and form teams. Eager to play, she sees the intense action happening, including a glimpse of Akira's movements, and gets excited about the possibility of becoming a national champion. However, her attempt to play seems short-lived, as she is quickly defeated, humorously reflecting on her earlier statement about needing to play to review. The strip concludes with a note about the comic being in monochrome, linked to the creator's PC possibly overheating, needing encouragement. The profile identifies the author of the comic as Tatsuneko, a manga artist known for being an otaku across multiple genres. This page features the comic strip Guru Guru Creature, with this installment titled, Rainy Days Are the Best. The strip introduces the main characters. Guru Guru, a middle school student aspiring to be a scientist who enjoys creating bizarre creatures. Awei-chan and Jinmen, Awei-san, a creature assistant with a split personality. Usagi, an intelligent rabbit creature. And John Pkun, a creature capable of absorbing adolescent angst. The comic follows the characters on a rainy day. One character expresses excitement about the rain, while another worries about getting wet without an umbrella. They discuss walking in just a raincoat, leading to someone getting splashed by a passing car. An offer to share an umbrella is met with stubborn refusal. The interaction highlights the quirky personalities of the characters, culminating in a moment of shared observation over mushrooms growing in the rain. It's a lighthearted, comedic look at their daily life. This page features the ongoing comic strip Guru Guru Creature, titled this time as Rainy Days Are the Best. The comic follows the characters, including the aspiring scientist Guru Guru, the assistant Aoi-chan, and the creature Usagi, as they navigate a rainy day. Initially hesitant about the rain, the characters encounter a strange object and debate whether it's edible. After some reluctance, they decide it's best to take it home for research. Later, the rain proves fruitful for Guru Guru, who enjoys the abundance of creatures that come out in the wet weather, declaring it a big catch. One of the characters seems worried they might have been abandoned. The comic concludes with Guru Guru preparing to relax, only to realize the creature they found earlier is missing, while one of the other creatures appears to be plotting something. The page also includes profiles for 3 specific creatures: Otakun, a tailworm type known as a cheerful troublemaker; Mochi Mochi-kun, a patient gastropod type rumored to be involved with Dandy-kun; and Dandy-kun, a crustacean type who looks tough but is surprisingly fragile and shy. Additionally, there's an announcement promoting a full-color Guru Guru Creature mini-book and original t-shirts available for sale at the Summer Comic-It. This page features the 3rd installment of Our Heart's Interval, a unique collaborative narrative piece combining the distinctive illustrations of Katsuya Terada with the text by Yoko Kuroyanagi. Visually, the page showcases detailed drawings of characters, including one with flowing red hair and another with many tendrils, alongside a complex mechanical weapon and abstract elements. The content presents snippets of dialogue between various characters like Room, Eva, Melos, and Spooky, woven together with descriptive passages that build a surreal and intriguing fictional world, detailing locations like Game Central Station and the peculiar animals found there. The inclusion of a section titled 3 Choices That Divide Fate suggests a branching narrative or interactive element within this unfolding story. A list is also provided detailing the characters who have appeared so far, outlining their roles within this world. This feature serves as a captivating showcase of the creator's concepts, delving into a unique universe rather than reviewing a specific game. This page features the magazine's special horoscope and compatibility corner running from July 27th to August 9th. Titled, Dorimaga's Tama Came to Akasaka, it offers fortune-telling based on zodiac signs, including compatibility with game characters. Each of the 12 zodiac signs is presented with predictions for boys and girls, a lucky color, a lucky item, and fortune levels for money, health, love, work/study, and play, indicated by symbols ranging from excellent to needing improvement. The feature also highlights compatibility based on star signs, noting particularly good compatibility with Leo men and potentially clashing compatibility with Aries women. A specific focus is placed on Horikawa-san from the game Murasaki Tenshi, giving advice to those born on her birthday, August 3rd. This section provides a lighthearted look at fortunes and compatibility during this 2-week period. This page features a Reader Present giveaway and a preview of the upcoming issue. The Reader Present section offers several exciting prizes. Up for grabs are Dreamcast software titles chosen by the winner, 15 winners, a poster featuring Ryoko Inoue from Roommate in a Swimsuit, 5 winners, admission passport exchange tickets for Namco Namjatown, 2 winners, original Dorimaga t-shirts, 10 winners, and telephone cards featuring the April Best illustration from the Virgin on Megiddo, 5 winners. To enter, readers need to fill out a postcard with their details and desired prize, with the deadline on August 9, 2001. There's also a list of the magazine's staff and a list of winners from a previous contest featured in the June 22 issue. The next page previews the August 24, 2001 issue, promising 2 mysterious special features, marking a first for Dorimaga. Featured content includes an in-depth guide to winning in the arcade comparing Virtua Fighter 4 and Tekken 4, an exploration of the aesthetics of game porting, and extensive coverage of Dreamcast titles like Super Robot Wars Alpha, Shenmue 2, the visual novels Air and Canary, and strategy guides for Outrigger, Culdiceps 2nd, The Virgin on Megiddo, Guru Guru on Sen 2, and Davibook 2. A special relay project focusing on Sakura Wars 3 continues with voice actor interviews. The page is accompanied by an illustration of a group of diverse anime characters. This page features a preview for the highly anticipated Sega Dreamcast port of Zero Gunner 2, an acclaimed arcade 3D shooter. It highlights the game's planned release in fall 2001 for 5,800 yen. The core appeal of Zero Gunner 2 is its unique 360-degree turn marker system, which allows players unparalleled freedom of movement and attack in any direction, breaking through enemy defenses. The page emphasizes this revolutionary system, promising an immersive experience that feels integrated with the player's chosen helicopter. Screenshots showcase the intense gameplay and the available aircraft, the Comanche, Apache, and Hokum. Developed by Sikyo and published by Sega, this port promises to bring the arcade hit's thrilling action home. This page showcases the upcoming Dreamcast port of the acclaimed visual novel, Air, from the renowned developer Key. Brought to the console by NEC Interchannel, this game is scheduled for release in August 2001 and promises to deliver the emotional story and beautiful artwork Key is known for. The page features a large, striking illustration of 2 of the game's heroines, capturing the distinctive art style. Smaller screenshots on the right offer glimpses of other characters and diverse summer settings, from a bright blue sky to a serene watery landscape and even a bubbly outdoor scene. The accompanying text, presented in both English and Japanese, hints at the game's themes of summer encounters, days spent gently, and a sense of waiting, with a touch of melancholy suggested by the Japanese description. This is clearly a preview aimed at building anticipation for fans of Key's work and those looking for a deep, narrative-driven experience on the Dreamcast.